Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Zabbix Summit Day 2. I hope you enjoyed Day 1. I hope you enjoyed the after party, the main event. And I hope you're well rested because we do have a lot going on today. So first off, like I mentioned yesterday, we have a bunch of workshops today. Many of those workshops, the topics that the workshops cover, were discussed over here on the stage yesterday. So workshops will take place on the Alpha stage. You can see it on the map over here. We're in the main conference room over here up top, and you can see Alpha all the way down. So that's where we're having workshops. Check out the full agenda. You'll see that they're in parallel to some of the speeches, so you kind of have to decide. If you didn't manage to sign up yesterday, we can still, if we have free spaces during the workshops, let you in at the door, register you at the door. But that will depend, on how many people do attend, and if they're full, then they're full. But if you haven't registered, just check it out. Hopefully there's plenty of room, and I think chances are high that you'll make it, and we'll be able to register you on the spot. Today, we also have a community track going on. It's happening in the Sigma room. And the goal of the community track, once again, check out the full agenda. The goal of the community track is to have a discussion, to gather your feedback regarding various topics, for example, regarding Zabbix templates and integrations or the new open source Zabbix book. So if you want to participate in a very open discussion and leave your feedback and actually have an impact on how we do these things, how the book is written by our community members, or how we develop templates and integrations, it's just a very good sort of both networking event and an open discussion where you can learn more and also just give us feedback. So kind of two-way interaction, that's very much welcome. And I'd like to just see the venue plan on the screen over here where you can see all of the rooms. So I'm going to leave you with it just for a second. So we're in the Omega room. Sigma room is right next to it. Alpha room is down below. And also, during today's morning, some of you took exams for various Zabbix courses. So congratulations to those who passed. Let's have a round of applause for our newly certified Zabbix specialists, professionals, users, and so on. It's always a joy when someone gets certified, gets their certificates up to date, or is a first-time Zabbix certified specialist, professional user. So yeah, hopefully you found that interesting and fun. So let's begin with our first speech, and we'll open up with something a bit different. So we've had plenty of old-school Zabbix users over here on the stage. And Zabbix is an open source product, and we decided to invite someone who's prominent in the open source community. And the speech will also cover open source. We've invited Dylan Beattie from United Kingdom. Dylan is a storyteller, a musician, and a person behind the Rockstar programming language. And I'll let Dylan walk up on the stage and tell more about himself and open source. Welcome, Dylan.
Good morning, folks. How's everybody doing? Who was at the party last night? That's pretty good, right? I got a message from my girlfriend. How's it going? I'm like, the band that was Latvia in the Eurovision Song Contest just rickrolled everybody. And she was like, your job is weird. I'm like, yeah, I know. So yes, good morning. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Dylan Beattie. I write code, I write music, I bash them together to see what's going to happen. And I want to talk to you today about open source. And this whole idea of the cost of free software. Because there is this cycle that I'm sure a lot of you folks in the room can relate to. What happens first is you discover that there is something shiny in the world that you didn't know about a minute ago, but you've just seen it. It's popped up in your advertisements, or one of your friends has gone, hey, have you seen this? And you're like, I need that. I must have that in my life. I will be sad until I have that thing. And so you get online and you order it, or you download it, or whatever it is. And then you get hold of the thing, you're like, it's here. I can set it up, I can unbox it, I can get it on the Wi-Fi and pair it to the Bluetooth and configure it and put all my customizations in. And then, sometimes you have that moment where you're like, hang on a second. Because you bought the new amazing smartwatch that looked really good, and it said, smartwatch will play MP3s, and you're like, awesome, I can get all my old MP3s and listen to them in the gym. And then you're like, I don't see an MP3 facility. I can add a Deezer subscription, I don't know what that is, and it turns out that it can't do quite what you want. Now, it's not that it's not technically capable, it's that it needs a little bit of tweaking. It needs a little bit of setup, a little bit of configuration. Now, if any of you folks are like me, you know that some hackers, we love to tinker. We love to change everything. Like, how many of you folks, you've got an IDE that you've changed the font, and you've changed the colors, and you put a little glow on it, and you've got a typing effect and all that, because that's your happy place. You've tweaked every detail, because this is where you do your work. This is where you spend your time, and you want your workplace to be just wonderful, just perfect. Control every detail of it. And the worst thing you can do to somebody like that is you can say, no, not allowed to do that. Oh, no, that feature is only available with the Premier Subscription Enterprise Platinum plan. Oh, no, you need to activate. Oh, no, you need to do this. Oh, no, you can't do that because we said no. The tech is there, but we are not going to let you do that. In 1980, Xerox donated a laser printer to the Artificial Intelligence Laboratory at MIT. Now, Xerox and MIT, they're both kind of really, really big names in the history of information technology. Xerox invented mice and windows and laser printers and Ethernet and all kinds of stuff, and then they killed it all because they didn't want to jeopardize their photocopying business. And MIT, they invented passwords. They invented the Roomba. They built the software that took human beings to the moon. And maybe, just maybe, MIT is where free software was invented. You see, the laser printer had a problem. It did this. How many folks, I realize like photocopying is kind of not something a lot of people are familiar with day to day anymore. But you folks have worked in an office with a photocopier, you're making your copies, and the paper jams, and it all gets bunged up, and the alarm goes off, and you open the door, and you have to kind of, pull the paper out like you're getting the dog to let go of the frisbee. And finally you get it out, you close the door, you keep making your copies, and off you go. Now, with a photocopier, it happens right there in front of you while you're standing there. So you know that it's happened, you know something went wrong. But a network printer, that's way over there. It's on the other side of the building. And so when the printer jams, you don't know that it jammed. And then you go to get a cup of coffee, you're like, oh, I'll check my printout while I'm over here, and the printer's jammed. Oh, the printer's been jammed all morning. So you clear the jam, and you push the button, and it starts again, and then it jams again. And one of the people who was working at MIT in 1980 is this guy, Richard Stallman, the founder of the Free Software Foundation. Now, I'm sure some of you folks have got opinions about Richard Stallman, RMS, he calls himself. We can talk about those afterwards, but I don't think we can tell the story of free and open source software without acknowledging Richard Stallman's role in it, because he had an idea. He's like, we got this laser printer, or this printer. We know that it can detect the paper jam because a little red light comes on, and we know that it has a network connection. So why don't we just modify the printer so that when it jams, it broadcasts a message over the network, and then everyone gets a pop-up on their workstation. They can go and clear the jam. So he goes to Xerox, and he's like, hey, can we get the software, we get the source code for the printer? And Xerox said no. Actually, somebody said, we have been told not to give Richard Stallman the source code to the Xerox laser printer. Now, there are two versions of the story. There is a version that says that this incident galvanized Mr. Stallman, and that was what inspired his lifelong dedication, his commitment to software being free and open for modification. There is another version that says it pissed him off so much he's still angry about it 40 years later. But I think maybe both stories are true a little bit, but that was the origin, and Richard Stallman himself has spoken many times about the incident with the laser printer and how that was kind of the start of his journey into the world of free software. Now, I keep using this word free. What is free software? Because historically, when we talk about free software, do we mean it's free as in free beer, or do we mean that it's free as in free speech? Because let's talk about free beer, right? Free beer is awesome. Who wants beer? Yeah, we had free beer last night. That was great. Now, let's imagine, how many of you folks, was anyone driving from the party last night? So it's like free beer, but actually you can't drink that because you have to drive your car later. Anyone on medication? Anybody here who just doesn't drink for lifestyle reasons? Anyone here who's not old enough to drink alcohol? Because if you give someone free beer, they didn't pay for it. But almost every country in the world, there are severe restrictions on what you can do with a beer. You can't sell it because you don't have a license from the government. You can't drink it because you got to drive home later. You can't keep it because beer the next morning is really, really bad if it's already open. And so it didn't cost you anything, but you don't actually have any freedom on how you consume the free thing. And we have a bunch of software out there which is free as in free beer, as in it doesn't cost anything. Instagram, Facebook, Google. We don't pay money for these things, but we have no control over how we interact with them. We can't switch off the adverts. You can't, like, if you send me a message on Twitter, I can't reply to that message from Slack. I have to go into Twitter. I have to be part of their ecosystem. Now, software is valuable stuff, right? We all work very hard creating these tools and products which deliver a huge amount of value. That stuff can be expensive. That stuff maybe should be expensive. Let me ask you a question. Any of you folks in here, you ever bought a second-hand car? Or like a second-hand washer dryer, or a second-hand electric guitar? You bought anything, like you've gone through the small idea. Has anyone bought second-hand software? Because some people have, but it tends to be stuff like this. It's antiques, it's little relics, it's original Microsoft Windows 95 still in the box. Because we spend all of this time and all of this money investing in software, but the idea that you can buy software and then use it and then sell it when you're finished, the entire industry has managed to convince us that this is not a thing that exists. You don't buy the software, you just get a license to use it and you can't sell it. Now, when I was a kid, there was a kind of software that was bought and sold secondhand. I believe it still is. And to me, it looked like this. It was computer game cartridges. Because the code for something like Sonic Hedgehog or Super Mario came on a cartridge. And the cartridge and the code, they were basically the same thing. You couldn't copy them. You couldn't replicate them. We didn't have the hardware or the expertise to be able to do that. And so you could buy Sonic Hedgehog, you could play it, then you could sell it. Or you could rent it for the weekend, you could loan it to your friends. Software effectively just became a little plastic brick that you put in your Mega Drive or your Genesis, and it played the game. Now, there were two kinds of kids in my school. There were the computer kids and there were the console kids. And the console kids, they had shaved heads, they had skateboards, and they were always in trouble for lighting stuff on fire. And the computer kids, we had long hair and mountain bikes, and we also lit stuff on fire, but we were smart enough not to get caught. And when we wanted to play computer games, we didn't have to worry about consoles because we had disk drives. Now, we had a choice. We could go and we could buy games in a store. And we're talking games like the original X-Wing and Dungeons & Dragons, Eye of the Beholder and Monkey Island. Now, this was a significant investment. One of these games would have cost about a month's allowance for me, about 30 or 40 pounds in the 90s. So I was like, right, what do I want to do this month? I can buy a new pair of jeans, or I can go to McDonald's every weekend, or I can buy X-Wing or Monkey Island. And so we figured out ways to copy them. And they came up with ways to make the games hard to copy, because we had little cardboard anti-piracy wheels. That was easy. You took it apart and you copied it out with a pencil and put it back together. Because the games companies are like, oh no, we're going to prevent piracy. But we're like, we are bored teenagers with no money. There is nothing you can come up with that we are not going to figure out a way around it eventually. So we could buy the games, or we could copy the games. Now, we knew it was illegal, but not like properly illegal. Like if you made 100 copies of X-Wing and sold them at a market, maybe the police would show up. But if it was just you swapping games in the schoolyard, it didn't really matter. But there was another way of getting hold of software, because in the back of the computer magazines, there were companies that sold free software. And you knew that you weren't paying for the code, you were paying for the disk. You give them, $3 or $3, I mean, this is the days before euros, but $3, £3, £3 whatever, and they'd send you disks full of software. And some of this was like demos. It was cut down demonstration versions that you'd play with, and then maybe you'd go and buy the full package. Some of it was public domain. Like, never mind paying for it, we didn't even know who wrote it. It was just kind of out there floating around the web, and we had no idea where it came from. Some of the stuff was shareware, which was you copied it and gave it to your friends, and it was fully featured, but if you liked it, maybe you sent the author a check. Or maybe you just sent them a postcard to say, hey, I really like your word processor, that's kind of cool. Some of it was very weird. There was a thing called the Ford simulator, which was, we're talking IBM PC in the 80s with 4-color graphics, and the Ford Motor Company were like, let's make a game where you can drive Ford motor cars around, and the idea is the game's so good that afterwards you're going to go out and buy a car. Don't think anybody ever bought a car, but it was kind of a fun game. But one of the most successful publishing models was pioneered by this guy. This guy called Scott Miller. He founded a company called Apogee Software. And Scott Miller wrote a PC game called Kingdom of Kroz, which was so big, It wouldn't fit on one floppy disk. The game was 3 megabytes. And so he had a great idea. He's like, well, I'm going to cut the game into 3 pieces. And part 1 is free, and I'll give that away to everyone, and it's in the back of the magazines, and you can download it from a bulletin board service. And if you like it, then you get to the end of part 1, and it says, hey, if you want to play part 2 and 3, send a check to this address, which was his parents' house in Texas, and I'll send you the disks with part 2 and 3. It worked. Kingdom of Croz made nearly $100,000 in 1980s money. And he set up Apogee, his own publishing company, and started turning out games. Now, he got wind of a game called Dangerous Dave, written by a guy called John Romero, who was working at a publisher out of Louisiana called Softdisk. Romero, along with John Carmack and Tom Hall, they had a little group, kind of a side hustle. It was called Ideas from the Deep, and then it was called ID, and then it was just called ID. And they had figured out how to do smooth sideways scrolling on the IBM PC graphics chip, which no one else had done. Everyone said that was impossible, but no one told Carmack it was impossible, and so he sat down one day and he just did it. And to demonstrate what they'd come up with, they ported Super Mario to the IBM PC, which everyone said was impossible. And they sent the disk to Nintendo and said, hey, what do you think? You want to do Mario on the PC? And Nintendo sent back a letter saying, boys, this is very impressive work. Bury it, or we are going to sue you so hard they won't be able to find the body parts. Nintendo did not want kids copying Mario in the schoolyard because they made money selling all of the cartridges. Scott Miller gets word of this, and he pings the boys and says, look, forget Mario, Nintendo and Mario, but the technology is really impressive. Why don't you come up with new graphics, new characters, a new storyline? You can publish that on my Apogee platform, and we'll do it with the shareware model, and we'll split the proceeds. And they came up with Commander Keen, Invasion of the Vorticons, where you're not an Italian plumber, you're an 8-year-old kid with a pogo stick and a football helmet who has to rescue your babysitter from space aliens. Now, this game was, it was a kind of groundbreaking in terms of its graphics and its gameplay, but it was also groundbreaking in terms of what it did for id. Because it made so much money, they quit their jobs, they started churning out games full-time, and they released some of the defining games in the history of PC gaming. Wolfenstein 3D was the first full 3D first-person shooter. Doom, network deathmatch. Every college network in America crashed, and the systems admins are like, what's happening? What is all this traffic coming from? And they're like, oh, it's this game. And they're like, people can play games on a network? We need a copy, and they started playing it as well. And then Quake came along in 1997, and it was one of the first games to use 3D accelerator cards, one of the first games that had an active mod scene, people making their own levels and extending the game. These were milestones in PC gaming technology, but they were also milestones in how software got distributed. I got Wolfenstein on the cover of PC Format magazine. I got Doom copied from a friend of mine I was at college with, and I downloaded Quake from the id Software World Wide Web page. Now this was, if you look closely, there's this lovely little detail in history when you maybe had an internet connection at school, but you didn't have one at home, so you could download it in 7 files to copy onto disks to take back to your house. And of course, then everyone gets internet at home, the world becomes a completely different place. Now, this is around 1997, and a lot of people are getting online, people are getting connected, email's gone mainstream, the web has gone mainstream. A whole bunch of us are getting in touch with the kind of internet community for the first time. And when we get there, we discover that there is a bunch of people out there who have been doing free software for a lot longer than we have. And to them, free software has nothing to do with whether it came on the cover of a magazine. To them, free software is about the 4 essential freedoms. Freedom 1 is the freedom to study how the program works and modify it to do what you want. Freedom 2 is the freedom to distribute copies, and freedom 3 is the freedom to share your modifications. And then a couple of years later, somebody says, this doesn't actually say we can run the program, and so they came and they put freedom 0 in at the beginning, which is a freedom to run the program however you want for any purpose. These were, and are, the philosophy underlying the GNU project. Now, this was set up by Richard Stallman in 1983 with the explicit goal of developing a completely free, as in free speech, Unix-compatible operating system. And they got to work. They created a C compiler, they had a linker, they had a parser, they had text editors and modification tools, they had a file system. They had just about everything, collaborating on bulletin boards and giving away pieces over FTP servers. The one thing that they didn't have an operating system kernel, which is a little bit like saying you're going to invent a car, and then you're like, right, we got a stereo, we got a steering wheel, the wheels are good, we got the wing mirrors, and engine, yeah, we're still working on that part. But I think the most significant thing they came up with was something called the GPL, the GNU General Public License, which was them sitting down with a bunch of lawyers and going, look, can we turn our 4 essential freedoms into something that might actually stand up in court? Now, around 1991, they're still trying to figure out this whole missing kernel piece, and then this guy pops up, Linus Torvalds, who is a 21-year-old student. He's at the University of Helsinki, and he announces on Usenet that he's working on a free operating system. It's just a hobby. It won't be big and professional like GNU for 386 and 486 AT clones, and he uploads the source code for his kernel to the university's FTP server. By December 1991, the Linux kernel has been published under the GNU General Public License, and for the first time in history, we have a completely free operating system, free as in beer, free as in speech, that you can download. It's got a compiler, it's got text editors. It's a tool you can use to build the next generation of tools. You can run it, you can modify it, you can give it away for free, you can even sell it as long as you don't impose any restrictions on the person you're selling it to. And that's probably a good point to ask why. Why did all these people do all this work and give it away for free? I think for Linus Torvalds, he's 21 years old, he's done a cool thing. He's like, hey, everyone, look at my cool thing, I made a thing. I think for the boys from id Software, John Carmack and John Romero, they were like, we want to write games and we want to play games. And that's what we want to do, and this is a model that allows us to make enough money to keep doing that. But I think for Stallman and the Free Software Foundation, giving the code away was like, it was them executing their philosophy. So I'm going, we think this is important, and so we are actually going to do the thing instead of just talking about it. Now, at this point in history, we haven't talked about open source yet. And the reason is, open source, the phrase, no one had used that yet. This is around, like I said, 1997, 1998. And what is happening, the web is taken off in a big way. The first generation of the World Wide Web, lots of companies all over the world are like, what is this web thing? Now, I was building web pages around the time that this happened. And what would normally happen is there'd be a company, they had an IT department. They would do like the Oracle database and the Novell network and all that kind of stuff. They didn't care about the web because the web looked like a silly children's toy they didn't care about. But the marketing people could see potential in this. And so somebody like me would get said, hey, can you build us a website? We're not going to give you any money or any hardware or any help. We'll give you an internet connection if you're lucky. And so we started looking, all right, well, how do we build a website for no money? And there was a web server built into Windows 95. It was terrible. It was not very good. And we were looking around for something better. And this is where a bunch of companies saw an opportunity. Companies like Red Hat popped up and they went, well, hang on, all of the pieces exist. We've got a web server, we've got an operating system, we've got all the other databases, tools that you need to do this. What if we put all those in a box, we make sure they work together, we'll compile everything for x86 and 386 and 486 hardware, and we'll sell it to you in a box with a nice support phone number so you can ring us if you get stuck. It's free software, and it's only $79.99. And of course, you go to your boss and you're like, hey, can I have $80 for free software? And the boss is like, no, it's free. Just use the free. And you're like, yeah, but if we pay $80, we get support. And he's like, no, I'm not giving you money for free software. And this was the problem which started kind of percolating out through the industry, is how could you build a business on top of something that had free written on top of it? Now, this is Christine Peterson. She's the founder of the Foresight Institute. She is the person who came up with the phrase open source. And as she puts it, those who are new to the term free software, they assume it is referring to the price. Old-timers must then launch into an explanation, usually given as follows: we mean free as in freedom, not free as in beer. At this point, a discussion on software has turned into one about the price of an alcoholic beverage. And she's meeting with people from Netscape and Red Hat and all these kind of people around the time. And she says, between meetings, I was focused on the need for a better name, and I came up with the term open source software. This caught on in a big way. A week later, Eric Raymond and Bruce Perens, they set up opensource.org. Software gets honest. Tim O'Reilly is organizing a big free software summit. That becomes the Open Source Summit in April 1998. And, this was not just about getting rid of the word free or trying to tackle the word free head on. It was also about addressing a complex but a legitimate concern that was beginning to get a lot of traction in the industry. The GNU General Public License is sometimes referred to as a viral license because there is a clause in that license that says you may not impose any further restrictions on the exercise of the rights granted herein. I have the right to give the software away to you for free, but I do not have the right to stop you giving it away to your friends and them giving it away to their friends and their friends and their friends. And the mechanism that's used to enforce this is, it's kind of ironic because it's enforced using copyright. If you create work, you own that work. It is your copyrighted work. If I write some code, I can allow you to use that code under a license, and copyright is the mechanism that enforces that license. So if I give you the code and I tell you you have to give it away for free and you don't, you have violated the license, therefore copyright says I can sue you. Now, this was hypothetical for quite a long time, until the early 2000s. This thing comes along, Linksys WRT54G. It's a little home Wi-Fi router with a network card in it, and this thing runs a Linux kernel, and it's got a bunch of GNU software in it. And 2003, a guy called Andrew Miklas downloaded the firmware for this thing from their website, and he unzipped it, and he's like, oh, this is interesting. There's a Linux kernel here, and there's a bunch of GNU networking tools. Where's the source code? Reason they wanted the source code is anyone here, did any of you folks ever try and get Wi-Fi working on Linux in 2002? Because it sucked. You'd be like, hey, I need a Wi-Fi driver for Linux for my laptop, and the laptop manufacturers would be like, what's Linux? What are you doing? Why don't you just use Windows like a normal person? We really, really wanted the drivers. This thing had Broadcom Wi-Fi chips in it, and it ran Linux, which meant they had drivers, which meant they should have published the source code, and they hadn't. And so the community was like, now, there's a bit of a gap in the timeline here. 2003, Linksys released the GPL code for this thing. Somebody, got hold of their lawyers and was like, you need to publish the code because this is GPL software. And they did. Then there's a 5-year gap, and then the Free Software Foundation sued them anyway. Partly, I think, because in the meantime, Linksys had been acquired by Cisco. And Cisco is a big company with a lot of lawyers. Now, I think what the Free Software Foundation was trying to do here is they were trying to get a judgment. They were trying to get this lawsuit into a court so a judge would say, yes, the GNU public license is legally binding this was in the United States of America. What actually happened is Cisco turned around and go, no, we don't want to take this to court. How much money would you like to make this go away? And they appointed a compliance officer and they published all the source code and stuff. The only case that I'm aware of where the GPL has actually gone to court was in Germany. There's a guy called Harald Wächter who sued D-Link for distributing a network-attached storage device with GPL software on it that they hadn't published source code to. And this went all the way to the Frankfurt District Court, and they said, yes, as far as we are concerned, the GPL is a legally binding document, and it has legal status under German law. Now, the dawn of the open source movement, 1998, none of this stuff had happened yet. This all kind of unfolded over the subsequent years. But it was pretty clear that it was going to happen. And this was making a lot of people kind of very wary of the GPL. In 2001, Steve Ballmer, who was the CEO of Microsoft, he did like a radio interview at a talk at a trade show somewhere in the US. And he came out with this absolute humdinger of a quote. He said, Linux is a cancer that attaches itself in an intellectual property sense to everything it touches. That is the way the license works. Now, Steve Ballmer is wrong. He's only wrong about 3 things. 1, he's wrong about Linux. 2, he's wrong about intellectual property. And 3, he's wrong about cancer, because that's not how any of these things work. But it didn't matter. This was a great quote, and it made headlines, and the IT press all over the world is like, Ballmer, Linux is cancer. In the intervening 25 years, Microsoft has done a dramatic U-turn, about-face on open source software. A lot of the stuff that Microsoft produces now is published under open licenses, and the reason for that is cloud. In 1998, Microsoft owned the desktop, and the desktop owned business computing. That's where all the money was. If companies started running Linux instead of Windows, goodbye Microsoft, they have no future. Cloud has changed everything because it unlocks a completely new way to make money out of, oh yeah, the code is free. Oh yeah, your tools are free, the operating system's free, database is free, but you're gonna need somewhere to run it. Do you have a credit card? Step into my data center. And this is, now when I first started out in the 90s building websites and stuff, companies would ask me to build them a web server. And I'd be like, yeah, I can build you a web server. I'd charge them a couple of £1,000 and then a maintenance fee for it. And then I'd get on the phone to Dell and I'd order a box and I'd wait maybe 3 to 6 business weeks. And the box would turn up and I'd get a friend to help me carry it up the stairs and we'd put it in the rack and put Apache and MySQL and all these kinds of things on it. Now, in theory, if I had 50 people ring me up in the morning and go, hey, build me a web server, woohoo, I just made £100,000 in a day. In practice, there is no way I could build 50 web servers in a day. We didn't have the supply chain, and that's the problem that cloud fixes, is if you need 50 web servers by lunchtime, hey, it's no problem. You got a credit card, put it here, tick, 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 done, bang, there you go. There is your distributed cloud infrastructure. And along the way, a lot of companies they're making a significant amount of money off free software. Let me tell you about Sammy. Sammy the squirrel. And Sammy lives in the woodland with all of the other little woodland animals. And every Sunday morning, all the woodland folk, they gather in the glade with the fallen tree stump, and they do woodland show and tell. And they show off the projects they've been working on. And Sammy likes to make retro-style computer games. So one week, Sammy turns up, and Sammy's like, hey, I made Acorn Adventure. And the other animals are like, oh, this is fun. And you get to play a little squirrel who runs around the forest and gathers acorns and everything. And the next week when they arrive for show and tell, Jeff the raccoon is there. And Jeff has bought an arcade cabinet. And you got to put 50 cents in to have a go on the game. And Sammy thinks this is amazing. Like, look at that. That's my game on an actual arcade cabinet with real buttons. This is so cool. And the little animals are lining up and they're saying, Dad, I need 50 cents to play Acorn Adventure. Next week, Jeff shows up in a brand new pickup truck, and he's got 2 arcade machines. And, the animals are still loving the game, but they're starting to complain because they're getting towards the end. And, towards the end of the game, it gets a lot harder. And some of the graphics, they aren't quite finished, and there's some problems with the music. And, Sammy says to them, well, it's open source. It's free software. You can fix it. You can modify it. But, of course, it's not free to them. They've been paying 50 cents every time they play the game. And so Sammy tries to explain that this is free software and everything, but it doesn't work. And they're like, we want money back. Now, next week, Jeff turns up in a solid gold helicopter. But that's all right, because Sammy has been hard at work, and Sammy has created Acorn Adventure 2. Better graphics, better gameplay, better story, better everything. It's new and it's improved, and it's still free. You can take it home, you can run it at school, you can put it on your website, but if you want to run it on your pay-to-play arcade machine cabinet, you have to give Sammy a cut of the profits. Oh, no. The woodland animals, they don't like that. They said, you said this would always be free. How dare you? You've done an open source rug pull. You're a traitor. You've betrayed us. Some of them, they take the last version of Acorn Adventure and they fork it. And they put it on GitHub and they say it's called Open These Nuts and it will always be free. Now, how did we get there? How did Sammy give away all this code that they slaved on for long nights and everything, and then they just put one little detail in like, hey, if you're getting rich, I'd like a little piece of this, and now everybody hates them? Or maybe that's not what happened. Maybe one day Wilbur shows up, Wilbur the Weasel, and is like, hey, Sammy, having some trouble with your software there, friend. Why don't you let me help out? And Wilbur starts contributing, a little bit of graphics there, some music here, and slowly builds the trust of the community and gets to the point where Wilbur has commit access to the Git repository where Acorn Adventure runs. And then one day, somebody notices one of the big features they all voted on with their red stickers. They want to be able to pay by credit card so they don't have to keep getting 50-cent coins. And so they put in a credit card reader for it, and everyone's swiping their MasterCard. And then someone notices every time they swipe the MasterCard, a copy of the credit card numbers is going to a server in North Korea. And maybe this is not a good idea. And suddenly, they're like, where did this code come from? And they're like, oh, well, Wilbur contributed that. Wilbur's vanished. We don't know where Wilbur went. Come to think of it, we don't know the other animals, the angry animals who were shouting at everyone about not shipping features fast enough. We're not quite sure where they went either. And we hadn't really seen them around before. Free and open source software has succeeded in ways that we could not have imagined when we first started using the term open source in the 90s. There are trillion-dollar companies out there right now who've made a substantial part of their revenue using open source software, taking free software, putting it on their cloud, running it, using it to build businesses, revenue streams, some cases just reselling it directly. Now, the Free Software Foundation, they saw this coming a long time ago. It's a company called Affero in the early 2000s were building a bunch of web stuff on top of GPL software, and they're like, well, the GPL says that if we distribute the software, we got to give away copies of it, but we're not actually giving people copies, we're just running it on our web server. Can we come up with a more bulletproof license? And that is the AGPL, the Affero GPL. And Zabbix, interestingly, it's one of the few really high-profile projects I've seen that uses the AGPL. And this is the thing that says even if you just run this code on your server and other people can come and browse it, then legally you have to give away copies of all of your modifications to that source code. Now, the reason why the AGPL to me is interesting, particularly in the age of AI coding assistance, is we got these tools out there in the cloud which have been trained on lots and lots and lots of code. And a lot of that code is open code, and some of that code is under the Affero GPL. And let's imagine that you're working for Netflix, and you're using Copilot. And one day, Copilot accidentally puts a function into your code, which is AGPL. Maybe they got it from Zabbix, I don't know. And then you merge that, it goes through review, it goes live. Technically, you've now published AGPL code onto the Netflix platform. So legally, Netflix now has to give away all their source code, legally. Now, that's never going to happen because Netflix has got more lawyers than the people who write free software, but that is the mechanism by which the AGPL license is supposed to operate, is to say, look, you're welcome to use our stuff, but you've got to pay it forward. You've got to keep giving us back and contributing to making the world a better place. Now, the vast majority of projects out there, particularly open source libraries and packages, they don't use the GPL or the AGPL. They use one of the permissive licenses, Apache, the Berkeley Systems Distribution BSD license, or the MIT license. Now, the MIT license, we're talking here, .NET is under the MIT license, Ruby on Rails, Android, Node.js, Angular, React, Kubernetes, Terraform, all kinds of stuff. This is the MIT license. This is the whole thing. You don't need a lawyer to read this. It says 4 things. It says, we own the software, do anything you like, don't remove the license, and you can't sue us if the software doesn't work. And that's basically it. That's the whole thing. The BSD and Apache licenses, they're kind of this, but then with about an extra 15 pages to cover what happens with patents and trademarks and those kinds of things. Now, if you are contributing code to one of the projects which is published under one of these licenses, quite often you will have to sign a contributor license agreement, because even though the code is free, the foundation or the organization that sponsors development, they want a paper trail of where the ownership of that code has gone. If you contribute some code to React, you have to sign Meta's open source contributor license agreement, which means that even though React is free and open software, it's owned by Meta. They own the copyright. You sign your donation over to them, which means if they really wanted to, they could turn around and say that React version 20, 21, 22, they control the copyright. They could make that closed source. They could say, well, the old version's free, but new version's going to cost you $5 million or something. So why do people do it? Why do we sign a CLA that takes our hard work and transfers the copyright for free to somebody else? Well, in some cases, it's because you get paid. Any of you folks in here make a living writing free software that you then give away? Because a lot of the code that is actually in Linux, PostgreSQL, these kinds of platforms, is written by salaried employees of companies like Microsoft. You know, they have Microsoft, Amazon, they have engineers who do this stuff. They give it away for free. Yeah, that's where the profit comes from. A lot of people are like, well, I don't actually care about it. It's good fun. That's it. Have fun, the end. But there's a bunch of people out there going, I don't get it. I built this library, and I put it on the internet, and now Amazon is using it to make $1 trillion, and my rent is going up, and my bills are going up, and, you know, how did this all work out? Now, what has been happening over the last couple of years is more and more companies have, organizations, project maintainers have been going, yeah, maybe it's time to change the rules a little bit. Let me talk you through a little timeline. This happened, this is about October last year, and there is about a month of just unbelievable chaos. You folks are familiar with WordPress, big open source blogging content management platform published under the GPL, GNU public license, and resold by a lot of companies around the world who take WordPress and they use that as part of their own commercial platform. One of those companies is a company called WP Engine. And September last year, there was a dispute between WP Engine and Matt Mullenweg, who is now Matt is interesting because he is the CEO of Automatic, which is the commercial company that controls WordPress. But he's also the chief executive of the WordPress Foundation, which is the open source charity nonprofit that administers the GPL code, which means there's about 15 different ways that Matt Mullenweg might one day have to sue himself for violating his, I don't get it. Anyway, WP Engine did something that he didn't like, and he wrote this blog post where he's like, WP Engine's not WordPress, and it's confusing, and they're piggybacking on our marketing, and the allegation was that they should be giving more back to the community, and they're like, well, no, that's not the license, there's just a thing you think we ought to do. He says it's something they've chopped up, hacked, butchered to look like WordPress, but they're giving you a cheap knockoff and charging you more. This is one of the many reasons they are a cancer to WordPress. That lovely word again. Why do people keep using that? Then WordPress plugin infrastructure, they decide to add a tick box to it. You can't log in to get updates and plugins unless you tick a box saying, I don't work for WP Engine in any way, financially or otherwise. Then Matt Mullenweg goes online with this, WP Engine is free to offer their hacked-up, bastardized simulacra of WordPress's GPL code to their customers, and they can experience it, WordPress as WP Engine envisions it, with them getting all the profits and providing all the services. Well, yeah, they can. They are absolutely free to do that. Do you know why? Because Matt Mullenweg, who wrote that, published WordPress under the GNU General Public License, which has these 4 essential freedoms in it. And for about a month, this thing just plays out its total chaos. Automatic turns around to all of their staff and says, hey, look, if you don't like what's going on, we'll give you a bunch of money to walk away. And a lot of them do. 159 people are like, yeah, I don't want to be anywhere near this thing. One of the people who didn't is Jeffrey Zeldman, the web standards advocate, one of the most influential people in the history of the free and open web. And he wrote this blog post saying, I stayed. My insight in corporate legal disputes is as meaningful as my opinion on quantum mechanics. I chose to stay at Automatic. I don't know why Jeff chose to stay, but this is the kind of thing that makes me think there's something else going on behind the scenes here. WordPress.org, they take over a plugin. They seize control of somebody else's code that used to belong to WP Engine, and they're like, no, we're taking control of this because security concerns. Lawyers get involved, sponsorship for events is getting pulled, people are told, oh, well, if you've got that company exhibiting at your trade show, we're not going to support you anymore. The whole thing, there's a judgment on it. Basically, it's this. It's trying to make sense of the state of the WordPress ecosystem at this point last year. You're just like, who wins here? You know who wins here? Lawyers. The only people who win anything in this whole thing are lawyers. But I think all of this happened because on some level, Matt Mullenweg wishes he hadn't made it GPL. I think Matt wants to be able to charge money for it, and he can't, and he's angry about it. Now, we're going to talk about .NET for a moment, just because it's an ecosystem that I know very well. .NET is open source. You can get all the code for that. Steve Ballmer would be very, very angry about this, but hey, he's finished. It's a new world now. You can go online, you can get all of .NET, you can keep copies of it on your server, which means that if it disappears tomorrow, you could rebuild the whole thing, and your company could keep on trucking. This is one of the fundamental freedoms of open source. Zabbix, I believe, is the same. All the code is on a public Git repo, right? So in theory, if Zabbix stopped existing tomorrow, you've all got copies of all the code, right? So you can build it yourself. Oh, I know you do, because it's your company. This is a nice idea. Like, oh, it's fine. We've got security against disruption in the market or network outages or supply chain attacks or ransomware because we could take our own copy of the code. Most of us don't do that, but it's kind of nice to know that we could. One concrete lesson that we can learn, WordPress is one example of this going on. Redis was another one. A couple of years ago, WordPress decided that they're going to switch Redis decided they're going to switch their licensing because Amazon is out there making a bunch of money basically just selling Redis. They're not improving it, they're not contributing it. They're just like, hey, $100 a month, we'll give you a Redis instance. And so Redis go, nope, we're not doing that anymore. We're going to distribute it under the BSD license, but there's a clause in there that says you cannot offer paid Redis as a service unless you have paid us for a license. This made a lot of people very angry for about a year, and then earlier May this year, they went, actually, you know what? Nah, we're going to go all the way to the other extreme. We're going to go a Pharaoh GPL. Hey, Amazon, you want to run Redis in AWS Cloud? Fantastic. You've got to give your contributions back to the community. And a bunch of companies kind of popped up and they started coming up with how are we going to run Redis. Some of them just bought licenses. Some of them took the last version that was still properly free, and they forked it. Some people built their own sort of replicas for the thing. That slide shouldn't be there. Now, we don't know what is going to happen in the future, but we can learn from looking at the past. Service Stack is a library on the .NET platform for building APIs and message-based interfaces and applications. And Service Stack did this before it was cool. In 2013, they changed their licensing model from being MIT licensed to a hybrid license where if you want to use it in a for-profit corporation, you've got to pay them money. It's 10 years ago, 11 years ago now. And I emailed Demis, the guy who created it, and I was like, look, all these companies, Redis, WordPress, we got all this stuff going on, Terraform is doing it. How did it go with Service Stack? What happened after that? And I got this lovely email back from him. He said, so he quit a job at Stack Exchange to go and do this commercially. A decade of development later, the software itself has greatly improved. It's much more capable than what was possible as a side project. I was pleasantly surprised. It ended up making more money than any job I had had. And Service Stack has allowed our family to be financially independent, giving me the freedom to work on whichever features I want. So he took the free thing, and he said, well, you can still have the code, but if you want to use it to make money, you've got to give us money. And it's gone from strength to strength. Service Stack is still out there. It's doing great. Now, what generally happens with these kind of packages and libraries is when they announce the license change, a bunch of angry people in the community, they take the last version and they fork it. And they say, we're doing this one, and this one's always going to be free. And that's exactly what happened. End Service Kit. People forked it. For about a year, it was getting some attention, but this is dead. Like, it's 9 years since anyone committed any code to that project. Because when you fork your license like that, what you do is all of the kind of the people who are prepared to invest in it, most of them will come with you on the journey. They're like, this is good software, we like having the code, and we accept that it's the good thing to do is to pay a bit of money for it. And the freeloaders, they're all going to go with the fork, which means they get all of the high-maintenance customers, shall we call them. And of course, Wilbur the Weasel, Wilbur's not a weasel at all. Wilbur is, well, we don't know. Wilbur might be a person. Wilbur might be a, a cyber hacking group. Wilbur might be a malicious nation-state actor, as they call them. This is a phenomenon we are starting to see where somebody out there is using a combination of supply chain attacks and social engineering to try to get malware into significant packages. There's a package called the XZUtils, which is it's a Linux compression library that is used as part of the login process in quite a lot of systems around the planet. This is the contributor dashboard for that project, going back to 2008. Almost all of the code for it was this one person, Laju. The second most prolific contributor is this person, Jia Tan, who's done 451 commits starting around about 2021, 2022. Now, that point right there, it's about the same time that a bunch of people on the project mailing list start harassing the maintainer. You need to merge these pull requests faster. This isn't good enough. You need to ship stuff. You need more progress. This thing needs to go quicker. And then Jia Tan pops up out of nowhere and says, hey, I can help you out with that, and gets to a point where they have commit access to the repo and they can access the build pipelines for it, and comes very, very close to compromising quite a lot of the computers on the planet. The only reason we caught this, the XZUtils backdoor, is a guy called Andreas Fraund, is a security researcher at Microsoft, who was doing some benchmarking, which means basically shutting down everything on the computer that's not supposed to be there, and notices that the authentication, the login daemon, is like using way more processor than it should, and goes digging and discovers this incredibly sophisticated combination of social engineering to get the project maintainer to give people commit access maybe faster than they would have done otherwise, and then malicious tampering with the build pipeline and the supply chain to do things like putting binaries up onto package managers like RPM, which weren't built from the same source code that you could go and get from the GitHub repository, all of these kinds of things. and came very, very close to this backdoor just getting sneaked out. Now, at that point, we don't know who this was. We don't know what they were trying to do with it. We don't know how long they would have waited before exploiting this. But in theory, they'd have got root on quite a lot of important computers at hospitals and banks and airlines. And that would be bad, right? Now, the problem is pressure. If we had all the time and all the money and none of us was worried about anything, I'm sure everyone in this room, we would write amazing code, right? It would be beautiful, it would be fast, we'd fix all the things, it would work properly on mobile, and all our images would have alt tags, and all of our databases would be indexed, and we know all the things that you have to do to make software which is inclusive and performant and secure and all the other things. But time is money, and the boss is breathing down your neck, and the people on the mailing list are angry, and you've got to get the thing finished, and you've got to ship it. And so a lot of us get to a point where we're like, oh, well, we've done the thing, but now it'd be nice if we had more time to make it good, but time is money, so could you please contribute something to this? And so you go, hey, our free software well, it's not completely free. It's not free for you because you're a trillionaire, and it's not free for that. And this is where the backlash starts. Now, I'm going to say something, this is probably the single most important takeaway from this entire talk. People who solve problems with code, and they put that code on the internet, and they give it away, and you can come and you can use it, and it doesn't cost money, and you don't have to pay for it. Those people do not owe you anything. If I share my code with you, I don't want to support it. I don't want email from you because it doesn't work on your machine. I've given you a gift. That's it. It's out there. It's free. If it solves your problem, fantastic. Please use it with my blessing. If it doesn't work, I don't give a crap. If it's that important to you, pay me. Give me a support contract. Hire somebody of your own to do it. Maybe contribute your changes back to the community. There is so much amazing code out there that we can find and we can download and we can use to solve our problems without having to pay for it. We have control over how that code forms part of our own strategy. And there are people for whom that is not good enough. There are people whom I want more. I need support. You need to fix this. There's this edge case that you've got to support because it matters to my company. The opposite extreme here, I use Adobe Creative Suite a lot. I pay $50 a month for Adobe Creative Suite because I have to. Because if I stop paying, the programs go away. They just stop working, and I can't open any of my video projects. I can't open any of my training courses. I'm locked in that walled garden there. If Adobe turn around and go, yeah, $100 a month, let's crank the pricing, I probably have to pay it. If they say $500 a month, I have a big problem. If Adobe goes bankrupt and their authentication servers disappear, well, game over. I've lost 15 years worth of work. And some people are like, well, that's your fault. You should be using free and open tools. And I'm like, all right, what are the free and open alternatives to the Adobe Creative Suite? And the answer that always comes back is, you can do it with Blender and the GIMP. No, you can't. Some of it. But to me, like Blender and the GIMP is a cop show from the 1970s that didn't get made. Now, I love the ethics behind the Free Software Foundation. I love that the GNU general public license exists. I love that Linux exists in the world, and it's free and it's open, and no one can ever take it away from us. But I'm still seeing, and I'm sure you're still seeing, at all kinds of different scales in this industry, this problem of sustainability, of giving something away for free and then trying to turn that into even a relatively modest revenue stream to ensure that the project maintainers can keep fixing bugs and supporting new hardware and shipping new versions. Now, I mentioned a moment ago the convenience of the cloud and how companies like 50 web servers, click, 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 MasterCard, bang, done. Cloud is basically Spotify for infrastructure. How many of you folks use Spotify, Google Play, anything like that? I use Spotify, I use Tidal. I used to buy music. I used to buy CDs. I've been listening to music on Spotify for 5 years now. I don't own anything. I don't own any of that music. If it goes away tomorrow, I can't listen to any of that stuff anymore. Cloud is like that. You want to listen to the new Taylor Swift album, except it's not Taylor Swift, it's a 64-core Postgres cluster? Well, yeah, click here, bang, it's yours for as long as you pay for it. The second you stop paying for it, it's gone away. But the thing about cloud is that companies out there, they're already paying for it. If you've ever tried to get a company to sponsor an open source project, a lot of the time they're like, we don't even have a form for that. Like, what are we buying? How do we do this? Do we need compliance? Do we need to go through that? But most companies have a cloud bill that just gets paid every month without anyone really paying attention to it. So if we could work out a way to get a little extra 10, 50, 100,000 euros onto that cloud bill that they pay every month and distribute some of that back into the open source ecosystem. Now, the worked example I'm going to use here, the .NET community, the ecosystem there has a package manager called NuGet. I'm going to use that because they publish very transparent statistics. How many packages, how often are they updated, all this kind of stuff. So I crunched some numbers on the NuGet ecosystem because I wanted to see what happened if we created a Spotify for open source packages. And so I pulled out the most downloaded package stats, and I did some blackboard arithmetic. We got 53,767,000,000 downloads every 6 weeks. So that's roughly 40 billion downloads a month. There's about 2.5 million active users. That one I had to kind of guess. They don't publish usage statistics, but I basically looked at what I download. I'm like, well, if I'm average, then this is how it plays out. So that gives us, let's come up with a plan here. We're going to say half the people in the world, they just use it for free because they're students, they're nonprofits, they're enthusiasts, so they're just not making very much money. These people here, they're on the basic plan. That's the same kind of price point as Spotify. This is the indie plan for small studios, and then the big players, they get the enterprise, the all-you-can-eat plan for $500 a month. This gives us $43 million a month to redistribute. Now, if we take 40 billion downloads over $40,000, that gives us 0.001. Now, at this point, it doesn't matter if it's euros or dollars. It's this tiny, tiny amount of money. 1,000 package downloads is going to make you $1, which is terrible. You know, that's worse than Spotify pays for music streams. And Spotify is horrible, and everyone hates it because they don't pay their artists properly. But for sustainable open source, it's still way better than anything the rest of the world has ever had. This means the top end, the most popular packages there, we're bringing in like $13,000 a month for an open source package. That's enough money to hire engineers to fix bugs and write documentation and keep things up to date. Middle of the road, Image Shop, that's an image processing library. You know, it's not up here, it's not down here, it's kind of in the middle. $3,000 a month. There are parts of the world where that's quit your job and hire engineer money. There are parts of the world where that's like, boss, I'm going to take a sabbatical, or I'm going to do 4-day weeks so I can use Fridays to ship my new open source project. And right at the bottom, the one-person hobby projects, 120, you know, that's not a lot, but hey, it's a new laptop every 3 years. Or it's, you know, take the kids to Disneyland to say sorry for spending every weekend in the shed. Now, this is not going to happen because this is capitalism, and spending money on free things is generally considered not to be a winning move. But we have seen something like this before. We've seen paying for the convenience of free software in a format that is easy to consume because we've seen Slackware, we've seen Red Hat, we've seen the open source ecosystem there. If we try to retrofit this onto something that already exists, that's probably not going to work because the animals are going to get angry because it used to be free and now it's not. But there is something coming, something which is potentially a game changer for the whole way that we distribute packages and bundles and components for software. WebAssembly is becoming a big deal because we can run code in a browser that is not written in JavaScript. It's written in C. It's written in Java, it's written in C# or Rust or COBOL. Anything you like can compile to WebAssembly. And the WebAssembly system interface is basically packages for WebAssembly, and it doesn't matter what language they're written in. So I could be building a JavaScript application to do video, and if you've got a great video transcoding library that's written in C, I can compile that to WebAssembly, give you a package, bang, we're laughing, which means we're going to end up with a massive online repo somewhere of WebAssembly packages and products and platform components and that kind of stuff. And of course, we're going to do what we do every time. We're going to rush in headlong and go, let's make it free, and then be like, oh, crap, maybe we shouldn't have done that. We've done free as in beer. Open source is 25 years old, and you know it's awesome. There are millions of people out there writing code and building systems and having fun with software that did not cost them any money. And we've done free as in free speech, and that's also awesome. But we've seen the pressure, we've seen the social engineering, we've seen the vulnerabilities and the supply chain attacks. And maybe there's a third kind of free that we can start to think about. Because you ever wake up on like a Saturday morning and you're like, I don't have to be anywhere. I don't have to do anything. I'm not going to get paged. I'm not worried about being on call. I'm not worried about my boss phoning me and saying there's a problem. This is freedom from responsibility. It is freedom from guilt, freedom from fear. It is, I think, another kind of free, because I'd like a world where software is secure and open and sustainable. And you can take the weekend off and know that on Monday morning you get to go back to working on your projects. You're not worried about paying your bills. You've got a sustainable revenue stream for that. The people out there in the world appreciate the contributions that you're making. We've done free as in beer. We've done free as in speech. How about free as in weekend? Thank you very much.
We do have a question for you from the audience. Big companies massively use open source software, profiting from others' work. How can we make them contribute back to the broader community?
You can't make big companies do anything because they have more lawyers than you. And unfortunately, in a lot of places around the world, they now also own the government. But what you can do is figure out alternatives and encourage consumers. The best way to hit big companies is to hit them in their wallets. Because there's been a bunch of boycotts recently. You really want to do this, find out the big company that own the thing you don't like and find out who pays them for advertising and phone the advertisers and complain to them. And, this may or may not work, but, and it's difficult. Like, it is almost impossible now to boycott somebody like Amazon, because even if you're like, I am not using Prime Video, I'm not using Amazon to order anything, I'm not using Kindle, half the companies you deal with are probably running on AWS, so some part of the money you spend is trickling back to them anyway. But I think certainly the most fun, the most constructive way is to create and promote alternatives to the big services. One question that I'm sure you can imagine why this has become relevant is all of the big cloud providers at the moment are all consolidated in the United States. And a lot of people are like, why don't we have clouds in Europe? And has anyone heard of Stackit? You know Aldi, the German supermarket? Aldi built their own cloud. And what? And you go in, you buy some milk, and you maybe can buy a welding mask in the bit in the middle where they sell the weird stuff. And now they'll do cloud services as well. And that to me is a compelling thing, is create and promote alternatives to the megacorps. And if you can influence those to be more ethical about rewarding their contributors and donating back to those projects and those kinds of things, it's not anything like as cut and dried as it might sound. Something like, I believe PostgreSQL, an awful lot of the code in that is created by people at Amazon who are on payroll, and they contribute that back. So if you're running Postgres, Amazon is supporting what you're doing. But yeah, it's you can try and fight big corporations, but you're going to lose because they've got lots of lawyers and lots of time. Or you can just create something better and see if you can get everyone to come and use your stuff instead. I don't actually know where the question came from, so I'm kind of looking at all of you. Like, does that answer the question?
That answer, it came online, but yeah, it answers the question.
It was online.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
We have one more. In 10, 15 years, do you think the usage of open source software will rise and be used more by non-tech consumers? Or will the subscription model dominate?
So let me check out the question right. So open source, next 15 years, increasingly used by non-technical consumers. And will the subscription model dominate?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it will. And I think that's just because, do any of you folks have a gym membership you don't use? Because a subscription is easy, because you're like, it's only 15 euros a month. Yeah, I can sign up for that. I can cancel it if I don't use it. And then the barrier, the friction to canceling it, first you need to remember that. And I think, for that reason, I think we are going to see, one non-technical usage of open source, people use the web to do all kinds of things all over the place now. And even if they are not downloading and installing software on their own devices, they are using open source as non-technical consumers, because that's what the web is basically built on. And a lot of companies are like, we put a subscription model on top of all of this kind of stuff. And yes, I think one subscription is incredibly attractive to businesses, because they can go to the bank or they can go to their investors and go, look, this is recurring revenue. This isn't just like we sold a lot of stuff last year. We've got all these customers locked into a recurring cycle, which makes their financial forecasting very smooth. But also, it's easy to sign up for subscriptions and very easy to forget to cancel them when you discover you're not using them. Any other questions, folks?
Looks like that's it for now.
Cool.
Thank you, Dylan.
Total understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. So you can find Dylan around here, chat with him if you have any other questions about open source or what he's been up to.
So yeah, I'm sticking around for a couple of hours. I have to leave at lunchtime because it was that or a 5 a.m. flight tomorrow, and I don't like 5 a.m. flights. But yeah, I'll be hanging around in the expo area. Come and say hi. I have some Rockstar stickers if anyone wants one of those for their laptop. Those are always fun. Thank you so much for having me, Zabbix. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Dylan. So we had an amazing day 2 opening, guys. Now we'll move on to something a bit more technical, something related to Zabbix. I think we've kind of, like I said, had a very thought-provoking first speech. And now we will actually invite one of our long-term friends, contributors. We'll be talking about multi-tenancy Zabbix metrics processing together with Zabbix streaming. Let's welcome CEO and owner at Inqbeo, Germany, Christian Anton. Welcome.
Wow, feels great to be here on stage at the Zabbix Summit once again. Thank you for having me here. Wow, I still feel kind of nervous every time, even though it's not the first time being speaking here. Okay, let's probably first talk a little bit about the long and clunky, or kind of clunky title of my presentation that I'm going to try to give you today. And we are actually today not talking about how to do crazy things with Zabbix. We do a lot of crazy things with Zabbix, you all do, but this time it is an example in a real-world scenario that we built for a customer of us, and it's less like putting crazy things into Zabbix, it's more put Zabbix into other crazy things, right? So sometimes even such a great monitoring tool and such a platform as Zabbix is needs to just play the role of being a little piece of something. And in this case, we have an integration use case that I'm going to show you how we did it. I'm not going to say this is the only way to do it, but as I got inspired by summit speeches to make this happen this way we did, I hope that the presentation I'm going to give you is hopefully inspiring some of you if you have a similar or even the same use case someday. So before we continue with what we actually did, please give me these 2 minutes to talk about who I am and who we are. Who is this Inqbeo? Yeah, as the name a little bit tries to say, we are all into building cool and new stuff today that may be normal tomorrow. So we are in a very strong in the areas of monitoring, of course monitoring, but also in the entire area of IT automation, container technologies, DevOps, GitOps, you name it, all those nice lovely buzzwords. We do this kind of things. Okay, and my connection to Zabbix is, of course, already quite long. I am, with different companies, being a Zabbix partner since, I believe, almost 10 years, maybe 9. I have a 7 here, so yeah, already getting an old Zabbix dinosaur here. Okay, and consulting company, and we offer all kinds of things that our customers want and need, and try to create some benefit with modern technologies. Talking about modern technologies, we had a customer, an organization that, well, works in the wider healthcare area, As usual, those customers or those companies, they consume a lot of IT services from a specialized IT provider, a big IT provider that offers them all kinds of, Windows networks, firewall, servers, virtual machines, application platforms, shared services, and so on and so forth. But they are not only consuming services from them, they are also consuming services from other providers. They are running some stuff themselves. Every company has printers and some network connection and stuff like that. So they came up with a need to get a little more control over all that. And their idea was not like to get every metric from every server and everything. That the approach was more to get like a higher level picture on all these streams of services that they consume. And one thing or two things to be seen on the lower right corner were already like decided from them. We have to also take in mind that the initiation of this project was back in 2021, 22. So for the visualization layer, the clear option here for them was to choose Grafana, and that was already one of the first little challenges. And the second decision that they came to us with already taken was that the entire stack had to run in Red Hat OpenShift, which actually was good for us because that's one of our preferred platforms. What they wanted really is to get metrics from several sources, but the main source would be the Zabbix monitoring system that is run at that service provider. And now you may imagine you have a service provider offering all kinds of services to different organizations. You have shared services where you offer an email service to 3 companies, and you host some stuff that is specific for one company, and so on. So there is no clear one-to-one connection here, and this multi-tenancy has been the biggest challenge in designing an infrastructure. So what we came up first with, and sorry for the really ugly picture here, I try to do better pictures later, was more or less this, right? We have a big Zabbix, a running Zabbix system on the left side. It's a rather big Zabbix installation, not huge, but also not small. We have around 7,500 hosts in there, 6K values per second. If I remind correctly, these numbers tend to go up and down a little bit. And we came up with the idea, okay, so we need to build something to get all these metrics data from this Zabbix and somehow do a kind of magic to filter this and to find out, okay, which data is really the data that belongs to that customer, and even more important, which of this data we are actually allowed to give to that customer. Because if you are a service provider, you kind of live from the fact that your customer receives the service or can consume your service, but he doesn't know how good or how bad it is performing internally. So you are probably a bit careful with what metrics data you want to give out of your monitoring. And that was basically the biggest challenge we had to address, really, to make sure to filter and to only give out the data that this customer may receive, right? Okay, I have separated the infrastructures a little bit, so you can see we were planning a data hub kind of platform on the left side that is owned inside the service provider's infrastructure, and on the right side we have the customer-owned infrastructure part, which, well, at the beginning it was clear, yeah, we need the Grafana here, and we somehow need to make the data accessible to that Grafana. Okay, so we started with this, and then we started thinking, we need to take the first decisions, and we clearly came up with, okay, we need some kind of a stream processing. We need to be able to move a lot of data from A to B in real time. So decision was taken pretty quickly to use Kafka here. Kafka as a stream processing ecosystem, really being built for high performance, for a lot of messages per second. That seemed to be a good option to start with. And beside of Kafka being very powerful and really big, it has a cool and extensive ecosystem of a lot of like programs speaking that Kafka language, so you can input data, output data, and so on. And beside of that, in the Red Hat OpenShift platform, we have the possibility to use the strimc operator, which in Red Hat OpenShift comes with a product name, something with streams, but it's actually this. And it makes it very, very easy to declaratively manage and build and maintain Kafka clusters. So the burden of building up an entire Kafka infrastructure was not that big anymore. It was just a piece of YAML. And yes, I have been asked yesterday whether I will have some YAML in my presentation. I had to double check, but yes, I have some YAML in presentation. Okay, so Kafka was taken the decision very quickly. Additional to that, we looked at Grafana at the visualization layer, and we found out, well, if we are free to choose which data format we will put the data in, the metrics data in, we decided to go for the Prometheus the data format, because at least back in that time, and even nowadays, I would say, if you have to use Grafana for dashboarding and visualization, the Prometheus metrics are probably the easiest to consume, because Grafana is kind of made for that kind of data. So we decided, okay, target format will be Prometheus data, and now we need to decide where to store it. That was also an easy decision, because we are using the Thanos long-term storage for metrics data in other projects, so we decided, that piece fits here, let's use that. So our infrastructure idea became more complete, but still we had a couple of moving parts which we had no idea on, and I'm going to go through this with you. So first of all, we needed to figure out, okay, how do we now get data into that stack, right? We know that we have this Kafka. Kafka is able to move around a lot of data. This is nice. Somehow this data will end up in something and somebody will look at it. Nice, but how to get the data in? And we needed to have a look at two things here. One is really the metrics data. You may imagine in metrics data, it's usually like a timestamp, an identifier, and a value that is measured, like 10%. If we look at what Zabbix is capable of actively streaming metrics data, you will nowadays see that it has a native, almost native support for Kafka. That was not there back then, so we couldn't use that. And I was talking about inspiration from Zabbix, from Summit talks, and there was a Summit talk, I think it was around the 2021s, 22s, I know there was this COVID thing, I don't exactly remember. But there was a Summit talk with a loadable module that you could compile into Zabbix server, that was able to stream the metrics data through HTTP. We tried that. It didn't work out as good as we were expecting, because just the latencies and the HTTP protocol not being so well suitable for this amount of data. That's what we found out. What we came up with that performed much better was the real-time export of Zabbix server in JSON files, which most of you may probably know that it exists, and using a little open source tool from a competitor here, from Datadog. Datadog has this little Wächter agent, which is basically comparable to maybe FileBeat or one of those. So it's really like a Swiss Army knife for all kinds of observability data. You can define like inputs and outputs, and it does things. So one input is JSON files, or ND-JSON to be completely correct here, and output was Kafka. So we already were able to send our metrics data stream into our data processing platform, which is nice. But then we found out, well, we need a little more of meta information rather than just host name, tags, and stuff like that. We wanted to have also the units of each of the items, the item type, the item key, so we could process this information better. And there we thought, well, there's Zabbix API. So we didn't find anything ready-made for that. Zabbix API to Kafka transformer. So we built our own, a little Python program that basically goes towards the Zabbix API and gets all items, all host groups, all templates, and every configuration information from Zabbix and puts it together in one message per item. So in this case, it's like a 800,000 messages, and we send this into another channel, another topic of Kafka, just the meta information. And from this, we now have the data in our stack, and we can have a look at the data. Okay, it's rather small maybe, but what you can see here is one message just containing one value of a metric, just at one point in time. So you have a timestamp, you have a value, and the most important, the item ID, which we later can map to the metadata. Okay, and we have this other message which comes from the item configuration that might look familiar to some of you. You have a standard Zabbix item. I just chose one example here. It has a unit, it has a description, and yeah, it's a Zabbix item. And here comes the YAML, actually. So our little Python program, it has a rule engine inside, a very little rule engine. So we can write in YAML a rule set to say, okay, these items from these host names, or if the template of that host matches a certain string, a regex, and additionally the item has this and that tag, and the name is not whatever, we can build these kind of filters and tag the item messages with a customer field. And based on that customer field, we can then redistribute the data to the different consumers. And this is such a message containing the meta information. And yeah, you see I have grayed out the customer field, so you can put your company name in there. And yeah, that's how it is. So now we have the challenge of having two streams of information in our Kafka. Shown here as the orange fields, like you have the topics on the very left side, the values input and the meta information input. And now here comes the good magic of Kafka. Kafka is able to build such applications inside Kafka that is called Kafka streams, where you can mangle and filter and reorder and not reorder, but merge data. And as we are not the best Java developers, and actually nobody really wants to be a Java developer, we were happy to find KSQL which is an open source development of Confluent, if I'm reminding correctly. And they offer like an SQL interface to build those streaming applications. And then we can operate on our streaming data just as they were in a database. And you see this in the picture below. We have a stream of information containing our values, the metrics that come in, like the measurements, like those 6,000 per second. And you have this other stream where you have an indexed table by item ID. And every item sends such a message, and you have, like, for every item, the last message in that table. So if you want to update some metadata of an item, you just send this message again, and it will update the table. And with this information in the Kafka ecosystem, we can do a join, merge this data together on the item ID. Later, we can filter out with a simple select and distribute the data towards other Kafka topics, right? And this Kafka topic on the right side will actually be the interface towards the customer part of the platform. And so you have a classical username, password, or certificate-based authentication towards the Kafka, which contains only permission to read from this topic, and you are kind of fine and clear here with the data distribution. Yeah, the KSQL queries look a little bit like this. No, not a little bit. They look exactly like this. So at the top you see creating the stream, then you create the table, then you create a stream that merges or that give me a second, that joins from those, and then you choose only those having a set customer on some value, and you push this out into another Kafka topic. And yes, it's basically standard SQL with a little bit of extra annotations like the topic names, etc. So very easy, actually. And what comes out of this is basically such a little message combined of those two things, right? So we now have our measurement value here. We have the timestamp here, the clock. We have host groups, host templates, units, and all those things that come from the metadata of Zabbix in the Kafka message going towards the customer. And with this, we can now think about how to get this data out of the platform and to make it visible for the customer. Well, that was also something we didn't find any tool that was ready-made for this, and therefore we came up with the idea, well, then we need to build our own. So again, a little microservice written in Python here. It probably would have been even better to write this like performance-wise in Go or whatever, but we decided for Python here because it just worked well. And this one actually listens or consumes the metrics on that Kafka topic and converts them into the Prometheus metrics. It pushes the Prometheus metrics by a default Prometheus-owned protocol, which is the Prometheus remote write protocol based on HTTP, a serial binary serialization and compression, which is very high bandwidth capable. Okay, so we push the data into the Thanos. Thanos stores the metrics data in a S3 storage bucket. Thanos comes with integrated capabilities to do like downsampling data. It comes with the integrated functionality which we know from Zabbix as housekeeping, like deleting the old stuff, and behaves pretty nicely here. Yeah, and then we have our Grafana consuming this data from Thanos, and that's basically it, right? So a metric that we can see in Zabbix on the top left there. You can see on the right it appears in the Thanos web interface. You also see on the down part of the slide, you can see this metric in the label view, and you can see all this. Well, you probably can't see it because it's too small. Sorry for that, but what you would see, if you could, would be that all those meta information coming from the Kafka messages are being converted into labels of that metric, making it very easy to consume these labels or these metrics then in dashboards to build tables, to build dynamic whatever calculations, etc. And that's almost it from my side. Of course, I could talk another 2 or 3 hours about all those other fancy stuff that we have built in here. Just to mention some, we have added on the client side a Redis exporter, which is something where we can store meta information like location data, CMDB-based data, asset management data in a Redis database, and we have a generic interface that generates metrics based, informational metrics based on this Redis information. So we can feed data into our Redis with different kind of data feeders and consume this data to merge on query inside our dashboards. But that goes a little bit beyond. I just thought it would be interesting to just mention that we did a little more than just that. Yeah, and we have a transport bridge built that allows us to build a subscriber model for a chat platform that the customer used, also part of the customer side, of the client side. And so we are able to consume data from different sources, put them together in the metrics platform, and yeah, visualize them and work with them on the client side. And conclusion on that, we hopefully, at least we are running this platform for and with the customer now for some years. So I can, from my side, say we hopefully did it successfully. We built really an enterprise-ready data platform with Zabbix as one and the major data deliverer here. It really operates at high performance. We did not see any problems in regards to too many messages or such. Yes, it consumes memory like crazy, but this is just money, right? So it is easy. And yeah, we have this full multi-tenancy, and that was the major challenge we had to address, that we cannot say okay, all this host group is belonging to that customer. That's not the reality. It's out of this host, there's 3 items that the customer may never see, and there's this one item that we agreed upon he may see. That we haven't had another good option to realize that, and this works pretty well. And the good thing is that the entire structure as it is rather reusable, so we are already onboarding additional data streams on the output side, because now we have the data there and we can redistribute, we can filter more things, we can aggregate more data into it, process the data, and well, give some other of the customers some other of the metrics data, and that made it pretty extendable and quite flexible. And that was it from my side. I unfortunately have no idea how I'm doing time-wise because my clock here just stopped. So I hope I am not super fast. But thank you, and if there are questions, I hope I can answer them.
There is one. There is one question from the audience. How can you translate plain Zabbix item keys into Prometheus human-friendly labels and values? Are ad hoc rules needed for each case?
That's a very good question, actually. When I was talking about the part getting data out of the platform, I mentioned that we have built a custom Python-based microservice here. And what that microservice does is it uses the item key of that item, throws away the part of the arguments, turns these arguments into labels, and uses the item key as the label name. Of course, transforming dots into underscores and stuff like that. So we, as an item key is usually something identifying one. Let's use a CPU usage or system.cpu.util, which you can have a system CPU util like %used or whatever. You can do exactly this in the Prometheus world. So your metric would be system_CPU_util with the appropriate labels on them.
Yeah, got it. I think that answers it. Thank you.
Thanks to you guys.
And we'll continue with another topic that talks about how Zabbix can be interconnected with different systems. Next up, we'll talk about SAP monitoring with Zabbix. Let's welcome, all the way from Switzerland, CTO at LVI-AG, Thomas Wächter. Welcome.
Yeah, hello, good morning. Yeah, I'm the first time here, and it's even the first time that we do something with open source or something like this. So a little bit about us and why we are here. So my name is Thomas Wächter. I'm CTO of a company in Switzerland, and LVI is something like a startup for me, even though I'm quite old. And if you look a little bit to the past, then you understand a bit the future. So we have developed, because we have maintained big systems of like IBM, we needed software to prove the SLAs. So therefore, we developed since the 2000s software for SLA, for database monitoring, and also because this is something we are doing is SAP. Yeah? And therefore, we have around about 8 to 10 years of experience with SAP monitoring. And the idea that we have now is to deliver this to the world. Yeah? So because it's something that is very important, SAP monitoring. You need to understand is not that you monitor the database outside or the operating system outside. This is, of course, needed, and this is something that you always do using normal Zabbix. Then you have a second layer, which most are using at the moment. This is called CCMS. I don't know who knows it. This is a web portal in which SAP transfers data. And secondly, you can use some queries against the sub-database to get some values. But this is not really the full truth. Yeah? So therefore, what we have done is that we decided to step directly into. The reason is that we have a very big reference customer, and since 1 week, we can officially tell that Leica officially uses our new submoney instead of the old one. The old one was named sub-plugin, and the issues we had with it, that the customer came to us since 2-3 years, not only Leica, hey, the values which you show us are wrong. We can show you in SAP there's another value that you show us, and we have, well, okay, but in CCMS there is a value. And then we analyzed a lot, we did a lot of inquiries, and then we analyzed that the values are delayed. So if you really want to have something near real time, then these values could be right or could be wrong. It's not very often. Of course, this is not the standard. And at the end, with our sub-development team, we decided to develop something that is directly implemented within SAP. And here, based on our experience and together with our customer Leica, we developed a software which uses a minimum of writes and only the allowed internal sub-functionalities. Yeah, now we want to go to the market. And to be honest, if you come from a world, and therefore Dylan was for me very interesting. Of course, it was my time too. But we sold our software before. Until 2023, we sold a lot of licenses. Yeah? So for us, it was normal that a company buys it, then you have a perpetual license and a maintenance. Later, we delivered it as software as a service. And now we really want to go the way to say, okay, it's open source, everyone can work with it. The topic is, of course, that our software mainly is ABAP, and therefore we will see. And our idea is to set up a community to say, okay, there are companies being interested in it, we put us together, we increase the quality, and therefore to offer this sub-monitoring also for smaller companies, not only for the big ones. That's the idea in behind. And why we have 3 editions is very simple. If you take the standard editions, we name it community at the moment, this contains only functionalities which you could easily also build with CCMS or with queries against the sub-database. Of course, with the ABAP code, you would have the advantage that you are near real time. And the LVI edition, this is why we want to keep it a little bit separate, is that we developed here really a high amount of software, and we wanted to have here partners to test it, to prove it. We have it tested together with Leica on hundreds of systems, but this is something that is a little bit special because here are values monitored that you don't receive using CCMS or using database queries. That's the big difference between the 2 systems. And yeah, what I also would like to tell you is, as I was young, and you ask someone what you are doing, then this guy normally answered me, hey, I do something with media. Now, this time, I would say if you ask someone who is new in the world, I'm working somehow with AI. This is a big difference from that, what we are doing at the moment. We plan to build up, or we have already developed a lot of software in which we can integrate the data out of SAP for AI analysis. This means these values you could get out of the SAP, you could store, you could use it, and we have, together with a customer, already set up a concept in which you could choose the AI engine, then you could create cursors, and then you could qualify the data to analyze it and to bring, therefore, some new ideas into your systems. So these are the topics which are different to standard monitoring with SAP, with CCMS and with databases. Yeah, what we have done is, this is the next big difference to that what we did before. Before it was a C# code. You could install it, we had an installer, you could download it, and then you could implement it on your local system. We have now decided to go a complete other way, so we created a REST API service. We used Python to have the performance. We installed Python as a service. This is already in the setup included. And this means you can have our, we are no marketing guys, so Submoney is not a really good name, but that's at the moment the name of our tool. And if you have Submoney, you can implement it on Linux, you can implement it on Windows, you can put it on a VM. And then you have a central point in which you could integrate all the login information, all the things that you need, because I don't know how far I should go with the deepness of CCMS, but if you have a CCMS system, then it's different from customer to customer. And therefore, to build templates so that you can say, I auto-detect a new subsystem, and then I would like to have it automatically assigned to the correct template, is with such a technology not doable, in my opinion. With our system, you can create templates. You can say if a subsystem is coming with this information, then you can say this is a productive subsystem, and then if you provide always the same login for our user, this is a special sub-user with minimum rights, and the system can connect, then it automatically starts to monitor it and delivers the values. Yeah? So this is something which is, I think, especially in very complex and large environments, important. Otherwise, you will lose control about it. Yeah? And this is, if you compare it with standard solutions, with CCMS, a very big advantage. And yeah, what we are doing is that it's quite simple. Yeah, you call our SAP. I will show you later a little bit the functionality. In deep, we can deliver some more technical information. And then you retrieve the data as JSON, and then you assign it to your template, and then you will have the values in the Zabbix. So that's quite simple, yeah, and standardized. Yeah, so this is, I think I already have described it. So this is to compare the two editions. Yeah. And the reason why we have this made this community in LVI, as I told you. The actual LVI edition is really proved. We have hundreds of instances. We have different subversions. But to be honest, it would be something, if we would set up with another customer, we would like to have here a little bit the contact. And it would be a good solution to have us integrated. I think for the other things, these are working stable. Everyone could use it. It would be simple to bring it up and running. Yeah, so if we have, okay, that's, okay, someone brought it in. Yeah, we have also a lot of things you can monitor out of the box, more or less. We have not really checked a bit. We have checked a bit the Zabbix world, and we found that there are some templates in which you connect to the sub-database and so on. But we have not found, because these are all values you could retrieve out of the HANA database. Yeah? So this is important values which you can use and monitor, and therefore you don't need a special tool. Yeah? So we will If we don't find a solution that already provides this, provide this within the next month, then you can download it, and then you can connect it, and then you can directly monitor these important values. Because SAP HANA, a good story is we have had a big customer, and at the beginning SAP HANA is an in-memory database, and it was always to special times slowing down. And this was caused because all workers of this insurance opens all their files before the lunch. Memory went off, the system swapped. Okay, this you can easily monitor with such values. Yeah, so it's really simple to use the tool. This is how it looks in Zabbix. Here is a money request. Yeah, so it's the options that you can open connect to our service and get the data, and then it's ready. We deliver this completely with, yeah, and of course you can get support by us to set up the system. Yeah. I think I was much faster than expected, but to be honest, either I have a chance to go really in details, and I have the fear that I think not all here will have subsystems directly. So to show ABAP code or something like this, I discussed it with the team if I could integrate our sub-development team, but no, it was, I think, not interesting. But if you have really here questions, then we could set up a meeting also with our sub-team. What we also are doing, a little bit about LVI at the end, because of course, we still operate systems. Yeah? We have big customers, and this is where we're coming from. But I have seen, we have had, as before with our sub-plugin, because it was a quite cheap tool, a lot of small customers. Yeah? And but you also have to understand this was mainly used by companies having 1 to 4 sub-instances. And this is the offerings that we want to give, to say, okay, with the community edition, they can easily replace it, and they can use it in a form that they don't need to pay for it. Because sub-monitoring itself, if you buy it from some competitors, I know them all, the prices are partly incredibly high. Yeah? And yeah, our goal is to make it available for smaller companies for free with some support, and bigger companies normally because this was very interesting for me, the first session, we earn our money with the support. Yeah? So Leica takes our software, okay, they do not get an invoice for it, this saves them a lot of money, but then they buy the support. Yeah? So if they want to have a new system or something else, they came to us. Yeah? So that's the idea in behind. Good. I think I was fast enough.
We have one question. How can your how can your SaaS solution be connected to a private, closed, or on-prem?
Yeah, funny. Okay, the word SaaS is from the older times of LVI, or ITPS, our former name. There's no customer which gave us a contract, say, okay, you host it for us, and then you do it. It's always implemented on-prem. So software you can implement it on-prem, it's no issue.
Okay, so it's always on-prem without any risk.
I tried, to be honest. Everyone has a dream to say, okay, we will have a big platform like with Microsoft, and then thousands of customers coming to us, but it's a dream. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
So feel free to catch Thomas around over here on premises. SAP monitoring, I think, is a topic that I've seen come up time and time again, and it's good that we now have such a community solution for it. So if you have any questions about the development of it, how it works, something about the presentation, yeah, Thomas is over here and you can catch him. Next up, we'll move on to a case study. We will talk about how downtime-free upgrade at Central Zabbix instance on Atea managed services was performed. And let's welcome solution architect at Atea, Sverige, Sweden, Kadenic. Kadenic.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Kadenic. I work as solution architect at Atea Managed Services, which is a global MSP division of Atea. My home base is in Sweden, in Stockholm, though. Let me just get the remote. Now, before I begin, I would like to thank Zabbix and their partner in Sweden, Metrisio, for the opportunity to make this switch. I have known Metrisio for a long time, and now as a customer, I thought a lot about how to best describe them. I could tell you that they have excellent Zabbix trainers, Zabbix experts, but if I were to sum it up in 2 words, I would say they are good people. They are also sponsors of this Zabbix Summit, so if you have the time, go past their booth and check what they have to offer. Let's give an applause for Metrisio. Now, what I am here to present you today is how we performed downtime-free upgrade of central Zabbix instance on Atea Managed Services. Some of you may ask yourselves why downtime-free upgrade? Does not that come out of the box? And most of you would be right. It has to do with size. In this case, size does matter. And now things probably sound a bit weird. A middle-aged guy just came up on stage, looked you at the eye, and said, size does matter. How does he know? From personal experience? Was it painful? Let's see. Atea is a big company. We have over 8,000 full-time employees, 88 offices around the world. We have over 130 countries that we deliver to. We are #1 supplier of IT infrastructure in Nordic and Baltic region. We are 3rd largest supplier of IT infrastructure in Europe. Last year alone, we made over 3 billion euros in revenue. Atea Managed Services, it's like I said, an MSP. We provide all kinds of IT services, managed network, server applications, workspace as a service. We even have our own data centers, provide own private cloud, hybrid cloud, and of course, public cloud. This all means that we have a very large Zabbix instance. We monitor over 350 customers in it, over 45,000 monitor hosts, and this number is constantly growing. We have over 500 active users, over 2 million monitor items, which computes to over 10,000 new values each second on average. And we do that by having deployed over 160 Zabbix proxies. And of course, it's a high availability setup. You may notice on this slide that despite all this load, we have a very low utilization of processes on Zabbix server. This is achieved partly by delegating data collection and pre-processing tasks to proxies, but also by carefully tuning parameters on the Zabbix server. But let me digress a bit and tell you about how did Atea's journey with Zabbix began. Back in 2021, it was only managed services in Sweden where I worked in. The situation there at the time was a complete disconnect. They had a plethora of different monitoring solutions that weren't connected in any way or integrated to anything. So it was a complete disconnect. So a decision there was made to consolidate all these systems. We did an evaluation of multiple vendors. 3 of them came to final evaluation, and we landed on Zabbix. By 2022, consolidation was finished in Sweden. We removed all the old system, migrated everything to Zabbix. We provided single pane of glass integrations to ITSM, incident management, to reporting, to invoicing. At that time, we ran Zabbix 5.0. Just as we have finished that work, because of course good work always gets rewarded with new work. Decision was made in Atea to consolidate all managed services from different countries into one single organization, one AMS. The idea behind it was to always play with a team, meaning that if we, for example, had an expert competence in Finland, we would be able to offer that competence to a customer in Denmark. Quite a good idea, but challenging to implement, because each of these countries run their own set of tools, processes, and the culture is, of course, different. So when we consolidated monitoring systems in those countries, we evaluated existing solution in those countries. 3, again, made it to final evaluation. It was over 120 requirements, and every system was carefully evaluated. Because keep in mind, this was not some theoretical evaluation. We had those systems live in production. We could actually test everything that the vendor claimed that these systems can do. After several months of evaluation, Zabbix came out on top. So implementation started in 2023. Just before that, we upgraded Zabbix from 5.0 to 6.0. And today, we can say that we migrated over 80% of environment in all countries. And this year, at the end of March, we upgraded Zabbix from 6.0 to 7.0. But back to team. We run a central Zabbix cluster with native high availability Zabbix. As backend database, we are running a PostgreSQL cluster with TimeScaleDB and compression. Current size of compressed database is about 1.1 terabyte. And our data retention is not that long, so this is really a lot of data. We also have a third reporting node that is not seen in this design picture. In PostgreSQL, slave nodes can be configured to respond. They are readable to select queries. That is how we can delegate reporting tasks to that node without putting the load on the main cluster that performs monitoring. And we, of course, have configuration backup. So we run a backup of all configuration tables in Zabbix every week. With TimeScaleDB table partitioning, we removed the first major bottleneck which is encountered with scaling up. Many of you have probably encountered it. It's the housekeeping process, removal of old rows from the table that can take a long time when you are nearing about 1,000 values per second. It provides also a significant performance boost because tables are segmented into chunks. So a SQL query to a certain data will be directed to the chunk that contains data, not the whole table that would then need to be searched. And these are enormous history tables. On this slide, you can also see compression rates. This is from production system. These are not trivial. You save a lot of space when compressing data. But there is also a downside to that. One of them is resistance to table structure changes, for example, when you are performing upgrade. The reason is, in order to upgrade the structure of the table, you would need to first decompress that table, which in this case means practically the whole database. So, how is major upgrade done according to Zabbix documentation? Zabbix server is, of course, down during the upgrade. You shut down the service, you perform the upgrade. When the server is started again, it will upgrade the database schema to the new version. And even according to documentation, it says, depending on the database size, database upgrade may take a long time. I can tell you for sure, in our case, it does. There are also some pitfalls that you may do during the normal upgrade. Proxies that buffer all the data while the upgrade is done may run out of space if the upgrade takes too long. So data is then lost simply. But if the buffering parameter, how much time they buffer, is too low, data will be rotated, again resulting in data loss. And then also, database upgrade may fail. For example, if you had a constraint, you may remember the upgrade to primary keys that came with 6.0. It was optional then, but to upgrade to 7.0 is now mandatory. So if you haven't done it back then, your upgrade will fail until you have implemented that change in the database. But what if I, on top of that, had the TimeScaleDB setup? Of course, you would need to first decompress the compressed tables before you can attempt the upgrade. That can be done by a command, which would add considerable load to your disks behind the database. In our case, these disks already are running with a considerable load. So it was a question if this additional load would crash the whole system. And of course, when you're doing the upgrade, always check TimeScaleDB version that is currently supported. You can find that in Zabbix system requirements. It often happens that TimeScaleDB gets to a new version that is not yet supported by Zabbix, and you learn that just after you have performed your upgrade. But what does it all mean when upgrading? Our requirements were simple. We need to deliver uninterrupted monitoring to our customer and uninterrupted reports. So there are two available solutions. We can do like documentation states, upgrade all nodes in our high availability cluster at once, or upgrade one node at a time and then just switch between databases. Downsides exist to both approaches. Alert delay will be encountered in the first option, for example, while those nodes are down and you are upgrading the database. Even if the proxies buffer all the data, alerts will still be delayed. They will pop up first when server is up and proxies push all the data in. When you upgrade one node at a time, you will encounter a gap in reports during the time you are upgrading the first node, and after you switch, the data will be missing from the new upgraded node. It would still be back in the old node, and you can do a clone of the database, but it will be quite troublesome to try to stitch the data together. If we take a closer look at the challenges in real life, how much upgrade time are we talking about here? Back in 21, when we upgraded from 5.0 to 6.0, database was about 200 gigabytes compressed. I did a clone of the database and started a job to upgrade it. It took 2.5 days to complete. So we are talking about considerable time. On a customer's instance of Zabbix that ran 500 gigabytes of uncompressed database, that was MariaDB. The upgrade took approximately 20 minutes. So even then, the time is not trivial. When we did a rough time estimate on the database of our size, which I remind you is 1.1 terabyte compressed, if we tried it with decompression, the total time would be 2+ weeks. If we perform decompression before we attempt the upgrade, we are down to several hours, but still unacceptable time for a system of our size and that many customers that we deliver our services to. So option one, when all nodes are done, we would disable the compression in the Zabbix GUI, and we would wait for data to be compressed, chunks to be rotated out. That is the most painless way to do it. How much time it would take depends on your data retention parameters. In our case, it could take several months, so we would need to plan this quite a way in advance. And of course, disks would need to be expanded because of those compression rates. You can calculate yourself. We will need to expand them quite a bit. So it's not a viable option because hitting a pause for monitoring for several hours is simply unacceptable for our customers. Option 2, to upgrade one node at a time and then make a switch. We would create a new database replica, promote it to master, stop and upgrade one of standby nodes of Zabbix server, point it to the new master, start it, upgrade it, and start it. It will then upgrade the database schema, which still will take several hours. But after it is done, we could simply switch it, and there will be no delay in alerts. But during those several hours, you will have a gap in reports. So this is also not acceptable. The gap I was talking about would look something like this. This is a very simplified image. So imagine that on your monthly meeting with a customer, you present something like this and need to convince the customers that you have performed monitoring, just you don't have the data. Will they trust you? Of course not, I'm sad to say. And in some of our contracts, we even have penalties if we do not live up to or unable to prove that we live up to the level of service that we have to deliver. So how to solve this? Configuration backup that I mentioned before can be used for this purpose. It is used typically to quickly restore a Zabbix server when everything fails. We have scalability setup distributed over 2 different data centers, but let's say by some unforeseen events, both data centers are down. By using configuration backup, we would be able to quickly restore functionality of monitoring, and then we would take care of the history data later from those instances that are down. So upgrade of database schema with empty history and trend tables, that happens almost instantly. In this case, timing is everything because we need to identify breaking point between reports that we have to provide. Usually it's the first day of the month at 0 hours. We plan a configuration change freeze for a comfortable amount of time before the planned change, so that configuration will not be changed while we are switching between databases. We restore the Zabbix from database from configuration backup on the new database node. We point the Zabbix server, standby server node to the new DB node, restart it, stop it, upgrade it. At 0 hours exactly, we stop the currently active Zabbix server and start the new one. Then everything is done. So what just happened? A fresh database node was created from configuration backup. Database schema could now be upgraded almost instantly. We don't have to wait several hours because history and trend tables are now empty. So structure changes on them happens instantly. Monitoring on all Zabbix versions stopped exactly on the breaking point between reports, and at the exact same time, monitoring on the new database node started. So now we have the old database instance that can crunch out last month's reports, while current month's reports will be collected on the new Zabbix instance. And all that remains are post-upgrade tasks, rebuild scalability cluster, upgrade proxies and agents, which of course is not trivial tasks, but this was the main problem. There are of course some considerations to this approach. Alerts that were active on the old database server will not follow on the new one. Of course, for us, that is not such a problem because we use event management layer on top of Zabbix. So when polling is done anew and those alerts are created anew, they will be deduplicated. The issue may be with alerts that came as traps. You will not miss them, but you will miss their resolutions. Because you will miss those alerts, traps will not be resent, so there is nothing to resolve. But still, you will live up to your customers' expectations because those alerts were not missed, and the resolutions can be done manually. Postgres and TimeScaleDB were also upgraded during this whole procedure, but I have left out these steps from this presentation to keep it somewhat concise and less complex. So I think I am done. So please, questions?
Looks like we currently do we have a question?
I do, yes.
Go ahead.
The timeframes in your presentation for the upgrade process,
Yes.
what type of disk did you have in the back end? Was it hard drive?
Physical.
NVMe?
NVM physical.
NVMe SSD?
SSD. I can get you later exact hardware specifications of our backend.
It was solid state disk. It was solid state disk.
Yes. Because we have actually grown out of what VMware has to offer in this case. The problem we encountered with VMware, once a month we got an unexplained delay in disk responses, which caused database connections to start building up over a few hours and then at the end just get rejected. Database would not crash because we are running PG Bouncer in front of it, so it's just dropping connections. Data is not corrupted, but it's still a problem. The cause of that VMware delay was never established, but it magically disappeared when we switched to hardware drives.
We have one more question. I'm going to read it out. If I understood correctly, you performed a data cutover. Did you have a process to migrate old history data back later?
No. Do you know why? Because we kept the old database instance. So all those reports that you have to need to crunch out can be done from the old instance that is saved. You don't need to migrate that data to the new instance. You only need to save it until data retention period expires. You can also connect a separate Zabbix API that is directed to the old Zabbix instance if you need to provide this data to external tools.
Thank you. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
And for the next speech, we will be talking about Zabbix. We'll be taking a deep dive into Zabbix Proxies, the key to scalable distributed monitoring. Let's welcome a colleague of mine, the technical support engineer from Zabbix Latam, Facundo Villarnovo. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. How are we doing? We are closer to lunchtime, so I will try to be quick and fast. I forgot about this. So, my name is Facundo. I prefer to be called Facu, maybe because it resembles like some insult in English, and I think that makes it easier to the tongue to remember. I'm the only Argentinian member of the team, so as such, I will feed my ego and tell you a little bit about my people before we can start talking about the proxy. So, one of the things that we are known about is for our food. This is called asado. We might be willing to go to war against Uruguay or Brazil because we all believe that we have the best asado, but they are wrong. It's ours. As you can see, most of it, its meat might not be the best plate for vegetarian people. I believe that we are also very creative people. Does anybody know who that one on the picture is? Yeah, of course, Maradona. Well, this picture happened on the '86. We were playing a match against England. We have some history between England and us. And Maradona was a short guy, like me, right? So he receives a pass, the ball, from a team member, and he wasn't able to reach the ball. So as we can see, there is like a small hand appearing somewhere that pointed the ball where it needed to be. And some of you might call this cheating. We prefer to call it the hand of God, right? It was a magical interaction. Sorry? Nobody saw it. It didn't happen. As you can see, football is really something important in our society. This is our current Lord and Savior, Leo Messi, who will always be better than Ronaldo. We are also known for our economic decisions as a country. Yeah, somebody told me never to speak about religion and politics, so we're going to leave it like that. But yeah, not always making the better decisions. So let's stop talking about Argentina. Let's talk about something more interesting like the proxy. I think that we all been here when we start interacting with Zabbix. We install all the components, right? We know it is a stack of components, the front and the server and the database, everything on the same instance. And this is not an incorrect decision. It's not a bad architecture, right? But it could lead us to some resource issues, like the components fighting for that memory, that CPU, bandwidth, whatever. What a network diagram. Oh my God, this is amazing, right? So what happens? When we have this single server instance, we need to manage a lot of network rules. We need to allow in the different, I don't know, firewalls, routers, whatever, access list, the source IP from the server to interact with all the different devices. And that makes it like kind of hard to manage. So here comes our hero to the rescue, right? We have the proxy. But what is the proxy? First, is everyone using the proxy? Yeah? Yeah, proxy rules. Okay. So the proxy, I would like to explain it as an ambassador of the server, right? It's an entity that we can add to our architecture in an external server. And the idea is that we have this ambassador closer to the border of our environment, right? Next to the devices that we would like to monitor. And why we will do that? Well, because the proxy can act as a buffer. It can retrieve those metrics and store them in case that we have some issue contacting the server. For example, let's imagine that we want to keep Jeff Bezos being rich, and we are paying for an instance in AWS. We have the server running in that instance. We have the proxy in of different point of presence, in our data centers, in our offices, whatever. If we have a problem between those devices talking to each other, the proxy will store those metrics. But that's not the only thing that it can do. It can also preprocess the information. So it's a task that the servers won't have to do, right? It will do it, the proxy, for us. And since it can act as a buffer, we need to use a database as a backend for that proxy, a place to store those metrics. We have three possible flavors, right? We can work with MySQL, Postgres, SQLite. And usually when we have more than one option, we tend to think what is the correct or the better decision for the database engine. I think it's a question that I hear a lot from support when customers, clients, whatever, start to think about implementing Zabbix. They all want to have the better scenario possible. And sadly, there is no right decision which database will fit better. Actually, it's more a fact of how you feel more confident working with or with some engine than other. Of course, in my personal opinion, Postgres master race will always be better than MySQL, but the majority of people choose to work with MySQL. The reality is that in the proxy scenario, I like to also work with SQLite just because I'm probably lazy and SQLite is the easiest of them all. You don't have to worry about tuning an engine or whatever. installation, it's pretty straightforward, as many or any other Zabbix component. We're going to go to zabbix.com/download. We're going to choose the version that we want to use, the OS where we are going to be installing it. We're going to choose the proxy component. It will build us all the instructions so we can copy and paste. Ignore everything, press yes to all, and we will have a proxy installed. Is that all that we need to do? No. We need to modify the configuration file and define some basic variables. For example, one of the most important are the server variable and the hostname variable. Those two are, we need to also define the backend database, right? I will say the three are the basic ones that we need to get the proxy up and running. Of course, that's not anything or everything that it will be done in order for the proxy to get it working. We need to go to the front end, we need to configure the matching variables for that proxy if it's going to be working in one mode, for example, in active mode and passive mode, what is the proxy name that it has to match with that hostname variable that we just defined. And I always steal this diagram from an Arthur post because I think it pictures really well how a distributed architecture should look like, right? We're going to have some possibly instances publishing the front-end component. Probably we're going to get some clusters for the server itself, and we're going to have some proxies, right? The important part here, or that I wanted to picture, is that we are going to have a simplified network administration because we only have like those source and destinations that needed to talk to each other. And after that, each of the proxies will probably talk to those devices. So with that in mind, we need to talk about communication. I mentioned it that we have two possible ways to work with the proxy, the active and the passive mode. In the active mode, it is the proxy, the one that initiates the connection or sends the first package to the server. So we could say that the server is not doing anything, it's just waiting for that first package to arrive. It will try to match the hostname that we define in that hostname variable with what we have configured in the front end for that proxy. And with that, it will look, or we can imagine that it will look for the configuration, or the monitoring configuration for that proxy. It will answer with all the metrics that that proxy needs to retrieve. And after that, the proxy will be sending values to the server. So it's not the server, I don't want to say wasting, but it's not doing that data gathering, right? It's just waiting for the proxy to send values. On the other hand, I didn't mention it, but in the active mode, is the trapper process the one that is on the server side receiving those upcoming messages. On the passive mode, we have the opposite situation, right? It's a server that is going to be reaching out for the proxy and asking him for the metrics. In fact, in reality, it will push the monitoring configuration, but also will be asking it for each of those values. So here the idea is that the server variable in the configuration of the proxy will act as an access list, right? It will only allow for those IPs to reach out to the proxy and be considered like the server to answer, right? In this scenario, we need to configure proxy pollers on the server side. Here, the rule of thumb is that we are going to have like 2 processes for each of the proxies that we have, because we could have a situation where we are pushing monitoring configuration, but at the same time we are asking for metrics. So the good practice will be 2 proxy pollers per proxy. We also have encryption. I didn't mention it, but we have compression and encryption possible by adding a proxy to our architecture. We can define in the proxy the TLS connect variable to define how the outgoing connections from the proxy to the server are going to be made. For example, we could use unencrypted connections, pre-shared key, or certificate. Depending on our decision, we are going to have some additional variables that we need to define. We could do the same thing for incoming connections to the proxy via the TLS accept variable. In this case, we can define more than one strategy. For example, I could work with unencrypted incoming connections and pre-shared key at the same time. All right, so we have buffer mode in proxy. Who has been already play a little bit with buffer mode on the proxy? All right, okay, awesome. So we have the first mode. Oh my God, those animations. I think I'm gonna get a job at Pixar and leave Zabbix because, oh my God, do not laugh. All right, so we have the disk mode, right? The disk mode, essentially what it does is how it behaves was like always the proxy did. It gathers a metric, it will store it on the database, and from the database, it will push it to the server. This is fine, this is wonderful. It is the most resilient solution. However, it could be a potential situation where the database or some I/O problem could act as a bottleneck. So it is not the most performance solution. We have some variables that come into place. For example, the local buffer variable that it will define the amount of time that we will keep those values, even if they weren't already sent to the server. And the offline buffer defines for how long we are gonna be storing those values, even if we have some issues between the proxy and the server. So essentially, for how long we store metrics. Then we have the memory mode. So in the memory mode, we are defining a portion of memory, right? We know that access to reads and write in memory are, I don't know, much, much faster than trying to write to any block device. So this is the fastest way of the mode. The problem with this is that we have short amount of memory, usually, that we could define to store values. So if I'm working in memory mode and have, I don't know, a 12-hour downtime between the proxy and the server at the communication level, I'm going to probably have loss of data, right? We have some variables that come into place as well. We have memory buffer size, basically how much memory I will allow the proxy to use for this buffer, up to 2 gigs. And we have the memory buffer age. Each of those values will have an age associated to it. So essentially, we tell the proxy for how long we keep those values in memory before discarding them. And lastly, we have the best of both worlds. We have the hybrid mode. This is the mode that new proxy installations will come by default, right? I didn't mention it before, but if we are upgrading from, I don't know, 6.0 to 7.0, then probably our proxies are going to be working in disk mode. So we're going to have to manually change that. Hybrid mode will work always in memory mode until something happens, right? We have the buffer full, we have, I don't know, some potential issue. In that case, the proxy will switch or will dump those values into the database. So we get the resilience and we also get the performance. Who's monitoring the proxy? Oh, all right, a lot of more that I will imagine. I see this is a common issue when people start adding proxies to their infrastructure. They just add it and forget about it. And in reality, after 7.0, this is not such an issue as it was before, because now the server health template has a discovery rule that will discover the proxies that are configured and will make some triggers for us, at least to understand if we are losing communications against those proxies, right? If a proxy is not reporting any more data, now we have a trigger that it will let us know. Of course, we all know probably this screen under administration proxies. We have like a short resume of all the proxies that we have, what version, what is the last seen, or how long has passed since we received a keep alive from that proxy. But that is not enough, right? We need to understand that this scenario is like looking the proxy from the outside, right? We can understand if it's running or not, but we do not know how the process of the proxies are. No, we have like some sweet spots that we would like to for the proxy to be, right, in the amount of data collectors, for example. So for that, we have the proxy health template. This proxy, essentially what it does is to ask the proxy to look for itself and check out how those process utilizations are, how the cache are, etc. The issue with this is that in order to gather those metrics, we need to ask the proxy for a specific item key. And if we think about it, the proxy and the server, they all share the same processes, at least for the data collection part, right? So in order to monitor a proxy, we need to create a host that will represent that proxy, but that specific host, it's gonna be monitored by the proxy that I would like to gather those metrics. So when the proxy receives the monitoring configuration, it will know that it has a host where he needs to put those values. So the server, when it receives those metrics, it will not get confused. So if we create the host, we assign the proxy template, but we do not tell it that it will be monitored by the proxy that we would like, the metrics that we are going to get probably are the server ones. After we have the template, we can go into monitoring host, check out our fake host that represents that proxy. We'll have all the metrics related to it. Sadly, my proxy in my lab is not doing much, so I don't have really nice graphs to show you, but at least you can imagine that what to expect, right? And lastly, we cannot talk about the proxy without talking about load balancing and high availability. There's really not that much to do on the proxy side to have this feature up and running, because most of the tasks in order for this to work are done by the server. So the idea here is that we're going to have an entity, right? An entity called groups, right? Proxy groups. Inside of proxy groups, we are going to be adding or assigning all the proxies that we would like to participate from the same cluster, we could say, right? After that, we have an internal process on the server called Proxy Group Manager that it will handle how those hosts are distributed across that group, right? The group has an additional configuration like failover time and some other properties to understand how many nodes do I need to have online, offline, versus all the possible situations. But the fact is that after we created a group and we assigned the proxies to that group, we need to modify all the hosts that we would like to be monitored by that group. So I don't have the ability to say from the groups, the members of the group, I would like this host to be monitored by this specific proxy, but if something happens with that proxy, I would like to be balanced. That sadly is not possible at the moment. What I could do is tell this host is going to be monitored by this proxy, but there will be no load balancing for that host. So what I mean by that, I need to go to all the hosts that I have configured. I want to press mass update, and I'm going to move them to be monitored by the proxy group. So in that scenario, I will get that load balancing, because essentially what the proxy group manager is looking for is to have an average number of hosts across that group. And if you didn't get sleep and you pay attention to what I have just said, I said specifically host. And why did I say that? Well, because there could be a situation when I have a host that has one item, and I have another host that has 100,000 items, and from the balancing point of view, that really doesn't matter. I have one host that it needs to be balanced and another host that needs to be balanced as well. So the group manager, what is looking for is an average or an equal number of hosts across all the members of the group. So that is an important thing to keep in mind. Some benefits of the proxy. I think it provides a lot of value for the amount of work that we, in fact, need to do in order to get a proxy up and running. Of course, scalability, as we are moving the task of data collection from the server to an external instance, is a task that the server doesn't need to do anymore. So I'm being more effective with those resources for the server. Is the proxy paying the computational cost of gathering those metrics? Of course, because of this, I get better performance. I have a simplified administration, because if I have the proxy acting in active mode behind a firewall or an Atea network, those outgoing connections always are easy to maintain than having to add specific rules to make it work. Some considerations, best practices. As I was saying a couple of minutes ago, the database decision is really important. We know that SQLite, again, is the ism of them all, but we also know from experience that until 1,000 new values per second is a metric that we generally use to understand the flow of data inside Zabbix. So until 1,000 values per second, SQLite scales well. After that, then it's time to make the decision to learn about Postgres and use Postgres, or use, sadly, MySQL, right? Load balancing, high availability, pretty straightforward. We just saw it's a couple of clicks to make it work. So it's usually to go a good idea. If I'm adding a proxy, well, just add 2 and have that possible load balancing. Keep in mind, proxies do not calculate triggers, do event correlations or alerts. I usually hear the question that if I got the proxy working in my office and the server that is in the cloud is not working, will that proxy let me know if something is wrong with my metrics? Will send an alert? No, sadly, it won't. The only one in the Zabbix architecture that has the ability to analyze or understand a metric, if it's a problem or not, is the server. I hope you guys like it. Thank you, everyone. I don't know if there's any question, but I think that we are all
There are some questions.
All right.
Just real quick. What would be the benefit of using a proxy in a small environment, about 500 hosts?
All right. So I think that it's always a benefit to add a proxy, because essentially all that I just have said, but basically because for the amount of work required to get a proxy up and running, we get so much, right? We get compression, we get encryption, we got the offloading of data gathering. So I think it's always a good idea. It will allow us, on the long run, to scale easier.
And another one, are there any limitations on the number of proxies that the Zabbix server can handle? And can they impact the performance of the server, I assume negatively over here?
No, there's no limitation in the amount of proxies that we could have in our architecture. And again, this is the way that we are going to scale our capabilities for monitoring devices and gathering metrics.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
All right, guys. It's lunchtime. Before I let you go, I'd like to remind you that we have a Zabbix booth that you can visit. Any technical questions, any questions about Zabbix Cloud, Zabbix Academy, whatever other Zabbix product, services, or discussion you want to have with our team members, you can find them at the Zabbix booth. We also have our testimonial stand, testimonial booth, where you can leave different kinds of testimonials in exchange for merch. I heard that there was some traffic yesterday. Our team members will gladly take your testimonials and discuss your use cases, your favorite Zabbix features, and anything else Zabbix related that you wish to share with us. We also have a photo wall where you can take a photo with your team members, our community members, Zabbix members, and share it on social networks. By using the hashtag Zabbix Summit 2025. Merch shop is out there. We have a variety of merch available this year. Like I said yesterday, I looked at a bunch of you and our team members looking these here jackets over here. They look quite great, like them. And we have our various sponsor booths also right outside. Some of them you saw on the stage today and yesterday. Many of them are also just walking around chatting with our team members, so feel free to hit them up and discuss both Zabbix and their own products. Okay, so enjoy the lunch. Same as yesterday, we have a lunch area on the second floor and also at the first floor in the hotel restaurant. So just take a look at the queues, whichever seems more quick, take the queue over there. The lunch offering should be the same on both floors. And I'll see you guys in an hour. Enjoy our lunch break. We had an intense first part, so let's continue after the lunch. Thank you.
Michael Kammer from Zabbix Marketing, and I'm here right now with Kodai Terashima from Zabbix Japan. And Kodai, I've just got a few questions that I think our viewers will want to hear. At Zabbix Summit 2025, what message or announcements are you looking forward to sharing with the global audience?
I think from my point of view,
yes,
it's okay. So so I think that from Zabbix headquarters, so Alexey Vladstev explained that what is coming from 8.0, that is one of the super exciting things, like new features about open telemetry or some additional, let's say, like new features. So that is one of the good things. And also from Japan, so we have 66 partners in Japan now. And our business is getting big, and a lot of users interested in Zabbix, and a lot of users in Japan. And also they are, I would say, like very waiting the 8.0 features. Like all LTS has new features, and all people, all users excited the new features. So that is a good thing. So Zabbix is, let's say, like famous and getting being used in Japan market.
Okay, and are there any specific upcoming features or enhancement for Zabbix 8 or beyond that you think that Japanese users are going to find especially interesting?
Yes, I think that the open telemetry functions is kind of a very nice features, because Zabbix is, how to say, like well known monitoring software, but especially for traditional infrastructure monitoring tool, like the usual, how to say, like infrastructure monitoring. But APM is very different, and some users using some APM software and observability tool, but sometimes it is expensive, and they need to use a Zabbix and also APM tool. So open telemetry function is not so famous in network IT guys, but if a user start to use containers and also some functionality in the cloud, so they are very, how to say, like wants to have that kind of open telemetry or APM function with Zabbix. So that is very nice features. Yeah. And also some UI UX improvement, like additional widget in the dashboard. And also I feel that, no one say that, but I feel that event correlation function is good, also good for Japanese users because of the, how to say, like automation, automatic close the problem event for the log monitoring and SNMP trap monitoring or such kind of a feature is very small, but it is nice to have, for the 8.0.
Okay, that's great. And with the trend toward artificial intelligence and edge computing, Internet of Things and observability, how is Zabbix Japan positioning itself to stay relevant and competitive?
I think about observability. I already explained about open telemetry function, but I think so Japanese users, a lot of users interesting. Not only Zabbix users, but also IT guys interested in AI things. So many users have a question: how to connect AI from Zabbix or something. So we will have a Zabbix conference Japan next month. So 3-4 presentation about AI will be in conference Japan. So so some users tries to connect to the AI to create the configuration of Zabbix, especially some, for example, difficult creating the triggers or trigger expressions in some things is a bit difficult for users. So AI is very nice to help to create the configuration. And also some, for example, our partners tries to use the AI to combine or some merge the several problems in the Zabbix, like a suggestion to this problem is the same, the cause is the same or something. So I think AI is one of the good tool to use with Zabbix because some users do some complex things on the Zabbix interface. So maybe it helps for the Zabbix users to do some operation tasks.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And I've got one last question for you. So the Zabbix Japan community is famous for being very active. And what do you think are its most important contributions today, and how do you plan to empower it more in the future?
I think I feel that there are some different types of the communities in Japan. At the very beginning, of course, the user community was very important, like to introduce Zabbix in a market. Like we tries to explain that Zabbix is good tool for users, and the users understand that Zabbix is good. They use the Zabbix, and they also trying to expand the Zabbix for other users. So that was good for user community. And we can get the feedback from users, like what is good and what is want to improve or ask some improvement from users. So that is one community. And also we have a partner community as well. Like we have 66 partners in Japan. So they're not trying to fight with. Like we trying to create a good business community in the Japanese market. So that is also very unique and a very nice community in Japan. And also I'm trying to create a different type of the communities from this year. So we created a special program to ask the hardware vendors and the software vendors to join that program. So it is very helpful to find a new market, and also some device vendors wants to have a Zabbix template. Like they have a they already have a Zabbix template or they want to create. So we can help for the vendors, and also once they created the template, so we can help to announce it for the integration page of the Zabbix.com. So that kind of a new type of the community I want to have in the futures. I like to, improve such kind of activities. So that kind of community is still alive, and I like to, involve the communities more, to introduce and, to make Zabbix good. A lot of different type of the industries is possible to use Zabbix. So I'd like to introduce Zabbix more in the different industries as well. Okay. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much for your time, Kodai,
thank you.
and please enjoy the rest of the summit. And
Thank you very much.
Thanks again.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. For my next guest, I'd like to introduce Harry Rutila from Palo Alto Networks. And Harry, you've been involved with Zabbix for quite a while now, and I'd just like to ask you, what was your first encounter with the platform like?
First encounter was actually already many years ago with a customer where we were at the time implementing our firewall estate, and they had Zabbix as their monitoring solution. So that was like my initial encounter with Zabbix. And at the time it was already, this was like many years ago already. So it was
All right, so let's turn it on.
Okay,
So let's recap. So my initial encounter with Zabbix was already several years ago with a customer that was implementing our firewall estate back in the day, and they wanted to build monitoring to their Zabbix. So then we helped them to fulfill that need and get the information to the Zabbix platform already back then. So very positive already from several years ago.
Okay, great. We'd like to hear that. So are there any common mistakes that people make when they implement Zabbix and XOR, and how would you recommend avoiding them?
I don't think there's like equal common mistakes because each customer has their own infrastructure and own way of doing things.
Okay.
So therefore, I can't put like a common denominator into these kind of problems, what they might encounter. But I think it comes down to the point that both products are enterprise-grade products, and both products have a great support teams. So it's very easy to get support either on the Zabbix side or on the Palo Alto side, depending on what product you're using. So I haven't seen any customers that would be struggling for a longer time to make the solutions work together, because they're great products with great documentation, and of course then the support can help if there's like really big needs to be done.
Okay, good to hear. And when it comes to that, how do you handle change management and training for teams to use automated playbooks that are triggered by monitoring alerts?
Yeah, so when we talk about the SOAR platform and Zabbix together especially, and the automation playbooks, it is always a gradual process. What we see in many organizations where SecOps teams and IT teams are converging together, there's DevOps and DevSecOps types of teams nowadays in many organizations, automation has become a more important thing. But for training and change management, it also means that there has been new roles that actually has been spun up in many organizations, which are only focusing on developing the automation piece. It doesn't matter if the trigger basically comes from an IT world like or monitoring solution as Zabbix or any other tool out there, it has been seeing that these teams get new members that are responsibility for developing these, and they also are then testing them very, very gradually before they are moved into the network operations center or security operations center to be utilized. So it's a very gradual process, and training to utilize them is a step-by-step process after, of course, really validating and building the use case. But it all starts from the analysts who are, or the operators who are actually asking for something. It doesn't make sense to automate a thing that happens like once a month. It makes sense to automate a thing that happens like every hour and it takes you 5 minutes to solve. If it happens like once a month and takes you an hour to solve, it doesn't make sense to spend the time to automate that. Sure. If you automate the things that happen very often, that is also the feedback where it starts, and then building it, gradual testing, and then rolling out into the production, so then the analysts can actually utilize it is the way we preach, basically.
Okay, makes a lot of sense.
Hopefully.
Definitely. Yeah, my final question for you today is, are there any features or improvements in upcoming Zabbix versions that would make the integration with SOAR or XOR smoother or more robust?
Already today, I need to tip my hat off that how we integrate with Zabbix is through the API, of course. And the API and the documentation of it's already in a very good state. So, of course, any improvement, if you bring on new features, I would, of course, hope that they're API enabled, because I live and die by the APIs. If I don't have an API on the tool, I can't use it from another tool. So therefore, anything that you decide on the Zabbix side to implement, new great features, functionalities, if it makes sense that it's externally also available, bring it to the API immediately. So it's API first as well, and then documenting it for us who are actually trying to do the development from a outside-in perspective, so we actually understand what you are trying to do, would help us tremendously good. Now, it's already in a good state, but hopefully in the future it will keep or get even better, so it also helps us integrate better.
Okay, that's great to hear.
Cool.
Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you.
And have a great rest of the summit.
Thank you.
And yeah, we'll see you around.
Yeah, will do. Thank you
Thanks
very
a
much.
lot. My final guest this round is Christina Lamberto, the head of training at Zabbix. And Christina, welcome. And I've just got a few short questions for you. So apart from everything else that's been going on at this year's summit, we're also choosing now to launch the brand new Zabbix Academy. And what's the most important thing that you'd like our viewers to know about it?
The most important thing is there are a few things I would say. First thing is, like, we are launching this Zabbix Academy to enable students to learn at their own pace, however they feel fit, because the live training, it has some limiting factor to it. And the limiting factor is that you have to be in a certain place at a certain time and do certain things. So now we are trying to remove this barrier to those for whom it's very important. So that is the one thing that is very important regarding Zabbix Academy. And the second thing is that while we do want to give you the option to learn at your own pace through self-paced training, we also really want to keep you this hands-on experience. So for us, this is what we have been up to, creating something that is self-paced but also heavily hands-on, so you would still get this feel of how Zabbix looks and how to work with it, and while you are training, you can actually play with it.
Okay, sounds cool. What skills and mindset does your team focus on when you're designing Zabbix training for all the different skill levels?
Oh, yeah. for us, like I always tell my team, we have to keep in mind everything. We have to keep in mind this guy who is just starting. He maybe downloaded his first Zabbix and he's installing the first instance for him whatsoever. And then we have this guy who already works with Zabbix for like 10 or more years. So we have to design something that fits both of them. And we also have to design something for each of them individually. So that is something that is hard to achieve, I would say, because we are trying to do everything. But at the same time, I do believe that we have a good balance and we have something in Zabbix Academy for all of the people with all kinds of skills and all kinds of experiences when it comes to Zabbix.
Mm-hmm. Great. So when you're designing the trainings, what tools or platforms does Zabbix use for delivering training? And are there any new technologies for training delivery that you're especially excited about? Something like AR and VR or adaptive learning or anything like that?
I would say that currently we are at the beginning phases of experimenting with all kinds of things. But the thing that I do believe that we are currently most focused on is the practical part of the training. As I said, the video, it's good. The practical demonstrations, that's awesome. But when it comes to the hands-on experience and giving you all the tools, no matter what your skill level is, to start and play around with not only what we said as a theory, but also give you the tools and everything you need to actually execute the practical part, that's when the magic actually happens. So we are currently heavily based and focused on that part of the training.
Okay. And my final question to you is a bit of a follow-up on that one. What new types of training formats or offerings should we expect from Zabbix in the near future? Something like badges or specializations or micro-credentials or anything like that?
I would say that currently you can look at all of them in a way, because what we do is offer you a library. Within this library you can find all kinds of things that will enable your specialization if you are looking for it, and it will also enable you to have certifications for all kinds of different functionalities of Zabbix. So, for example, if you are a network administrator, you are mostly, maybe you want to look at SNMP training, and that will give you it will give you a specialization in this specific monitoring thing done through Zabbix. So we already have that, but keep on looking, keep on following, because you definitely be sure that we will enable more and more new courses and add to the library in the upcoming months.
Okay, yep, no doubt about it. All right, so thank you very much for this interview and for your time, and have a great rest of the summit, and enjoy.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You too.
And welcome back, everyone. So we're here on the main stage, and let's not forget that in parallel, we have workshops going on. So we have a variety of workshops today. One of them already happened in the morning. So we had the workshop at 11. And then you can see on the screen, we have various other workshops throughout the day. Like I said, I've seen some of them being developed. I know what my colleagues are going to present, and they are quite elaborate and should be very useful for you guys. Also, we have community tracks in parallel happening also today. Regarding community tracks, once again, we already had our first community discussion. We got some nice feedback. It was in a very friendly, sort of face-to-face fashion, not a large crowd there, but it's very good. It allows us to sort of chat to each one of you individually and gather feedback and sort of get two-way responses where you give us your feedback, we give you our thought process behind things, and community track can be very useful if you have something to share with us. Also, I'd like to mention that the merch will be available until the final lunch break, which is at 4:30, right? So you have until 4:30 to grab your merch. All right, let's continue. We'll have a couple of speeches covering Zabbix. Our first speech will focus on watching Zabbix, right? Zabbix monitors everything, but who monitors Zabbix? Let's welcome a consultant trainer from Simone, France, Pascal de Jesse. Welcome.
Hello? Hello, everyone. This is just after lunch, so I have to be good to awake you from the nap. So we'll see Zabbix watches everything, but who watches Zabbix? So first of all, a small talk about my company. So Simone is a French company. We are mostly doing consulting and projects, but we do also have some managed service, some support, and we have a training academy. I am a certified trainer, and we are also Zabbix Premium Partner. So, who am I? My name is Pascal de Jesse. I'm French. You can figure out with my accent. Zabbix user for many years. Certified trainer since some couple of years. Open source user, open source fan, Linux for about maybe 30 years already. And when I'm not in front of the computer, I am monitoring the clouds, but natural clouds. So I'm a big fan of skydiving. So these are some photos of what I am doing in my spare time. So the agenda, why this is an important thing? What already exists on the market and everywhere? What we will doing, what we'll check, our response, how we will organize things, and use case and demo. I will show you a little demo, a video of what we've done. Okay, so why this is important? This is important because Zabbix is a central point. You monitor everything, so it needs to be it needs to behave well. It needs to be working. So if it's not working, you cannot see anything. So it's an important point. We can, like every software, have some misconfiguration. We can have some bottlenecks, some problem with the performance. So we need to be sure that everything is okay. So we need to validate that Zabbix is behaving correctly. So what do we see? There is, of course, a lot of things we can use to see this kind of thing. So we have some logs, of course, tail -f with a lot of logs. We have some templates, of course, which are really cool, which are really well done. We have some advice from many sources. So Summit is one. Blogs, we can have a lot of valuable blogs posts, YouTube channels, and everything, webinars also. So a lot of sources to do what needs to be done. But it's a lot of sources coming from everywhere. So we wanted to have something, a central tool to gather some insight on installation, and we could have the need for this with an existing installation. We can go in a new client, for example, and we need to have a fresh view of what behaves normally or not. It is the same. And maybe we could want to do this from time to time to be able to see if our installation is normal or is it shifting, have some problem time after time. So we try to design a framework with this philosophy. It should be lightweight, modular, Python, Zabbix API, and any needed libs we could have the need. And one rule would be one simple check, and the idea is to be able to add some new rule time after time. So it should be extensible easily. We could put it in a Git, of course, and we could share it. Okay, and the first advantage of this view is to make some docs from the different checks we do. So this is kind of like ready-to-use knowledge base. I mean, a central point to keep some good advice. And we could launch it on the CLI on a command line, or could launch it day after day, for example. So architecture, a small architecture. So we have some, well, cannot use it. So we have some technology, we call it tech. So at the moment it's Zabbix and some part of Linux, but a small amount. We gather some information. We get some facts. We call it facts, and the check we will gather the correct information, the rule we want to implement, and the output would be in HTML, JSON, text, MD file. Could be something else in the future. So, what do we want to check? I will list some common problem in the system configuration, in the monitoring configuration, in the performance, and the security. We could have a lot more, but that's a start. So first one, outdated Zabbix version. We can spot that, okay, your version is quite old. So we can see, yeah, quite old. What's the risk? We have no support anymore. We missed some new feature. No security, the big page. Obviously, we need to be on the current version to avoid this. So the fix would be, of course, to upgrade to newer version. Long unavailable host. Whenever a host is not available, you will have some host that doesn't collect any data. And you could have some long-running unavailable host staying in your Zabbix server. So it will be, everybody knows it. You have some red, the risk, no data is collected, and you are not aware of any problem. So the fix, of course, it's to correct the error. The same for some configuration, monitoring configuration. Frequently, we can see some item with update interval too short. I mean something lower than the minute. This is a problem because, for the example, 10 seconds, we can overload the server, so this is not the right thing. The fix, of course, would be to increase the update interval. That's the same for low-level discovery. This is a very, this could overload the server. So again, if we have something smaller than the hour for the interval, it could overload the server. So the fix, again, is to increase the LLD interval. Some item unsupported for a long time. This is quite the same as the host unavailable, but at the item level. So again, we could have some unsupported item, and everybody knows again this icon, this red icon. That means that this item is not updated anymore, and you won't have any problem based on this. So this is obviously a problem. No trigger, no data collected. Fix, correct item definition. Maybe we could have some check for not supported value to preprocessing step to correct this if possible. We could have quite the same, but for the triggers, triggers could be stuck in an unknown state. And that means that the trigger cannot evaluate itself because it lacks some, let's say, some value for the item. So again, trigger not evaluated equal incident won't be detected. The fix is, of course, to inspect, correct. It can be temporary, and this is okay because we need some information. We don't have enough data, and that's okay. We just have to wait, but at least we could see and inspect what is incorrect. We could have some outdated template. Since 6.4, I think, we have version in the template, and we could use this information to verify if we have some outdated template. So you see, you have some template dating from 6.4, for example, and we are in 7.4, so they are not current. So especially true for else template, you need to have the latest version of template. So it's good to be aware of this. The fix, install, we can go in the Git server of Zabbix to see if you have updated version template. Another killer for the performance is direct monitoring. We monitor directly from the server, not pass by a proxy. This could be okay for a small installation, but if we have a lot of hosts, it's a good practice to monitor by a proxy. So we can see there is no proxy on this host. Again, the risk, it's some performance issue with the server. Though the fix would be to set some proxy. We could have some system configuration with the poller. For example, if the poller are overloaded, we have a poller, for example, at 79%. This is too much. It could be underutilized, and this is not as critical, but you waste some server resource. The easy fix is to adapt in the configuration file the start something in the server configuration. The same for the cache. The cache, you have to adapt to the utilization of the cache. So the same, if you put too many cache, it will waste some server resource. And the problem is critical if it's overutilized. If it reaches 100%, it will crash the server. So you will see some nasty things in the configuration, in the log file. So the fix, again, is to adapt the configuration file. Then some check on the security. We have a default admin user. Everybody knows the admin with A uppercase with the default password of Zabbix. This is obviously not good practice to leave it, of course. The risk is everybody knows it, so everybody can log with superadmin right. So obviously, the fix is to change the username and the password. On one security, it depends on the security policy of your enterprise, but it could be good to have some encryption between the server and the agent. And we'll spot if we have some encryption or not on the host. So the risk, of course, is to have some plain text traffic which could be read in the middle. So I wanted to do a demo. I cannot plug my laptop, so I have done a video. So we'll have a look. So this is a regular admin, regular Zabbix server with some host. Okay. We have some problem on it. We have some unavailable host, some proxy which are not collected. We have some typo on the DNS name. So we want to try. So the tool is named Audit X. If I put the command docs, I will see every check that is defined. So let's see a bit more. Docs with the technology Zabbix, everything that is defined for Zabbix, and boom, we have a table with all the rules that are currently enabled in the tool. Of course, we can update and add some rules. So this is text. We could do it with HTML to have something much nicer. So if we have a look at the document, so we'll have nice HTML. We could be used in something, a wiki, something to know what is gathered by the tool. Then we could have a look at what it collects. So with the command facts, we can see everything, every data that it is collecting, so bunch of data. And based on this data, we will be able to do some checks. So with the command run, we have many options. And we'll try run.tech Zabbix to see everything. So it will query everything and then pass all the checks. So we can see every problem we have. So some unavailable host, the default admin account, which is present. We could do the same to have this in nice HTML page, and we could narrow and say, okay, I want only the check based on host something, and it will do only the check defined for the host. For example, I have only 3. So yeah, there's two hosts not encrypted, some hosts not on proxy, etc., and I can output a fancy HTML, and boom, we have the report when it was launched, duration, and what is the result. Okay, so here we go. We go on. So what next? this is new. This is first step. It can and it will be. We will add some check on it. So there is everything needed to do it. So to conclude, Zabbix is critical, and we need to monitor it also. It deserved to be monitored. So this tool helps to visualize potential problem. Rapidly, it is self-documented, and Zabbix takes care of our IT, so it's time to take care of him. So I have a GitHub repository. If you want to have a look, you can. If you want to participate, you can also. And that's all. Thank you.
We have a couple of questions. First off, about the compatibility. Is the tool compatible with other versions of Zabbix, including older releases, for example?
Okay, so it's quite new at the moment. So at the moment, I have focused on the latest version, but I need to do some testing on the older version.
And is it already fully available for community?
It is.
But latest version already there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but as I said, it's a work in progress. So if anybody wants to act and to give some help, they are welcome.
Another question just came in. So what do you do with those checks? Do you have people constantly looking at them and fixing problems, or how do you fix the issues detected by the tool?
This is only about detection. So what you do with it, it's up to you. You need to act, but I mean...
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And we will continue with topics related directly to Zabbix. Next up, a software developer, team lead from Zabbix, a colleague of mine, will talk about efficient tag management in Zabbix. Let's welcome Artyom Srimdyonoks. Welcome.
Hi. Okay. Thank you, Artur. Thank you, Pascal, for this amazing presentation about monitoring Zabbix itself. So my name is Artyom, and I will be talking about tags today. So tags is not really a feature of Zabbix. It's more like a side feature. It's like a feature that enables you to use other features of Zabbix better. And unfortunately, the tags didn't get enough attention they deserve, but today we are changing it. For the next 30 minutes, this room will be a capital of Zabbix tags. Okay? Are you excited? I don't hear you. Yes, okay. Let's start. Let's do this. Okay. What are Zabbix tags? Tags is a fundamental component of Zabbix. So they have a name, they have a value, you can add them, you can remove them, etc. So what could be so exciting about them? So let's start with an analogy. So other products have tags. Jira has labels. GitHub, I believe, has labels for tags. Twitter or X, right? It has hashtags, right? They allow you to do searching better. When you have a lot of things, you want to search there. So that's what tags are used there for, okay? So in Zabbix, it is similar, but they do more than that. So tags in Zabbix are metadata. And they allow you to do the logical grouping. Yeah, it's like its primary use case. What do we want to logically group in Zabbix? Items, triggers, host, their prototypes, yeah, and other things as well. So it's a logical grouping, but it is also for the control flow of information, right? So those are the primary use cases. Why do we have tags? There are other use cases. I will show you them. We'll have an overview. Okay, let's continue. That's how they look like, right? We are talking about large systems, right, that have like thousands of items. If you have just several items, if you have a small setup, then tags still are useful, but they really are useful on a large systems. So adding tags, right? This is like very simple example. One thing you need to remember is that Zabbix does several things additionally when you do something. For example, when you create an item on a host, this item will be linked to the tag of the host, right? This host has a tag. Your item on this host will also be linked to that tag. And a trigger also will be linked to the tag of the item, right? So there is this concept of the tag inheritance in Zabbix. Graphs don't have tags. Discovery rules also don't have tags. And when I say items, I also mean item prototypes, right? And triggers, I also mean trigger prototypes. Okay, so it's like its first use case, right? It allows you to do the filtering. Where do we want to filter things? In latest data, in the front end. In widgets as well. Imagine you have like 500 hosts, right? It's a small system, as it was mentioned previously. You want to display data from the 500 hosts that has particular tags. So, and you can do this. And okay, let's continue. Latest data. Again, you have lots of data. Show me the data that is related only to this particular tag, only to the memory. Show me data that is related only to the Oracle, right? Very useful. And also, when you go to the latest data and you just see everything, you see the scope, what your system has. Widgets. As you can see, we have a lot of widgets that support tags. And there will be more widgets, right? So you see, when I have a widget, I can control what I display in this widget. Okay, let's continue. So events, again, it is probably the most important use case when we are talking about tags. That's why you want to have Zabbix, right? To generate events and then do something, create notifications, execute scripts, etc. First of all, here is like additional example when you set up tags. We have templates, right? We can have many templates. When you have a tag on a template, then the item from the template, it will also be linked to that tag. If I have several templates in a row, this tag, all the tags from these templates, they will end up linked with the target item, right? So this item, right, it has a lot of tags as a result. So when the server processes events that were generated from triggers, right, that use values from particular items, the server will consider all of those tags. Okay, events. We generate events, and we can control what are we going to do depending if we have a certain tag or if we don't. For this particular tag, we want to execute script something. For other trigger, we want to send a message. So it's a control flow of information. Okay? Are you with me? Good. Yeah, this is events in Zabbix. Well, you've seen events, I'm pretty sure. And one particular example I would like to mention is the use case when I have a trigger that uses items from different hosts. You can do this. And for example, I create a trigger on a host 2 here. But this trigger 2 uses item from host 1. That means host 1 also will get trigger 2. It will be created automatically for you for free. You don't have to do anything. Free is the weekend. So, and as the resulting events, they will have tags from all of those items, from all of those triggers, from all of those hosts. A lot of tags. Tag filter. Very important topic. And like when it comes to the OR field, it should be really straightforward how OR works. But there is also AND/OR. And AND/OR, so it's OR if you have the same tag name. Otherwise, it's an AND. So keep in mind this. There are other quirks about tag filter. For example, when we say tag name does not equal something, it means there is no such tag as well. So you need to remember all of those things when you set up your tag filter. So let's see how you manage to understand this concept. Here's the use case. Example number 1. I have 4 things. Let's say those are items. And I have this tag filter set up. So I have class does not equal A and or class equals A. Who can tell me what I will see as a result of that? Okay, remember and or, what it means? And or means we have to use or for the same tag names. Is the tag name here the same? Yes, it is the same, it's a class. Tag name here is the same, so we have to use or. And when we have a Boolean expression, x something or not x something, we get 1. So it will match everything. Okay? I have a couple of other examples, by the way. This is a more complicated example. Class does not equal A, target does not equal Z. What will I see? Would it match no tag? Yes, it would match no tag. Why? Because of the does not equal A means there is no A. No tag, there is no A, so no tag will match. So what about number 1? Will it match it? Yes. For the same reason, there is no tag A. However, number 3 and number 2, they will not match. Okay. So, and a last example, I promise. It's the same as the previous example, except this time I use and or. No tag, yes. Anything else? No, that's right. Great, I'm so proud that there's a correct answer. Thank you. Okay, so those are not really like real use cases examples, but I just try to send a message that you need to take a look how it works in certain examples, in certain use cases. Yes, tag filter can be really complicated, and you can do a lot of things with it. So SLA. SLA is a huge, massive topic in Zabbix, right? I can talk the whole day about SLA. I will just briefly mention this in 3 slides. Imagine there is a business that sells pizza, Italian pizza, of course, right? And as a business owner, I want to make sure that my business works. And I have a lot of services, IT services there, okay? So I have databases, I have networks, right? And customers do the online ordering of pizza. Okay, so what do? I have a Zabbix that has a lot of items, a lot of triggers. And first of all, I group my potential problems to the services, right? Every problem, right, that has a particular tag, in this case it would be MySQL, I would map it to the database service, right? Or it could be like anything to do with databases. For example, when operating system does not work, the operating system that hosts database, well, I can also consider this to be an issue with the database, right? So, yeah. So I create services. In this case, it's a database service. I can also create, similarly, other services, like network service, for example. And eventually, I can say, is it working? Do I have a lot of problems with these services? And I can say, specify, consider only this time frame, this schedule. For example, I don't care about Friday evening when I do the maintenance, for example. In this case, don't consider this time. And also, I can specify SLO, service layer objective. So because of every business will have problems, right? Like it's impossible not to have problems, but it says how many problems I can tolerate, pretty much. So at the end, you will get this report that says, okay, at this time, at this date, everything is fine, but then something goes wrong. Yeah, there are too many problems. My business doesn't work, doesn't make enough profits. And yeah, this is like pretty much the summary of SLA. So I take all the problems I have on Zabbix, I map them to the services, and then I map my services to SLA report. And I can be sure that my business works, and you know it. My business works. this is slogan of Zabbix, right? If it doesn't work, you know precisely why. It could be really useful when you work with vendors, right? You can show your vendor this diagram and this report and say, hey, buddy, like something doesn't go right. Like my business is losing money. Please do something. So this is SLA in Zabbix. Okay, let's continue. Macroses. In Zabbix, you can add tags not manually, but also automatically. For example, during the registration, during network discovery, when you create new hosts, for example, you can also add tags. And during LLD, low-level discovery, you can also generate tags. We talked about LLD yesterday. Yeah, there was a nice presentation from Kaspers. Very briefly, we have a JSON that has some sort of data. We created discovery rules. We extract information from the JSON. We pre-process it. We save some data to the LLD macros. And then we use these LLD macroses and host prototypes or item prototypes or trigger prototypes to generate new hosts, new items. It could be really efficient and powerful way how to create a lot of things, a lot of items, triggers, hosts. And you can also, in this way, generate new tags. In this use case, I take a version of the product, for example, something. I extract this version to my LLD macro, and I use this LLD macro in my tag, in a host prototype. So my host, it will have this tag. It could be really useful to have a version in your problem, in your event, because then you can immediately correlate your problems with a particular version of the product that does not work. You could say, hey, I have too many problems in the latest version. Probably it's not stable enough. Let me revert it. OK, so this was the topic on LLD. But we also have other macroses. We have built-in macroses, user macroses. We have also expression macroses, but as far as I know, they are not directly related to tags. So let's continue with user macros. User macros are the macros that you create directly. You can create them on global level. You can create them on the host level. And so, yeah, if you accidentally created a password and you put it in a tag, all of your problems will have this password available, right? So keep in mind when you work with sensitive data, make sure this macro has a secret type, right? In this case, you will have this asterisk end up, right? But yeah, this is user macros. We also have built-in macros. Built-in macros, you don't create it yourself directly. They are supplied by Zabbix, yeah, directly. So there are a bunch of host macroses like host DNS. You can add them to the tags. You will see some results. Could be useful. And we have inventory, right? Inventory has its own tags. And this actually can be really confusing because like inventory has these tags here, right? They have nothing to do with the tags we are talking about today, by the way. So you can actually resolve those tags inside this built-in macro and put this built-in macro into the regular tags. Think about this. OK. But more important use case with built-in macros, probably the most popular one is the item value, item last value. Because if you can display certain value directly in the event. Classical use case, you read logs and you find some codes, error codes. You can extract those codes and you can put them into event. Could be really useful, again, to see the error 404 on your event directly. Yeah, and similarly, you can extract SNMP OIDs this way. So we do have a good support for extracting the values that you need from this long line from the log. We extract the thing that we care about. OK, event correlation. Very briefly, what is event correlation? It allows you to basically correlate the problem to its resolution. In this case, I have a single item, single trigger. I have several problems here. And I want to correlate my service 1 being stopped, right? Something is not right. I want to correlate this problem to its resolution here. How do I do this? I attach a little bit of context to my tag. So this way, trigger can generate several problems, and it knows which problem to close using the information inside the tag. So this is event correlation. Alerts, event.tags. Again, this is a built-in macro, and you can update this built-in macro inside your webhook. I was personally surprised you can do this. I didn't know about this. So this is a good use case, right? When I generate a notification, for example, in Jira, right? I want to get the ticket number. I create a new ticket in Jira. I generate a ticket number in Jira, and I attach this ticket number to the tags so that the problem will display Jira ticket number. So it's like a feedback loop you get. But it works also with other products, not just Jira. So you can dynamically update this built-in macro, and you can display it in the event. And some other use cases. You can use tags to fine-tune your access control. And you can work with calculated items. So calculated items, they produce new values using information from many items. And which items to consider, you can use the wildcard, or you can use tags to say which item should I extract information from. And the last but not least is the maintenance. So I know that at Friday evening, I will do some maintenance, the best time to do maintenance. And I know that if I switch my servers to do the maintenance, I will get a lot of notifications. I don't want to do this. I don't want to get these notifications, so I set up my maintenance. I'm saying, don't flood me with notifications at this time. So really simple, really efficient. OK, so that was an overview of the tags we have right now in Zabbix. So next topic, I will mention briefly what we had in the past. Previously in Zabbix 5.0, we used to have applications. But at that time, there were not that many items on the host, right? There were not that many templates. Not many templates were linked to the host. And applications were just fine. The problem with them is that they were single-dimensional. One item could not belong to more than one application. And tags are better in this way. Application is now a legacy feature. Tags are multidimensional. One item can belong to many tags. And also, tags are more flexible because of tags have a name and a value. And they're more flexible. And by the way, I also would like to mention hosts. Because of host, if you think about this, it is also the way how you can logically group items. But again, host is a single dimensional. One item cannot belong to more than one host. But host is more like a physical collection of items, if you will, right? For logical grouping, you should use tags. Template prefixes, I won't speak a lot about them. Pretty much you can logically group your items using names only, but there are reasons why we don't use names in searching, right? There are reasons why Twitter or X, you don't search Twitters by name, right? You search by hashtags. So names are not that good for this in the scalable systems. So what next I would like to mention is this limitation we had in the Zabbix. So imagine there are some templates. I have some templates. It's Nginx template, I believe, and it has several tags. Target Nginx. I have a host with items, and these items, they come from this template. But these tags are not displayed here. This is a limitation of the front end. The server, when it generates events, it will consider those tags, right? They are actually linked to this template, right? They are linked. But the front end does not display them. This is a limitation that we are fixing right now. This is like a graphical representation of this limitation. This template, you will not see it, basically. In latest data and widgets as well. We are changing this. My team is working very hard now to release the new feature to display those inherited tags. By the way, the person who was singing the song yesterday about monitoring in Zabbix, he's in my team, and he's also working very hard on this feature, by the way. So it's in a good hands. So you will see these tags from the template. And they will have a slightly different icon as well, so you can immediately see that they are from the template, they're not related to that item directly. So it will be similar idea for the host. And for the latest data, again, you will see more tags from the templates. And yeah, when you go to the tags menu, again, you will see which tags come from the items directly, which come from the templates. So the last topic is a tag naming policy. You're probably excited now and you want to go and create a bunch of new tags. Don't hurry. We need to be careful. Actually, if there is one thing I would like you to remember from my presentation, is that your company need to consider about creating a tag naming policy. Because of tags are used in many places in Zabbix. There are many features that use tags. Wow, so many, like, wow. Well, Zabbix is like the best monitoring solution. Come on, let's admit this. So many features. So to map your unique business requirements to Zabbix features, you need to have a tag naming policy. Which tags your company will use, right? In what circumstances? I can tell you what those policy, how this policy should look like. I can only make some suggestions. One use case, you can have tags that are based on the location. Add the region to your host, for example. You can, by the way, add some emojis. They're not displayed here, unfortunately, but yeah, those used to be emojis. You can add department names to your tags. Finance department, HR, security. So you can segregate problems by departments. You can also add tags from IT services, but in this case, again, consider SLA. You could add tags based on the software release cycle. Because of problems that come from production, probably are more important than others. And the last example, yeah, version of the product, again, could be useful. One thing you can take the reference point from is from the Zabbix itself, because we have our own tag naming policy. We have fantastic integration team. They have their own tag naming policy. And you can go and follow it, check it out, how it works, how it looks like. In what circumstances, which tags do we use, how do we segregate things up. Here are some links. By the way, our partners Inqbeo also had a great presentation about tags, so take a look at their presentation as well. And I think that's it. Remember, tags are your friends, so use them, pay them enough attention, create a tag naming policy, and enforce it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question. Do you know if there are any plans to apply tags somewhere else in the future of Zabbix, some new places where tags can be used?
I think in the front end there's a big feature coming. I don't remember its name exactly. Probably it's customizable widgets. But the idea is that front end will be much more customizable than it is right now. Remember how I showed you? You can like select tags in the front end. But right now, like, it shows you 3 tags, like, or 2 tags. It will be much more customizable in the future, right? So big changes are coming to the front end in this regards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we've looked at managing Zabbix a bit in our previous couple of speeches. Now we'll talk about sort of enhancing Zabbix, integrating it with other solutions and improving upon what is there. Let's welcome a systems engineer from Telelink Business Services, Croatia, Aldin Osmanagic, Beyond the Noise, automated root cause analysis and scalable reporting in Zabbix. Welcome.
Hello everyone. Today I want to talk about how we implemented automated root cause analysis in Croatia Telecom. And near the end of the presentation, I will show you how we scale reporting so user can view hundreds of thousands metric live inside a browser. But first thing first, a few words about us. I'm Aldin Osmanagic, Zabbix certified expert. I'm active in the Zabbix community since 2011, and I work as a system engineer at Telelink Business Services, short TBS. TBS is one of the leading ICT solutions provider in the region, and we have a worldwide presence. And if you never heard of Croatia Telecom, a few words about them also. They are market leader in Croatia. They are part of the Deutsche Telekom group, and they are one of the biggest telcos in the region. Before I continue, just a few words about telcos, because I worked in telecommunications for 10 years. Telcos are one of the most complex environments to monitor, and not just because of the sheer number of devices, and devices types and services and technologies, protocols, etc., but also because they are large and they have lots of departments. They can have departments for each technology, even for each network layer. So Croatia Telecom is no exception in that. We received lots of requirements from them, and this is just a few of them. The list, I think this is just 10% of the full list. And I don't have time to go through all the challenges that we encounter and how creatively we resolve them with Zabbix. But I can only tell you that Zabbix met the challenge. And right now, Zabbix is monitoring almost 20,000 devices, over 50 million metrics. There's tons of proxy servers. And database is around 4 terabytes. It's TimeScale database, so the compressed data, the real data is between 10 and 15 terabytes. And there's a list of vendors, devices, and services that we encountered, just so you can have a better understanding. Zabbix implementation in Croatia Telecom was successful, but we decided to enhance it in 2 key areas. One area is advanced alarming and root cause analysis, and the second area is reporting and visualization, where we scaled reporting so user can work with large data sets. So let's dive into automated root cause analysis first. I think most of you know that since Zabbix 6.4, we can use cause-symptom problem linking feature. And what that does basically is it gives a Zabbix user an option to say, okay, I have 2 alarms, and I know they are the symptom of some another alarm that is a cause. Remember, by default, all alarms are cause. And now we can say, okay, those 2 alarms will become symptoms of another cause alarm. Here's one example. I took this example from Zabbix website. First problem is memory utilization over 95% on application server. And automatically, because of that, response time is slow, congested request queue. So we have 2 symptoms. Now, in Zabbix, you can click on those 2 symptoms and link them to the root cause. And this is a great feature. This is one of the most promising features in Zabbix, by my own opinion. And this enables you to have a clear view. Instead of hundreds of alarms, you can have 3 alarms. But there is a problem. Right now, you need to do that manually. I know that Zabbix will automate this, even connected with global correlation function in the near future, maybe in 8.0. But right now, you need to do that manually. And that's not feasible in environments like telco. So we thought and where to start with automation. And the answer is the network. Why network? Because network has standards. Network has standards such as link layer discovery protocol that tells you who is connected to who on the network. And you can use that data to correlate alarms in Zabbix so that you know what is the cause and what is the symptom. So we implemented automated root cause analysis in 3 steps. Step number 1, we built agent written in Golang programming language that gathers information from devices via SNMP protocol. It gathers data such as link layer discovery protocol. So now we know how devices are connected, and we store that information in the database. And now, when we have information, we can visualize the topology for the customer. This is just a plus in the root cause analysis implementation, where customer can see who is connected to who, then he can plan the network. And the third crucial step, we developed root cause analysis service in Python that runs every minute. It runs every minute. It pulls alarms from Zabbix over API. It gets information of who is connected to who, link data. It gets from database, correlates everything in few seconds, and then push that information back to Zabbix. So you can have one cause alarm and maybe hundreds of symptoms. Let's go through one example so you have a better understanding. Here is a typical network failure. We have one point of failure, router in, just a second. Does this work? Okay. We have one point of failure router in split. It goes down. And because all other devices all on the right side are connected to split and split is connected to Zagreb, that is the core network, everything goes down. But when a human sees this, he said it's logical. Okay, router in split is the cause. Everything else is the symptom. And in Zabbix, alarms will look like this. You will have a bunch of alarms from customer premise devices. You have switch in split that is down, router in split. And even if Zagreb is up, but one interface towards Zagreb is down. And now our root cause analysis grabs problems, checks link database, correlates everything, and push information back to Zabbix. So you have one clean alarm that says, okay, this is the cause. And you have 5 symptoms. You have number 5. You have 5 symptoms. And if you want, you can always drill down and find out what are those symptoms. Okay, but there is a little problem. Network database can sometimes be misleading because of redundant links, backup links, etc. So we implement additional step where we calculate host importance. We calculate metrics such as throughput, active links, number of ports, etc. to determine how important is this device. And in this case, Zagreb is the most important. We give a number from 0 to 100. He has 88 rank because the whole country connects to Zagreb. And Split is a smaller city, and then customer premise has, I don't know, 1, 3, or 4. And when we are in doubt, automated root cause analysis will use this additional parameter. Okay, just a second. So, automating root cause analysis on the network is relatively easy because we have standards. But what about other areas of monitoring where we don't have standards? This is one scenario of that kind of example. So we have a bunch of alarms in data center because air conditioning goes down, compressor failure, and room is heating up, and all other devices are reporting high temperature, high temperature. And when a human sees this, he says, okay, I understand this, air conditioning is the cause. But in big environments, you can have hundreds of alarms like this. So we thought, okay, how can we implement rules for customer so he can use his domain knowledge to implement rules, and they will be run every minute. So we created graphical interface for customer where he can say, okay, I will now create a rule that will be run every minute. We will call it set root cause for temperature alarm per data center. And in the second part, you can say, okay, now I need to tell the rule, the automation, which alarms to take from Zabbix. And here we can use tags. I mean, you can use problem names, host names, but tags are the best. They are the heart of Zabbix. With them, like you heard earlier, you can do anything if they are structured. So in this, customer will define, okay, tag value must equal temperature, and it must be on tag name component. And the second part, tag equals location. So location must exist. Why? Because if we have similar scenario in another data center, automation will correlate those separately and define root cause for each location. And in the final part, impact is global. So we will correlate all hosts, not just per host, and root cause will be high severity if multiple choose all this. And this is the crucial part, group problems by tag values. So we take alarm from Zabbix and group them by location and then define the root cause. And the outcome is this. You have one clean alarm, and underneath it, you have symptoms. Let's play with this example a little more. What if you are not monitoring air conditioning? You can still use automated root cause analysis service, but a little bit differently. So, alternatively, in the last step, where we define custom cause before we set it to high severity, now we say, okay, create a custom alarm. It will be called high temperature consolidated alarms, and correlation threshold will be 3, meaning at least 3 alarms like this must come to activate. And the result is this. You have one alarm, custom alarm that you created, and everything else goes underneath. And remember, this is just example. You can use this for Docker containers, for clusters, for anything. You can even use this for duplicate alarms. If you have one interface down alarm coming from SNMP pooling, another one from SNMP trap, and a third one from logs, you can correlate that to one alarm to reduce the noise. Okay, so to conclude, as Zabbix scale, root cause analysis must be automated. So you can reduce this noise to 3 clean alarms. And remember, this is lab environment. In the real life scenario, you have thousands of alarms when something goes wrong. Okay, now to switch topics. I think most of you are familiar with this. There is a point in implementing Zabbix at customer site where customer will say, okay, Zabbix is great, dashboards are great. I even integrated with Grafana, and Grafana is great also. But I need something specific. I need this and that, where I need large data sets to be visualized. I need special calculation. And we always end up resolving those problems with SQL queries and Excel and maybe custom script, etc. So we thought, okay, how can we simplify this process? How can we make some tool that customer will use and everything and complexity will be hidden and he will get similar results? So we decided to use host prototypes and items. Host prototypes are very, very structured and you can use for something like this. And now customer can, I mean, we have 2 steps before where customer defines host groups and hosts and time period, but this is the crucial part. Here customer says, okay, I want to make, I don't know, VMware or Docker container reports, some report where I have thousands of metrics, hundreds of thousands of metrics. And in this case, customer has chosen to create for network report. And he chooses throughput in, throughput out. He then chooses consolidation function, max, min, average. He can use percentile. He can make dual metric aggregation. He can aggregate multiple metrics. And the result is this. You have one clean report that is very fast because we cached everything. If you see on the bottom, here is 135 rows, and everything runs very fast. If customer searches in 1 second, it will filter his result. He can do top, bottom, and find out who uses most resources. He can change the time period on the fly. And here, and this is also fast because in the background, we are making daily aggregation of Zabbix trend data. So Zabbix trend data is hourly data, as you know, and we are making daily, weekly, and monthly data. So because of this runs also fast if aggregation is used. And now, if customer find out some anomaly, want to see something that is interesting to him, he can drill down. He can choose metrics as wish, and he can visualize this as ad hoc graph, just like in Zabbix, by the way, great feature. And he can now choose time period for graph and troubleshoot his problem or plan the network. So I think my time is up. Thank you for listening.
We do have one question. Is the reporting tool that you just discussed, is it available as an open source solution? Will it be available in the future? What are the plans with the tool?
Yes, my long-term wish is to give back to community something good. So this will be in simplified version as an open source, so the community can work on it.
And when can we expect that approximately?
Not sure.
Not sure.
I mean, next year possibly, but not sure about dates.
Okay, thank you. All right, our next speaker came here all the way from Japan, and we'll be talking about integrating Zabbix with an AI agent. Let's welcome a systems engineer from SCSK Japan, also known in Japan as the AI guy, Yukihisa Soga. Welcome.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Soga.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Yukihisa Soga. I'm here from Japan. My company, SCSK, is one of the largest system integrator in Japan. And of course, we are Zabbix premium partner. Today, I would like to share how we are transforming Zabbix operation by using AI agent. We've got real use cases, real results, and some pretty impressive demo to show you. Before I begin this presentation, I'm still working on my English, so I'm really counting on your excellent listening skills. Okay? So here's what I'm going to cover today. Firstly, I'll introduce myself quickly, and then I'll dive into the executive summary. And next, I'll walk you through 4 real case studies: host registration, creating map, item and trigger creation, and improve initial response to failure events. Finally, I'll talk about what we think will happen next. I've been working in IT industry since 2000, joined SCSK in 2008. I've been using Zabbix since 2017. My hobbies are camping and visiting Japanese castle. Japan has many historic castles, so I highly recommend seeing them when you visit Japan. Let me briefly introduce our company. SCSK is one of Japan's major IT service companies. We provide software development and infrastructure service across Japan and have a growing international presence, as you can see from our network here. So let's get started from executive summary. This page shows what is our 3 challenges. Firstly, there is a shortage of workforce. It's difficult to find skilled engineers, so we operate with a small team. Secondly, Zabbix monitoring has become more diverse and complex to set up. Thirdly, during incidents, we need to recover quickly and minimize downtime. To address these challenges, firstly, we use AI as a substitute workforce to address the shortage. Secondly, we automate Zabbix configuration using AI. Thirdly, we utilize AI to get information about causes and recovery methods. Here's this AI architecture. We have an AI chatbot that operators interact with through a web interface. Behind the scene, AI agent combined with Zabbix API and AI models. This case is an AWS Bedrock. Let me show you how this works in practice is 4 real case studies. First case is host registration. We integrated an AI chat widget direct into the Zabbix dashboard. When an operator wants to add a new server monitoring, they simply chat with this AI. This AI asks relevant questions. What's the server name? What's the IP address? What group should it join? Which templates to apply? What type of Zabbix agent? The operator provides answers. For example, server name, IP address, and so on. This AI executes Zabbix API calls in the background and registers the host automatically. And the host has been registered. This AI also supports bulk registration. Input CSV format data with header information. And this AI handles bulk hosts at the same time. The bulk host has been registered. Even if you don't know Zabbix, you can easily register hosts with basic IT knowledge. Let's move on to the demo. AI execute, ask the question, operator answered. AI executed. Host registered. Next, second case is map creation. Here is 3 samples. To create a map for a specific host group, simply chat with this AI. Please create a map with a host belonging to the host group AI create. It generates network maps by executing the Zabbix API in the background. The map has been created. Next, map with links between hosts. Simply chat with this AI, create a map using a host in the AI create host group. Draw lines to separate the map into 3 levels, web, AP, and DB. The map has been created. In this case, all hosts are displayed with the same icon, but you can also display them with different icons. Next, let's display network switch interface on the map. Similar to the previous example, we chat with this AI. Switch 001 is a network switch. As you can see here, the map has been created, but it was not arranged in the actual interface order. Let's move on to the demo. Operator request to AI. AI execute. AI execute while icons running. The map has been created. I think it works well as a base map, but it's not sufficient for operational use. A third case is item and trigger creation. In this example, we create items and then create triggers. We chat with this AI to add ping monitoring to the target host. This AI requests the necessary information for configuration. Here, we'll answer the ping type, monitoring interval, as an item to host, and finally, the IP address. This AI executes the Zabbix API in the background. The pinged item has been created. Next, we'll create a trigger. Continuing from the previous step, we'll chat with this AI to create a trigger. AI creates the appropriate trigger. And the trigger has been created. It automatically sets the threshold values. This case is ICMP ping, but I should also set limits for CPU resources and the other metrics. However, it's necessary for operator to verify whether the threshold is suitable for the host. Let's move on the demo. Executing. AI asks some question. Operator answered. AI is executing. Item created. Next, create a trigger. Trigger has been created. And the last case is improve for initial response to failure events. We monitor log using Zabbix to detect failures. And let's say the error message is error SCSKE 9000. Previously, when this occurred, we had to copy the error log and paste it into a chat to ask questions about it. This approach is hard to manage when errors are frequent. To solve this problem, we configured a script so that it can be executed directly from the error screen. As a result, we can now easily check. You can easily check the information that causes errors. Last demo. Let's move on the demo. Display error message. Display message. I'd like to share my summary. It seems like it could be useful as an assistant, but this AI is still new, so it can do everything. We need to find out what it can do. It seems like it could be utilized for quick incident resolution, but I think it would be beneficial if we could get more detailed error information. through this AI. For example, similar errors have occurred on the same operating system host and same device firmware version host. I'd like to share our future vision. Firstly, AI infrastructure concierge. This AI automatically takes care of adjusting host resource or changing Zabbix thresholds. Secondly, predictive monitoring. It would be great if the system could analyze failure data and call hardware or software support before system goes down. Finally, global intelligence network. This would use Zabbix information from around the world to create optimal Zabbix environments. This is our dream of future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. So there you go, guys. Various use cases, as you saw in practice, for using AI agents here with Zabbix. All right. Before we have our lunch break, not lunch break, our regular coffee break, sorry. I'd like to just mention that someone forgot their suitcase on the 8th of October during the partners meeting, so you can find it at the reception over here. Yeah, so if someone forgot their suitcase during the partners meeting, we have it at the reception. Okay, before the coffee break starts, so once again, a couple of reminders. First off, don't forget to visit our Zabbix booth. We are still here till the end of the day. If you wish to discuss any of the use cases covered here with us, how they can be implemented, what is our opinion, what is Zabbix team's opinion, or you wish to talk about Zabbix Cloud or Zabbix Academy, we are here for you guys. Next up, also, remember the merch store is available until the end of next lunch break. Not lunch break, but coffee break. I keep mixing up. Next up, photo booth, right? This is your chance to take photos with our great speakers if you wish, or with our community members, our team members. Also, the closing event of today, it will take place in, over here, you can see Burzma, at the Burzma Food Hall over here. The map is available by scanning the QR code. Maybe we can leave it up for a couple of seconds so everyone who's interested can scan this over here, and you can see the event date, 6:30 until 22 over here. All right, the bus schedule for what I understand is not sure. Do we have a bus schedule slide over here? No bus schedule slide. Okay, I guess yeah. I guess you're reaching this by foot. But in any case, meet our team members after the end of the event down in the first floor lobby. So we will guide you to the venue over here. So all guides will take care of you. And let's take a coffee break over here. We'll be back in 30 minutes and we'll continue with a couple of more speeches.
Hello everyone, my name is Christine and this is Summit Day 2 and we are back for the live interviews. And the first person I have here is my very dear partner Dimitri Bellini from Quadrata. Welcome Dimitri.
Thank you Christine for...
Yeah.
so polite introduction.
Yeah, you know, I'm pleased to meet you every single year when you are attending the summit. And you are one of those partners who has been with the tool for so many years, and you have so many experience with the tool. And this year is no exception. You came to the stage, you brought a use case with the customer. And maybe you could share a bit what Quadrata is offering to other customers, because today during the speech we heard one of the use cases, but I bet there is so much more to it.
Yeah, I think the most important part that we provide to our customer is the passion what we do every day and for every customer. We try to provide the best solution and as best we can, okay? And try also bring innovation where we can possibly find a solution for the customer, and nothing more.
Yeah, but you do provide the full scope of it. I know you are a training partner, but you do provide other services as well, right?
Absolutely. From training, we develop the project. We also manage the system of the customer if they are not able to pay attention or made some modification to the Zabbix configuration. Yes, we can do everything related to the Zabbix ecosystem. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, that's great to hear. And during the summit, you brought a use case, and there are many different other use cases from not only partners, but from customers and all kinds of people. And what is maybe the one practical idea that you heard during this summit that sticks to you the most? Or maybe some interesting idea for you in the future to explore a bit more?
Absolutely, the word of AI, because now is the most frequent question from our customer, and also the correlation, root cause analysis is a must-have in Zabbix. So we want to go deeply on this specific field in Zabbix to satisfy the customer request.
Oh, so and what do you think from your observation with all your customers and experiences you have shared so far? What is the main thing that customers are expecting from the Zabbix as a tool?
But in general, they want to achieve some goals. For instance, monitor 10,000 of hosts or devices in general without issue. The problem is to not stop the production or the business of the company. So Zabbix is a healthy system, and it proves millions of times that it's very well designed. So
I'm very pleased to hear that, and this is what we have been working for so many years, to make a good product that delivers quality to the users, to customers, to everyone. Yeah, and together with it, you know, we have been developing and working on Zabbix 8.0. So what you expect the most from the new version of Zabbix?
First of all, because a lot of customers ask about that, visualization, a better observability, you know, these new terms in the IT. And moreover, we need a correlation, a good correlation engine to focus on the real problem of the customer and save the time to solve the issue. So from my point of view, this is the most important feature that I require and my customer require.
Oh, that's great. So it's coming in 8.0, and so we would expect it to be out rather soon, I would say. Thank you, Dmitry, for this conversation and for all your answers, and I will be happy, more than happy, to see you here next year as well.
Thank you, Christina. It was a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye. And the next one, we have a dear colleague of mine, Marianne Zweigste. Tell us a bit about yourself. What do you do at Zabbix?
Hello. Hello, Christine. Happy to be here. Well, I'm part of the technical writers team, the documentation team, and I'm one of the technical writers. Since I'm a bit of a language nut, I'm very pleased that over the past months, or maybe a bit longer, I'm a bit more focused to maintaining the guidelines and the general well-being of our documentation, which is something I'm very passionate about. So yes, I'm one of the language people on the team.
That's so great. And since you are the person typically doing the writing part, and now you are here in the summit with so many people around, have you enjoyed this year's summit so far?
Yes, absolutely. It's been so much fun. It's been really, really cool to work in the testimonials booth with my teammate Marina. We've had a very lovely time. Today we got a few extra helpers to help everything move right along, and it's been really, really cool to just see the partners and users and fans in person and listen to their stories and their little jokes and hear about their experiences. So, yep, I've been enjoying it very much.
For one, I'm really happy to hear that there are such a request for testimonials that you need extra people to handle all these cases. And my second question, kind of tied to it. So you got to experience all of these user stories and sharing their experiences, how they feel about the tool. And do you think it will somehow change the way how you do your day-to-day tasks?
Definitely. I'll think about them. I'll think about their faces and their smiles and their kind words, and they're just so happy, and I am appreciative of their appreciation. It's been a very, very lovely connection.
Oh, that's so nice to hear, because I do believe that one of the key things for Zabbix Summit for us, for Zabbix employees, is that we get this experience of seeing the users live and appreciating the tool, and that, at least for me, it inspires me on my day-to-day tasks.
Absolutely. It's very heartwarming.
Yeah, and kind of tied to it, but maybe you could share at least one or few things, how many you wish, about what could be your main takeaways from this year's summit?
Oh, that's a very good question. I think maybe a very general answer. Just the experience. I think, like compared to the other Zabbix events I've been to, this is so far, this is the first one where I've been so immersed, where I'm working at the summit, I'm meeting all the people, and I'm taking away what it is like to be an even more active part of the Zabbix community. It's like a very, I guess that's the highlight. It's been a very immersive experience for me personally.
I love that for you. I do believe that it will give you extra boost.
Thank you.
So thank you, Mariana, for this interview.
It was lovely. Thank you.
It was a pleasure having you here.
Thank you so much.
And since I do love my colleagues, and that is true from my heart, the next interviewing, and the last for me today, is my dear colleague Ronald Schultz, the head of sales department. And since this is not your first summit, can you tell me, is there a shift in what customers expect from a service provider since the last year's summit?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here. Service providers, you mean as Zabbix as a vendor, what the customers are looking for?
Yes, as a vendor, and we do provide services. And has there been any shift of what they expect from us to provide? What are maybe the key things that they request the most, or is the same old?
There is. the shift, I would say, every year is increasing is the fact that customers, they expect that we have all the functionality in place because there are so many other monitoring tools out there. And it's not the question if we can provide, but how can we do that? And I guess that is also due to the fact that we are consistently telling everyone that, guys, Zabbix is a universal monitoring tool, so please explore all the opportunities and options that we offer. So they do, and they ask for more, and that's good.
That's always good to hear that customers are asking for more. And since you are one of the people talking with the customers and the potential customers, in your view, what are the most strengths of Zabbix? How Zabbix stands out the most compared to maybe other monitoring solutions?
Well, obviously, as an open source, the cost factor is there, the pricing. So, I mean, especially for enterprise level customers, I mean, it's a no-brainer because considering the fact that you can get the tool for free and then you just, if you need, you can pay for the services, it's amazing. And also, yes, we're being quite honest and straightforward with our customers about the pricing policy, so there's no hidden costs, and yeah, they just benefit from everything they do with Zabbix.
That's great. And then one of the things that I'm personally also interested in is the question, of course, for example, there is a non-technical person who is deciding whether they need Zabbix or monitoring in general. How would you explain to a non-technical person why they need monitoring, why they need Zabbix?
Good question, because yeah, Zabbix has always been like the IT department tool, but yeah, for non-technical manager, I would say it's again, it all boils down to cost, because it is a tool to basically prevent any department from any potential downtime and loss of their business, of the time. So if you have a monitoring tool in place, it can save you even millions.
And you personally, do you see Zabbix more as a technical tool or more as a business tool?
Well, yeah, in connection with my previous statement, then yes, it's more of a technical tool, but at the same time, the business can benefit from it a lot, because although the configuration part would be done by someone technical, system engineer, the beneficiary would be the business by being able to see the dashboards, all the SLAs, everything that matters for the business to maintain the uptime, to ensure that the business works, and you know it.
See, the new slogan kind of falls right into the place. Your business works, you know it. And to finalize this interview, one of the questions is, what are the common misconceptions you still hear from customers about either Zabbix or maybe open source software? It kind of goes aligns with what Dylan Beattie was talking about in his speech. So maybe you have heard some misconceptions, and what would be your counter arguments?
There's a lot. Yes, on daily basis, we hear a lot of misconceptions as sales team, but I mean, from one side, it's understandable because it is open source product, and the main way how we spread in our community is from word of mouth. So maybe something that was true 10 years ago is not true anymore today, right? So we are constantly fighting with those things, but like the main, I would say there are two. One is that still customers think that Zabbix is just for network monitoring and like basic IT monitoring, servers, network devices, and we try to convince that, guys, you can actually do a lot more with it, right? So there's no limitation. Operational technologies and application monitoring as well, like sky's the limit. It's just a question of implementation. So that's first, and yeah, the second thing is that even within the Zabbix community, still not everyone is aware that actually we as a vendor are here to help with our professional services, technical support, be next to you on daily basis and help to solve your challenges with the tool. So you're not alone in this.
I really love how you said it. With Zabbix, the sky is the limit. So thank you for this thought that I will take for me from this year's summit. And thank you for this interview.
Thank you so much.
welcome back, everyone. Hope you stretch your legs and grabbed a cup of coffee during the coffee break. We will continue. Next up, we'll talk about integrations. We'll talk about integrating Zabbix with XOR, a Palo Alto Networks automation tool. So let's welcome a senior consulting engineer at Palo Alto Networks from Finland, Harri Ruttila. Welcome.
All right, nice to see everybody. So today, the topic that I'm going to talk to you about is how can we supercharge Zabbix with XOR playbooks and what XOR actually is. So my name is Harri, I come from Finland, nice to see you all, and hopefully you can enjoy the show. So first, before we get there, we need to look at some of the issues that we usually face, both in IT monitoring, whatever we're monitoring, but also on the SecOps side. The same problem occurs. We are facing with too many alerts. Now in Zabbix terms, problems or such, there's just too much of them. We don't have the time, we don't have the people, like we heard from the previous presenters as well, we don't have the time and the people to actually look through everything manually. And there's just so much of them, we need to do things a bit differently. Second problem that what we usually face is that it's sometimes very complicated and we need to build custom stuff to integrate with all of our other tool stack. Now, all of you representing different companies, you already have made tremendous big investments into different kinds of tool sets in your environments. So building integrations from different tools and connecting the dots takes a lot of money, time, effort, and of course knowledge and skill to actually make that happen. And then you need to still support it. What if that person leaves the company and such? And the third piece, of course, the skills. You necessarily don't have the skills to always build automations. There's great, like, different kinds of tools out there, great different kinds of frameworks like Ansible and such, which you can actually use already today to build your automations. But it's very manual, very sometimes difficult process to do, so therefore we need to do things a bit differently. Now, here at Palo Alto Networks, we have a SOAR platform, one of the leading SOAR platforms. So what a SOAR actually is, it's a security orchestration, automation, and response tool. Now, if you already are using it, cool, great. It might be that the security folks from your organization are looking into different kinds of automation platforms. So why wouldn't we utilize the already existing tool that can talk to almost everywhere to also manage the things that are rising from your monitoring tool, such as Zabbix? So first of all, what does XOR do, and what's the key principles of it? So first of all, automate. We need to automate all the manual tasks, because we just heard there's not enough of us. There's too much of those different kinds of problems rising here and there. So we need to start to automate. And it makes sense to automate the things that repeat. It doesn't make sense to automate a thing that happens once a month and takes you an hour to solve. It makes sense to automate things that happen, let's say, every hour, and it takes you 5 minutes to solve. So that's the things that you should be looking to automate. Doesn't matter what is the automation tool. XOR could be one good candidate to do that, but whatever you do, use this key principle. Automate the things that repeat very often and doesn't necessarily take you once too much time, but overall the time savings will be bigger. Second of all, the tool that you're going to utilize, like XOR, it needs to talk to all of your other tools. Now, I know all is a very bold statement here, but I have a confidence that we already have integrations to, let's say, 95% of the tools that you utilize. And if not, let's create the rest. And third of all, you need to have a tool, and in this case, XOR offers you also the point that you can control the automation flow without writing any lines of code. You do not need to be the developer. You do not need to know how to create scripts. That's it, many of you probably do. But this gives you also the option to give the creation of these, what we call playbooks, to those folks that actually are not developers at heart. So how does it work? So where does it all start? It starts from a marketplace. We need to, when we have XOR running, it's a SaaS solution that we offer, we need to find the tools that we want to integrate with. We have a marketplace that has what we call content packs. Naturally, this has already been utilized for a long time by security folks, but also more and more also on different kinds of network operations and other kinds of teams, to actually install the packs from our marketplace to be at your disposal. Now, a single pack might include also other stuff than just the integration. The integration is basically the guidance on how do we talk to the other tool on the other end. It also includes what we call playbooks. So playbook is the flow of the automation. How do we control the automation flow? Also includes layouts. So how do we show the important information to the customer? And reporting and dashboarding, equally important. So we are trying to track everything here. So we need to also provide dashboarding and reporting capabilities. If we don't have a pack to a tool that you have built your own tool, as we have heard today. Many speakers also talk about tools that they have created. We can build new integrations to them as well. So bring your own integrations are, of course, very easy to do as well and can be utilized on the tool. So then when we look at how the playbooks actually work, so playbooks for us is a graphical drag and drop editor, how you create your flow of automation. All the bits and bits here, the resolution is not that great, but they are a command into an integration or a piece of a script that you have created can be called upon in a flow of events, which we call a playbook. We offer a lot of these out of the box, but nothing prevents you from actually creating your own playbooks to actually control your own flow of events, what you want to happen in a specific situation. Now, fully graphical, no need to be any programming expert on this one, so it's relatively easy. It's like a flow chart, starts from the top, ends at the bottom, and it controls how your automation flow works. So what can we integrate with? There's like 1,000 tools today. Zabbix here as well. I put it under the other box because that was basically what I thought was the best one from these ones. It's a good chance that we already integrate with all the tools that you currently already have. Ticketing systems, email systems, instant messaging systems, what else? Of course, security systems, but also operating systems, monitoring systems, and such. Naturally, our heritage quite a lot is on the security side, but that said, we have more and more also tools that are not so related necessarily onto the security, but also overall managing different kinds of alerts and events coming from your infrastructure. So, the joint use case here is that we utilize the API of Zabbix to pull the problems. So you set up your Zabbix, as you have done so far. Whatever you monitor, it raises problems. Those problems are then ingested into our XOR platform over the API. Once a minute, we go and poll the API to give us the problems, and then we start to do what we do with them. At the same time, we can, of course, issue any commands to the API on the Zabbix side to do whatever we want. But in this case, when we are managing the problems, the more important ones are, of course, getting more information and acknowledging the problems and such. That's, in key principle, what we do. But what happens then when we pull the problems from Zabbix to the XOR side is that, of course, we want to have a layout that shows what happened. Here I have a very simple problem. One of my agents is not responding. I can create, and I created this kind of a layout, which would be very helpful for what's going on. On the left-hand side, what did Zabbix tell us? What was the information that came from there? That's my server that is not responding. That's cool. On the right-hand side, I needed to put AI somewhere in my presentation, of course. We heard AI just in the previous one, but here is an explanation from the AI. You can use whatever AI you want. Here I used Anthropic Claude to actually give me an explanation. What should I do next? But I could use like local ones. I could use whatever. It's just an integration for us. But then more importantly, if I have such a situation happening and I already have automated tasks done before I get here, I have also buttons. There on the bottom left, you have buttons. Buttons can be put there to then integrate with your existing tool stack. Now, okay, situation, I need to call another team, create a ticket into another ticketing system, create a ticket in Jira, create a ticket in ServiceNow, send an email somewhere, send an email to the asset owner. So figure out who's the asset owner from a different location. So if you have an integration to your asset database, query the asset database, who's the owner of this asset, and send them an email. Hey, what's going on? If it's really critical, open a virtual war room in Microsoft Teams and invite all the relevant parties there so let's figure out what's going on. So integrations to instant messaging programs is equally important. And on the bottom, on the green, it says mark problem as acknowledged. So basically, everything's cool. Tell Zabbix that fine, this problem doesn't need to go any further. Let's move on. Very simple scenario. Similar one, another kind of an alert. But again, of course, the explanation is a bit different. So I wanted to put that there because for more complicated ones, maybe you want to utilize your own library of guidance. Maybe for something you want to utilize an external AI to give you like example, what should I do? And then do the remediation. But before we click the buttons, of course, the automation has run on the background. And here's I have an example of an automation flow, a playbook that I created. So basically, the problem occurs. This is split now into two. Normally, this is like one playbook from the top to the bottom, but you just follow the arrow for readability reasons. Start from the top, get the details of the problem, get the host details. Fully automated tasks in that sense. Then get the asset owner from the asset database. So if we have one, figure out who it is. Ask the AI for an explanation. What could you tell me about this? Then let's ask the asset owner about the problem. So let's send them a Slack message. Let's send them a Teams message. Let's send them an email. Give them a phone call. Do whatever we want through integrations to ask them that, hey, your server is responding that it has these kind of problems. Are you aware? Okay. If they are aware, depending on the answer, now the answer is yes or no. In this case, it's very simple. The answers could be whatever we want, but in this case, the answers are only yes or no. Figure it out what to do. If the asset owner says that, yeah, I'm aware of this problem, don't worry about it, let's acknowledge the problem in Zabbix, and then let's close the incident. Our terminology in XOR is that everything is an incident. So let's close the incident, and we're done. Now, if the asset owner is not aware of it, so let's raise the severity of it so it gets highlighted on the XOR side, open a ticket into our other ticketing system if we have any, and then let's leave it for manual investigation. So somebody needs to investigate what is going on. But in this case, we can actually leverage the owner's information or the asset owner's information that do they actually know about this situation when it's occurring by integrating with any kind of asset databases that you might have, even Excel sheets, because that is very common in many organizations still, unfortunately. Another example, this actually came from a friend who was using Zabbix at an organization that he hated nothing more than waking up 2 a.m. in the morning than an agent is going down, and he just went and needed to log into the server and restart the agent. That was the only thing he did in the middle of the night. In the morning, they did the root cause analysis, but in the middle of the night, that was the only thing that he wanted to do. So I created him a playbook. Restart the agent, acknowledge, and off we go. Not the best practice, of course, over time, but in the middle of the night, that was the only thing he wanted to do. And therefore, in the morning, they did the root cause analysis. So why wouldn't we automate that kind of a simple flow and then focus on the morning to actually figure out what happened? And to do that, we need to, of course, track the metrics. All the metrics that are reported by, in this case, Zabbix, is recorded into the incidents in XOR. Now, the incidents can be grouped. The incidents can contain multiple problems, if you so wish. And they contain all the metrics that is coming from the other tools, in this case Zabbix, but also the 999 other tools if we are integrating with them. And then we can also dashboard about them. So we can create different kinds of SLAs for different kinds of problems. Here I have only one type, and that is a Zabbix problem, but I could split this off like endpoint problems, network problems, whatever, and then create different automation flows for different kinds of problems. So it's not a problem for us. And then the SLA. That's how, of course, we can track how are we doing on time on those different kinds of problems. And everything basically in those problems can also be dashboarded. And if it can be dashboarded, it can also be reported as a report. So dashboarding and reporting is equally key for XOR. So to summarize, before I run out of time, XOR plus Zabbix in this case, first of all, automate the response. So take your existing problems from Zabbix and utilize the automation flow to automate the responses to them. How do you do that? is by orchestrating the automation across all of your tools that you currently have in your environment. Doesn't matter what they are. If we don't have an integration to it today, we can create new integrations for them very easily. And third of all, track that everything is being done. We don't need to get into a situation, we don't want to get into a situation that something is left untouched, something is left unlooked at, and therefore we need to track and report what we're actually doing. So with those kind of principles, we can actually then start bridging the gap between IT and SecOps by embracing a SOAR platform also to monitor for these kind of more traditional IT-related monitoring things. So if your SecOps side of the house is already using XOR, nothing prevents you from actually leveraging that also on your IT monitoring or whatever infrastructure monitoring you're doing with Cortex XOR. Thank you.
We do have one question. So how long would it take to set up a simple playbook? So let's say this is your first time setting one up in XOR, so what would be the estimated time until you get it going?
So if you already have the building blocks at your disposal, so basically we don't need to create any new integrations. Creating a playbook that I had like there would take, I would say, 30 minutes to 60 minutes. But of course, you need to know a bit how the system works, and then it's very, very quick to do after that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we will talk about quite a complex topic. We'll be talking about closing the state gap in large-scale network monitoring. This will be, I guess, about taking a more holistic approach at monitoring instead of more reactive approach that maybe we are used to. So let's welcome CTO at rconfig, former global network lead at Dell, Ireland, Stephen Stack. Welcome.
Hey everyone, this is kind of exciting. My first time at a Zabbix Summit, so it's kind of cool to be here. My name is Stephen Stack. I'm the CTO and founder of rconfig, network configuration management platform based out of Ireland. I'm a proud Corkonian, which means I have a good sense of humor. I talk really fast, so I apologize for that in advance, and I have a slight addiction to coffee and tea. Not so much to Guinness. I don't like Guinness. Today I'm going to talk about like was introduced. It's going to be a fast session. It's going to be useful and practical. We're going to talk about configuration. We're going to talk about state. And we're going to talk about observability. And I'm going to give you some experience and some hard knocks I've had along the way. So I'd love a quick show of hands. It would be nice to see who here, and I'm going to raise mine first, has seen everything green on a dashboard, yet still you got the phone call, you got the incident email, you know, something was broken. Would be nice, yeah, there's one, you know, a couple, right? We've seen it. The green wall, but still the problems are coming, okay? At Dell, I was the global network lead. I was responsible for the entire Dell infrastructure, including Dell.com, you know, all the manufacturing facilities. We had over 20,000 devices, and that happened all the time. We saw everything green. The dashboards were green, the logs were green, you know, all the reporting, all the telemetry was coming back green, but still we were blindsided all the time, incessantly, and, you know, it was really difficult. Runtime risk doesn't always shout from the logs. Configuration does not equal behavior, and observability is not validation of intent. What do those things mean? Let's see. So we trust our tools, right? We talked about tools. We talked about tools a lot in the last couple of days. We trust our tools, syslogs, routing configs, compliance dashboards, but often risk hides in the runtime, in the state of our systems, in the network and the servers and so on. Even redundant, you know, one of the issues we had in Dell was redundancy configurations. When we configured redundancy in our network, didn't actually mean when a failover happened that our redundancy worked, right? And that was how our teams got blindsided, despite doing everything right most of the time. Why is that? Well, in my experience, no single artifact tells the truth, okay? And we're going to talk a lot about truth in the next 20 minutes or so. So the question is, where does the truth live? The truth lives where config, state, and observability align. So I'm going to make it explicit with a model I created. And my model is really revolves around configuration, which is intent. I'll talk about that in just a moment. State and observability. But critically, the intersections between those, okay? And how we actually reduce risk. I call it the trifecta of truth. It's a simple model, but it's powerful. And we're going to get into some examples in just a moment, but we're going to stay kind of conceptual and abstract for just a second. So, a clean way to frame it. Let's drop the tools conversation just for a moment, okay? Think about configuration, think about state, think about observability. What are these things? So configuration is intent. This is a big one I talk to my customers about all of the time. What is configuration? Configuration is nothing more than how you intend a network, a device, a server to operate. That doesn't always necessarily equate to how it's actually operating. State is reality. That's how your network, your servers, your databases, that's how they're operating, okay? And observability is the experience, okay? So individually, they tell a partial truth. Configuration tells you one truth, state tells you another truth, and so on. But the intersections between them mean a lot. So the intersection between configuration and state, you get conformance. The intersection between state and observability, you get explainability. And the intersection between configuration and observability, you get verified intent. Reconciled together, that tells you the truth. And the truth is where risk is reduced. Okay, let's go a little bit deeper, right? Because I realize it's still quite abstract for a moment. When all three align, we move from, that looks fine, the dashboard is good, to proven intent. Not just up, but like, is it doing what we intended it to do? Can we make it visible? Can we make it proven? I configured a system, but what does that mean on the far side to the user, to the system, to the system users in the business? So your monitoring aspiration, in my opinion and experience, and I'll talk about my experience in a moment, should be verified outcomes, verified intent, okay? If the configuration alone doesn't equal truth, right? And I kind of say it here as well, and I read it. If it isn't realized in state and isn't proven in observability, it doesn't matter that it's written in configuration. And this is kind of the kernel of this talk today and my experience, leading really large global network teams. So let's go a little bit more. Each intersection between the trifecta turns into a partial truth, into something testable. Configuration intersected with state equals conformance. Conformance, so we can build conformance tests. State intersected with observability, we can build explainability tests. And configuration intersected with observability gives you intent evidence. It's still a little bit abstract, right? So bear with it for just a second. All three equals continuous assurance. Okay, let's look at real numbers. Let's get down into real examples. So every outage has a villain, but it's rarely the CPU, the link, that failed. It's rarely one thing. And I'm going to talk about the real cost of where config doesn't equal state here in terms of real money. There's a hidden gap in this model, and it costs our businesses that we, aim to bring assurance to. It costs them millions of dollars and euros, whatever side of the ocean you're working on. I saw it at Dell, I saw it at Johnson Controls, I saw it at Ernst & Young, I saw it at lots of companies where I worked, and I still see it with our customers today. In Dell, where I led the global network team, I had a team of nearly 80 engineers and architects. I had 10 CCIEs. I had the best. I had the best in the world. But the outages were awful. They were really bad. They were 8 to 24-hour outages, full manufacturing downtime, call centers out on Black Fridays. Like, it was pretty severe. And we had this model for estimating how much it was costing the business on an annual basis. And I still lose sleep over this model because I still think it's extremely conservative. I think the real cost, if a proper analysis done, was far greater. But one of our issues was that all the dashboards were green. The network team said, we're good. Whoever heard that before? The network guys never say it's the network, right? I'm a network guy. I've said it's not the network. The application guys, the voice guys, the whomever said, yeah, of course it's the network, right? But, we have that argument for 4 hours before we start looking at tools and then figure out that it is the network. And then, what's worse than that, is when we do find out it's the network, we treat that one event in isolation. It's just that thing, we'll fix that, we'll make sure it never happens again, until the next one happens 2 days later, okay? So we needed new thinking. I'm just going to give you a very quick example here. I'm not going to drain this one too much. Global call center, Black Fridays, again, we're back in Dell, and again, this is just my experience. I'm not representing Dell here, obviously, but just based on experience. Thousands of calls an hour. Couple of smart engineers, and these were really good guys, right? In a room, let's put quality of service. This is about 10 years ago. Links were of lesser quality and lesser bandwidth. Let's put quality of service on the egress for the call centers. Let's give them a good experience. Last year wasn't great. Busiest day of the year commercially for the company, and that's what happened. 2 hours into Black Friday, the call centers crashed. Why? Because they did not apply the class map to the interfaces, all right? But what's worse is it took them 6 hours to figure it out, between the arguments, the backwards, forwards, incident management, all that kind of stuff. We applied the class map, and we added synthetic voice monitoring, okay? And in retrospect, it's that piece when the change was made, the configuration, that state should have been verified, and observability, verified intent, all of those things should have been put in place from day one, but they weren't, okay? So we had no clear visibility that the change had any tangible impact on the call centers. So before I get into a couple of quick examples, I'm watching my clock, I'm good. I'm just going to get all academic for a second, so just bear with me. Sometimes config and state and observability on their own look fine. The culprit isn't the parts, it's the interactions between them. I've said it a few times, I'm going to say it a few times more. So I'm surfacing this for context. It's kind of the genesis of where I got to transform how we approached configuration, state, and observability in Dell to reduce that risk and those outages. These concepts by these guys, Cook, Keypence, and Mannion, shaped my thinking. They showed why write systems fail and how failures emerge from unanticipated interactions. They inspired the trifecta model for me, and it is the genesis of the approach that I showed you earlier. There's a QR link there. I'm sure it'll be shared on slides afterwards, but it is worth a quick read, and it is a really quick read. It's not some 100-page book. There's some really interesting concepts in there, and I will show you one more towards the end also. So I like to think of Zabbix as a validation system. Excuse me, not just watchful, but extendable and verifiable, and I think there's many experts in the room here, you'll know this. Something that can actually prove whether what we intend in our configuration is surfaced in state and also in observability, and if we can close the loop on that to bring the trifecta of truth to our operations teams, to ourselves, right? So to make that concrete, I'll walk through three quick examples. Now, these examples do come with a health warning. They're pretty simple, okay? They're for illustration purposes. So if anybody has any arguments with maybe one or two of the screens, come see me in booth 2 afterwards, okay? We'll have a proper debate about it. But, okay, let's get into it. A couple of quick examples. So let me see, where am I? First, let's look at a config example. So configuration, we look at an Apache web server config. And our desire here is really just configure Apache and serve TLS 1.2. That's the basic requirement. Monitoring, we need to set up monitoring to check the endpoint, that it resolves with a HTTP status code 200, like that, just simple set of requirements, right? But the main requirement is that we're only serving TLS 1.2, okay? So if we think of nothing more than intent, we can validate our configuration easily. Look, there's 10 different ways to do this, right? But this, again, for illustration purposes, so we can use Zabbix file content checks, verify the Apache configuration, and from a config perspective, this is fine. We check the configuration, it looks good, okay? So how do we validate the state for this setup, okay? So the red box here is probably a bit of a giveaway. If, for illustration purposes, we configure a web scenario check on that virtual host, whatever it is, but we don't have the SSL verifications in place, how can we verify our TLS requirement? We can't. It doesn't work, right? So and I know, we might argue whether you would do that by default or not, but again, for illustration purposes, here's a scenario where we're not checking the correct state of the configuration and what's going to happen. It's a classic trap. It looks healthy. I'm getting a 200 returned, but your state isn't reflected in the configuration, your intent, so you don't have a verified SSL peer, and you're not checking your TLS version, so your configuration says yes, your monitoring agrees, and your state check never closes the loop on your configuration, so you haven't verified really properly and correctly. So it's a great example of partial truth. Partial truth. I get a 200, that's good, right? Well, not really, because it's not my verified intent, okay? So that's where it bites. The TLS certs expired, but you still get an API 200. You still get a HTTP status code 200. Your latency might climb depending on how your server responds to that situation. So you may have some negative user impact. Again, it depends on the system. We'll argue about it afterwards. But again, it's for illustration purposes around, I configured it to do this thing. I didn't verify the full state aligned with the configuration, and that's the real-world misalignment between configuration and the intersection with state, okay? It doesn't tell us the full truth. Let's do another one real quick. So runtime state validation. Everything looks fine in state, users say otherwise, okay? So let's the example being a busy app on a Postgres database, okay? The database is up, queries return, the service is up, yet the app feels slow, sluggish, feels familiar. And so the state does not equal the experience, okay? And when the state doesn't equal the experience, who's going to shout first? The users. We start to see the tickets come in. So we dig in, we get all technical again for a second. So we dig into the state, looks fine, the database is up, all right, it's responding to queries, seems okay. Maybe we have a Zabbix agent configured on it, we're checking the schema, the connection string is good, the runtime looks perfect, but the trap is just because it's alive, it doesn't mean it's healthy, okay? And, when we're looking at the observed state, then the observability piece, the observed state is screaming at us, okay? Queries are slow, okay? Because we're getting a response in a query, it doesn't mean it's good. So users can't get pages to load, latency is spiking, tickets are pouring in, dashboard's green, users say otherwise. The risk is in the intersection, okay? And it's a mismatch between runtime state and what the experience actually is. And look, there could be 10 different reasons for this. In this scenario, we picked a failing NAS disk, IOPS on a disk. The database is slowing down, but maybe we're not monitoring that disk and we're not tying that infrastructure to that service, okay? Again, it's for illustration purposes. This may or may not be the actual scenario, but the state can lull us into a false sense of security if we're doing Postgres checks and just checking, uptime, queries are working, and we're not checking the observability and linking that back to the configuration, we've got partial truths, okay? And the risk always lives in the intersections. Another one here, super quick. I'm watching my time. So a networking example, BGP peers defined, our AS paths for the network people in the room, you know exactly what I'm talking about. AS paths and prefixes are correct. Route maps are applied. The intent is to reach the 192.168.1.0 network via AS6501. On paper, it looks good. We can even use Zabbix using SNMP gets to acquire the BGP peer state, so our BGP peers are active on a periodic basis, and our peers are up. So the control plane is good. Zabbix says we're good from a configuration and state perspective, but the user feedback's not. It's not aligned to our intent. It's not aligned to our configured intent. So perhaps the scenario is we have an upstream ISP, an interface that's flapping. It could be anything, right? But again, the users are experiencing intermittent performance and different things. And the question is, have we aligned our configuration intent with the observability piece, the experience? That's the question. And can we close that loop? As a network engineer, I've configured something. How are we monitoring it from an experience perspective to ensure what I configured is what the user is getting? And that's where the risk lies. I'm going to skip along here to this one. So across the three intersections, the pattern is clear. Monitoring is passive, validation is active. That's one of the key things. And that's how Zabbix can become a validation engine, is if we conceptually bring validation to our configurations and really prove through Zabbix that our configurations and our state align to observability. Okay, a couple of more slides. So 3 intersections, 3 traps. That's tricky. Validation, we talked about Apache TLS, that kind of light example. Runtime state, Postgres, you know, we check it's up, we check it's answering, but does that align to observability? Is it performant? Intent does not necessarily equal healthy, does not necessarily equal performant, okay? And intent versus observed. I configured something, but is what I configured aligned to the user experience? So dashboards are green, but the money's red, okay? And what I want to do now is close the loop a little bit on some of the earlier numbers. When we started to introduce some of these concepts and fresh ways of thinking into Dell around, we configure something, we test the configuration, we validate the state, we monitor the state, and then we bring it to observability to validate and verify the intent. We now have a closed loop, and we have the full truth of the scenario, so our users get the best experience. And also, if anything happens, we can tie the verified the observability scenarios back to our initial configuration. These numbers are real. 70% reduction in P0, P1s in Dell over a 6-month period. 70%. I still think the $30 million doesn't cut it. I think it's way north of that, right? I think that's, and the best scenario was the 0 surprises. It never happened again, because one of the key things that came out of this mindset shift was the cultural shift amongst our engineers and architects, that if I'm going to build something, I have to take these other things into account. I have to monitor state, I have to monitor observability. It was transformational for the organization. So to kind of wrap it up, again, you know, kind of academically, there's this paper by these guys, Keypence and Mannion. It's an old paper, but it was one of the things that stood with me over the years, particularly when we were dealing with this problem, bringing configuration, state, and experience together. And they say it really well. In complex systems, failures rarely map to a single component. They emerge from unanticipated interactions. And it really is a mindset shift around, you know, where's the risk? Where's the gap here? What have I done? What am I monitoring? What's my verified intent? And that's the key message. That really is the key message. So, final question, why it breaks at scale? Small systems can afford assumptions. At scale, assumptions become risks. If you're not continuously verifying your intent, complexity will win and failure and risk will occur at the intersections. So in my experience, Zabbix will help you achieve this. And I gave some light examples today, and as I said, we can talk about more over in booth 2. There's a link here to that paper, and it's literally 3 pages long, but in my experience, even though it's an older paper, it's quite profound, and it's quite a really interesting read. That is up on rconfig.com, so you can consume that. So I think I'm almost done. Yeah, I think I am. I am Stephen Stack. I'm CTO and founder of rconfig. We're based over in booth 2. If you want to dig in a little bit more, I have this conversation with our customers an awful lot, and it continues to amaze me, the surprise when we have this conversation around config and state and intent. Come see me over in booth 2. Thank you very much.
So we have one question that I think is quite relevant, because at Zabbix we oftentimes talk about dashboarding, like how dashboards can be used to visualize states and resources and stuff like that. And we had a whole speech yesterday about visualization and how human psychology and physiology should be used together with dashboards to get most out of them. So what you talked about, all of those moving parts and all of those intersections, do you think they can be visualized on dashboards? Because we started with, okay, dashboards are all green, but something is still wrong. So what can you maybe talk a bit about that?
That's an interesting question. I'm going to get philosophical about it for a moment. You know, you should be careful about alerts and warning systems. You have to watch for the assertions, right? You have to think of this full loop. I'll give you an example, just a metaphor for a minute. I'm a bit of an aviation enthusiast. I think when I retire, maybe in a couple of years, I might do my private pilot's license. So, you know, I've got flight sim and stuff like that. So there's this concept in cockpits. So Boeing designed their cockpit a certain way. They have certain design principles in their cockpit. Airbus do it differently, okay? In Boeing, and you can check this out for yourselves and get deeper into it, but it's really interesting. In Boeing cockpits, lots of things are lit up. Lots of systems are lit up. Alerts are, you know, the cockpit information systems, the flight management computer. There's a lot there for a human. You mentioned, you know, the kind of human psychology piece to it, to consume, and the assumption is that the pilot is master of all these things and knows what to act on and control at various times. Airbus does it completely differently. Airbus lights up what you need to see. That might not necessarily be a serious alert or an incident, but they light up what you need to see to reduce the cognitive load on a pilot. Be Airbus, not Boeing. All right.
Thank you. That answers it.
Thanks very much.
All right. Our next speech will cover a somewhat technical deep dive. We'll be talking about Netbox. And from what I've seen on like social networks, on Reddit, just generally in forums, more and more people are using Netbox. So I think this will be extremely relevant to those who either are using it, have encountered it, or will use it. We'll talk about Netbox as a source of Zabbix truth. And let's welcome our longtime community member, Andrew Nelson, site reliability engineer, architect from USA. Welcome, Andrew.
Good afternoon. How's everyone doing today? You all having a good time? Good conference this time? Cool. Awesome. So my name is Andrew Nelson. I'm in North America. I've been here for a couple of years. 2001 was my first year. Been involved in many projects, as you guys have seen over the years, with Zabbix and monitoring. Talked about, you know, at some points, LDAP monitoring. Lots of Ansible discussions of using Ansible to do automated event remediation. Do Zabbix configuration, and this is kind of moving more into that same topic of following into Zabbix configuration, using Netbox kind of as a source of truth. So what was the problem statement essentially for this whole thing? You know, that we wanted to do a deterministic, or a command style configuration of Zabbix, where we had a configuration in Netbox of various devices that people had configured, put in there. So we already had an inventory source of truth, and then we were putting stuff into Zabbix. It was kind of done manually, and there was a little bit of a disconnect that was going on. It was also a fair amount of toil and effort that needed to go into it. So why not start to leverage this inventory source of truth, and why not start to push towards a mantra of, if it's not in Netbox, then it won't be in Zabbix, and that the configuration in Netbox will drive our configuration in Zabbix. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that one, of how we can leverage Netbox to kind of help drive that configuration. So I'm not going to read that. Brave AI did a nice, really simple description of Netbox for me, but essentially it is a network source of truth. It uses the DSIM model, data center information model, really, really effective for modeling things. It's originally started for modeling network devices, ASNs, IPAM information, but it's also pretty capable of modeling systems, what interfaces the system is connected to, what cable connections we have, circuit connections between data centers, and so forth. So it's really rich in what you can do there. It is pretty extensible with a bunch of plugins. There is a new plugin that's currently in development that's looking pretty promising, and that's custom objects that really allows you to really extend the data model for it. Also has a pretty good UI, or API to interface it with REST and GraphQL type queries. So how do we connect the two of these things together, where I've got Netbox that describes my environment, and I've got Zabbix where I want to monitor my environment? So I could choose a lot of the off-the-shelf synchronization services. When I started looking at them, a lot of them were kind of more just synchronize the two things together. And I didn't want to go with that kind of a model where, in ours was, we wanted to drive the configuration of Zabbix to where Zabbix was essentially dependent upon the other. We didn't want to have the drift problem of, well, it's in Zabbix, but not on the other side, as much. We still have the challenge, of course, but it's more of wanting to drive that whole thing into consistency and so forth. So the off-the-shelf ones didn't quite work for what we were considering at the time. Ansible was a pretty good choice, to look at for us. Obviously, Ansible's pretty well known by a lot of people in industry. If you've done bash scripting and so forth, you're probably going to have an easier time to learn Ansible, just because of the way that it's done and the mindset that goes into it. We could have also gone with a full custom solution, write our own Python scripts and so forth. The Python or the custom route would have been the ultimate connectivity, ultimate abilities, but it would have also been a lot more work for us to do. And so Ansible kind of proved to be that nice little sweet spot between them. So, yep, kind of just described all that, why we wanted to use it. The other really important thing is Avenji. Are you in the room by chance? So he's awesome. He's a member of the Zabbix community. He is one of the major contributors to the Ansible community for Zabbix modules. He and I have talked about them a lot, but they were an extensive underpinning of a lot of the work that we did here. Essentially, we'll be calling that module to call the API to Zabbix to do the configuration. Also, in the demo where I actually leverage the agent configuration, because that's another component. Our system would configure the server and the agent, and if there was customizations, those would come in too. So what is the data model of Netbox? It's a pretty interesting and complex model. As you can see, a lot of pieces to it. So essentially, you'll start at the first layer of a site, and then you might have a device role that's assigned to various things. But look at it more as like, from a systems perspective of, a system can be a VM or a device host. A system is going to contain an interface. It's going to contain an IP address. A system may be of a certain type if it's a physical system, so it may be a manufacturer or so forth. If it's a virtual machine, then it's going to be the VM, the platform, which OS are we running, and so forth as we go on up there. Now, what's important about that is that each one of those we can start to tie in various NetBox custom fields, essentially where we do a really simple extension of the data model. So for host groups, I'm sorry the left side isn't grayed out like I wanted it to be originally, but so these are for host groups. Here's some of the things that we added in. So for our host groups, we basically wanted to set up, or the Zabbix host group, we added a field for. We tied that to sites, we tied that to manufacturer, tenant, role, and a few others. And I'll make it a little bit more clear as to why we tied those in there. And then for interface types, well, because we have a system maybe that's going to have a BMC interface and a Zabbix agent interface, and let's say that we're got something else JMX in there too, we might actually have 3 different IP addresses for a machine. And we need to have a way of differentiating to know which interface needs to be configured in Zabbix for what purpose. So we'll set that as a custom field for our interface types. And then for templates, well, we want to know which template to use for various different things. If we've got a Dell host, we want to make sure that we use the Dell iDRAC SNMP template. If we've got an HP host, we want to use the HP ILO template. And if we've got the SuperMicro, we want to use theirs. And we got some other vendor, we want to use that. But let's say we've got a storage server from Dell that has a special SNMP MIB for our storage array. Well, we want to make sure that that array also gets added in here into the SNMP, so we may layer that one as well. Tags and macros is another really important thing that we're going to also want to layer into this whole process, because we want to track those. Maybe we'll have a site, a tenant that we want to tag that in, where maybe this tenant, we're going to add that as a tag so we can now leverage that in some of our triggers later on and so forth. The other one too is macros. We may use a different macro per site that's in there. There's another really amazing way within NetBox to start to layer these configurations together. And I do want to emphasize on that phrasing of layering. So we basically set up a device or a configuration context, essentially maps itself to various groupings within NetBox. So we may have a site, we may have a device type, we may have something else. I may take those 3 pieces and create a mapping for those 3 things. So if a host contains those 3 mappings, then it will receive this configuration context. And then I assign a weighting to them, the number that's there, and the weighting will determine kind of how they merge together. So we have, in this case, a default, in our whole environment, where our default, we set up a variable in there of our Zabbix server, where we're going. We set up a default tag that we've got there. But we also created another one. So we have like site 2 in our environment. Site 2 I associated with a configuration context that now points to a Zabbix proxy. We all have that concern of, hey, how do we know which proxy we're talking to? So this lets us, not worry about the specifics, put the configuration in there and let that drive it. And then also, as you see, we overrode the tag for site. So now we also can add another layer to this whole thing. We can override all of these with a configuration context on the physical machine that merges all in together. And so when we finally merge the result, that's what we finally get, where essentially we're in site 2, so we're going to go to the site 2 proxy. Because we're in site 2, we're going to use the site tag is going to be 2. And because we defined another tag as associated with the host, that gets merged into the whole thing. Now these are 2 separate pieces where I've been talking here of custom fields and configuration context, and we'll kind of merge the 2 together here in a little bit. So to run the whole thing is actually pretty straightforward. The first step, we've got to configure our plugin for inventory. Really straightforward. Give it, what your URL, authorization token, and then group by. That's a pretty cool area there. In my case, I'm just only going to group it by device roles, but you can group by site, you can group by tenant, you can group by a whole bunch of other options in there. And in doing that, that will allow you to then run other Ansible playbooks leveraging the host grouping that Ansible already has built into it. So if I were to run this one in my environment, I will start it and I just say run my inventory, show me it, but just show me the graph of all the hosts. Boom, that's what I have. So that's what I had in my netbox instance, and we'll start on with that. So if I were to say, show me the results of a specific host, so I'll get a little bit to the side so people can see a little better, but show me a specific host here. So this is a very abridged version. There's a lot more verbosity of information, but you'll notice there's a couple of really important things I do want to kind of highlight here. The cluster type, it shows like KVM. There was another one in there, site. It only showed the name. It shows the slug of them. So originally when I kind of walked through some of this idea, we talked about doing custom work to do, custom code to the plugin for inventory. And so I did a lot of that. And as I came back around to it, since, reusing all the pieces, I decided to not use it and use only community pieces, only things that are available in the community out there. So that means that as we run our playbook, the first step that we're going to have to do once we start the basic playbook here, and it's pretty straightforward as you see, and this will do full end-to-end. So create the host, configure the agent. The only thing that I do by default in mine is I just set the device to be disabled, allowing for a final human check step. But you can set that off if you want. So the first step we do is retrieve the data just like we said. So we need to now pull open those sections. So we're going to now pull the data specifically. We're going to go back to netbox and say, give me all the information about the device role of hypervisor. So I'm going to get a whole bunch of more information, including just like what I talked about earlier, the custom fields. So I'm going to get the custom field information, and that was something that's in the UI form of netbox that you would fill in. So I'm going to get all the custom field information for these various things. And then I'm going to merge those together so that I have kind of a high level of the data with what my current host is. So I kind of merge all those pieces together, essentially to make it look like this. This is kind of an abridged version, like I say, of what my host inventory now looks like. So I remember I started earlier. It was very sparse in data. Didn't have much rich data around the roles, device types, and so forth. Now I've added that data in there, so it's made it a lot more complete. Then I'm going to go through and create another table of grouping my interfaces by the type of what I had there, because like I say, I need to set those up in the Zabbix server, essentially where we're splitting them out. And we know which ones we're using, so that now we can configure for the API to call. And then we'll just make the API call, and that component of it is done. So in my situation, I ran it against all my hosts, and very abridged output, obviously, but it worked. So the next, so we ran all the code. Sorry, excuse me. So the final result that we had was everything was now inside of the Zabbix UI, ready to be run. As you see, I show it is disabled. And that allowed you to come in and say, verify, make sure I got everything right. But you'll notice that we have various templates associated with the devices. Each one maybe has a slightly different template. We have tags that are in there too. And the source code that I've got does also have the tags in it, but I need to upload that, so I'll have an update in the next day or two on that one. But the source code is here. So we, like I say, some of the things, why we chose this path, because of the interfacing that we had, where we did want to make sure that multiple different interfaces were taken into consideration. Sometimes they weren't even on the same networks for whatever reasons. And then one of the challenges that we did discuss or discover, that still kind of plagues us a little bit to this day, is if you have an SNMP template and you associate it to a host, and the host does not have an SNMP interface, the host add fails. So it'd be nice to do is to figure out how a very simple way of saying, hey, I want to add this template. Let me verify what types of interface types this template has before I add it. And that actually proves to be kind of a tricky API call that's a couple of layers deep and rather interesting, because that is actually tied specifically to the item, and you have to iterate through various layers of the template just to discover that. So that's kind of an interesting one. So if you guys have any thoughts on that one, be love to appreciate it. And then, as also mentioned earlier, you can take the playbook that we have here, and notice the host section, where we say just for all. You could basically write another playbook that says hosts, role, whatever, and now you've got specific components that configure something very specific for that environment that you've got, and then can move on. So, thank you.
Thank you. We currently have no questions, but I think since you've provided the GitHub link, let's let people check it out.
Yep.
And maybe they have some questions there. But yeah, Netbox, feel free to approach Andrew. I think we do have some Netbox enthusiasts here in the audience. We usually do. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and this particular stretch will be finished by a case study. We'll have two speakers on the stage right now. I would like to welcome Dimitri Bellini, CEO of Quadrata, our partner, and Francesco Corsaro, IT Ops Service Delivery Senior Engineer at STMicro Electronics. And we'll cover a use case, how Zabbix was deployed over there. Welcome, guys.
Hello everybody. We are here today to demonstrate a successful story of a migration from HP to Zabbix with our customer, that is Francesco Corsaro. And at the end, we will show a customization that was the cherry at the end of the project. So, please, Francesco, this is your stage.
Thank you, Dimitri.
Thank you.
Okay, so like already introduced by Dimitri, I am Francesco Corsaro from STMicro Electronics. In the specific from STMicro Electronics of Catania site, so in Sicily. Let's start with a very quick company presentation. STMicro Electronics isn't an IT company, but is a semiconductor company. We product microchips. We are one of the world's largest semiconductor company with more of 50,000 employees, $30 billion of revenue, and 14 main manufacturing sites in the world, with a massive presence in Italy and in France, also in Sweden. We are a site in Norrköping. And we are committed to sustainability, so we are signatories of United Nations Global Compact and a member of Responsible Business Alliance. Okay, we address basically 4 end markets. Automotive, with a very large portfolio, starting from powertrain to the infotainment system, also including, of course, the car electrification part. So automotive, industrial, personal electronics, and communication equipments. So drill down to Catania site. In the specific in Catania, we have 2 different independent sites. The first one, the oldest site, product only silicon-based wafer for both 6 and 8-inch production. And the newest site, product only silicon carbide-based wafers. So this is 2 completely independent sites with a complex IT infrastructure, with 2 completely independent IT infrastructure, but it's managed from one only IT support team. So for this reason, we decided, of course, to have 2 different Zabbix instances. We serve one for the oldest site and one for the second, the newest plant. Okay, now I show you our monitoring journey, because we are newest to Zabbix. We come from an old story of monitoring in our IT infrastructure. So starting since 1996, our monitoring tool used in STMicroelectronics was HP OpenView. It was an HP OpenView-based solution with the various versions in the years, starting from the very oldest version of the HP platform called ITO, to end to the latest one, HP platform, OpenView M9. After a very long story with with monitoring with the HP platform, we decided in 2024 to switch from HP OpenView to Zabbix. For many reasons, because it's built on a more fresh technology with more possibility to monitor with different other features. Okay. Okay, so this is a very complex task. Because we have a lot of story of monitoring based on HP platform, and the migration from the oldest platform to Zabbix was a very huge work. So Quadrata helped us to do this activity. Basically, the latest activity did with Quadrata was the migration project, of course, from HP to Zabbix, which was completed in only 1 year, and the ITSM integration with Zabbix. We use ServiceNow by now, and we have also a dedicated ITSM integration in Zabbix. Not only this, because if you remember, we have 2 different sites with 2 different Zabbix systems. So Quadrata helps us also to develop a unique solution to see all alarms coming from different servers. This because our 24/7 support people, it's of course only one, and have to manage 2 different sites. So for this reason, we decided to develop a solution to integrate all alarms coming from different Zabbix systems to a single view. Okay, this so only some number to show the volume of this migration. We started from about 600 of your policy in the HP OpenView platform, and all of this policy was be converted and uploaded to Zabbix. We have other numbers, but we can see this in the next slides. Okay, about the Zabbix switch. Why Zabbix? Okay, why we decided to switch to Zabbix? This is some reason. For example, of course, the first one was the cost effective. Okay, Zabbix do not require a license, so it's a cost reduction for the company. And we're using only the support subscription. Zabbix is open source, is flexible and scalable. It's relatively easy to deploy and configure. We have a large community with templates and documentation. It's modern. And we have a local Zabbix premium partner in Italy, which is Quadrata. Okay, next one. Okay, this show, just to explain in what consists our IT infrastructure. Inside, we use only Zabbix to monitoring everything. Okay, so inside the Zabbix we have all network equipment, Cisco, monitored of course by SNMP, all storage area network equipment. So for example, not only the storage, but the Brocade switch, for example. So Brocade switch, some storage, the real storage, all server hardware monitored by ILO, all our VMware farm, okay, it's completely monitored by Zabbix using the VMware connector. Of course, all physical systems, Linux, we have a system kind of more Linux servers, but also some modest servers like Solaris, for example, or HPUX. Of course, also Windows. Database monitoring through ODBC, ODBC-based. This is a good point because here we changed the approach to monitoring because in HP OpenView we used some scripts to do query in Oracle, for example, and to monitor the database. In this case, with Zabbix, we directly connect to the instance through ODBC connection. Of course, the backup system, and of course, the final application monitoring, which is performed in different ways, of course, log file, web scenario, or the native agent. This is only a recap of some improvement achieved by the migration from HP OVO to Zabbix. Of course, most of monitoring in HP OVO was based on log file, and now we turned it in a more powerful monitoring with different systems. Also for script-based monitor, and SNP, of course, still remain SNP, or in some case, we use directly REST API to monitoring the equipment. Okay, this is just to show you the volume. Okay, we process more of 2,000 new value per second, and we have at now in the instance of Zabbix CTN more of 2,000 hosts. In the instance of Zabbix for Silicon Carbide, about 500 hosts, and more or less 800 of new values per second.
Okay.
Okay. Now
I will speak.
Yes.
Okay.
For you.
Thank you, Francesco. So, as you understood from the words of Francesco, the main problem for ST was to manage two Zabbix server with a single operational team. So our scope at the end of the project was to develop a new way to work with Zabbix with two different Zabbix systems, and we need to provide a single pane of glass only for problems, okay? So we only change and we only work on the page problems view of Zabbix. And we try to maintain the same functionality of Zabbix, of the problem view of Zabbix, so without changing so much. And in this way, we don't need to train people to understand how it works, the module. And the main topic also is how to determine the source of the alarm. So we need to add some specific field, in this case column, to understand if the problem is coming from one server to another. And how we can develop this kind of solution in a simple way, very simple way, because we don't want to create a complex environment. We choose a simple approach, and the simple approach was using REST API, okay? And we collect the events, and in this case, we was able to support Zabbix from 5.0 to 7.0. Why? Because sometimes, and in their case, we need to manage a sort of transition between Zabbix 6.0 to 7.0. So we need to develop a way, a bridge. And we are also able to manage more than 2 Zabbix with our solution, okay? In their case, they need only 2, but we can add much more. And it's not enough. Why? Because the operational team in STMicroelectronics require some more feature on the Zabbix problem view, because they are used to use the problem view as a sort of triage before they finalize the possible solution to solve the issue. So they need to manage the problem, maybe using some scripts, and or they need to select multiple problems and send it to ServiceNow for a more higher level analysis, okay? And to solve this problem, we extend the feature of Zabbix scripts using multiple user macro, because it's very useful. Now think about, I need to restart a specific service in Zabbix, but the service is in the name of the problem. So how I can create a Zabbix script using the interface to restart that server, we need to know some specific information coming from the problem itself. So in this case, we can extract information from the events, or we can use multiple built-in macro to customize the execution of the script. The execution of the scripts can be made by Zabbix agent, server, and proxy, like you normally see in Zabbix. Moreover, a good addition is the redirection of the event log. So after the execution, all the information will be saved in the notes of the event. So could be used in a case of post-mortem analysis and so on. And nothing more, okay. This is the final module. Everything is made as a Zabbix module, okay? It's not something, it's not an hack of the web interface of Zabbix, but it's native Zabbix module. In this case, you will see the column that specifies the Zabbix server, and the other fields is the same, moreover. And here is how they manage a problem. So we add 2 specific icons to execute the scripts. In this case, we have restart the service or show their contents. And in the other window, you see the execution of the scripts and the final result saved in the notes of the events. And at the end, we have some specific what we can say, consideration. But I leave the words to Francesco.
Okay. Yes. This is our something of our future task. In our team, we think today legacy monitoring is not enough, okay? So we need to have an improvement to the monitoring, an improvement that comes to modern observability. Okay, what is our concept of modern observability? Modern observability for us, it's a monitoring with an intelligent engine inside. So, for example, an AI-based intelligent correlation information, an AI automated analysis and correlation data, automatic fault learning and prediction, for example, an advanced visualization with powerful aggregation function, Use of an interactive dashboard visualization tool, very comprehensive, and automated response remediation. For do this, we are at work inside my team to develop an on-based solution. To do this, we started to use some different tool because, for example, in STMicroelectronics, we use also Elasticsearch to centralize the log of all applications and of all systems. This helps us during the troubleshooting phase of an issue, for example. We started to develop a unique view which helps us to reach from a single page to reach all our monitoring tools, which help us to detect the active alarms in Zabbix, show the log file of the involved application or systems directly in the dashboard, and also we have a graph, which helps us to identify the dependency of each entity. So, for example, if you have a problem on an application, so a problem which impacts an application, you can look at this dashboard and discover this application which physical server use, on which physical server it's linked and run, which database instance use, okay, and so on. Okay. In addition to this, we also have to work to integrate this information with the chatbot. In STMicroelectronics, we have an instance, an internal instance, corporate instance of ChatGPT, and we use the ChatGPT API to integrate also this information with the chatbot, and help us the troubleshooting phase also assisted with AI. Okay, last one, it's only questions about Zabbix, requests or our remarks about the Zabbix usage. Probably some of these, it's old story, but for us, I want to highlight some improvement which we like in Zabbix. And for us, some important points should be the templates versioning, for example, not present in Zabbix, an integrated agents and script deploy, a dashboard import-export functionality, because global dashboard by now in Zabbix isn't exportable, automatic network topology, also this, it's all the story. Full end-to-end modern observability, it's linked to the previous slide, because have an engineered system which do the modern observability directly integrated in Zabbix should be a good feature. And AI-assisted troubleshooting, of course, for the same reason. Okay, the last one, it's commodities for us, because our 24/7 support team have the only one view developed by Quadrata to manage alarms, okay? But the Zabbix administrator, of course, need to manage two different Zabbix systems. So have a functionality in the web UI to switch between two different or more different Zabbix systems should be a very good enhancement. Thank you. Our presentation ends here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
We do have a question. why did you go with site-dedicated servers and not a centralized Zabbix server cluster with multiple redundant proxies at each site?
Yes. Because you look at these two different sites like two different independent sites. By now, the support team is unique. So only one support team manages both the infrastructure of the different sites. But in the future, probably the site become completely independent also from an IT support aspect. So for this reason, we preferred to maintain the two environment totally different also from Zabbix point of view.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we take our final coffee break, we'd like to announce a couple of things. So we did hold a community contest, and you should see the slides behind me in a moment. So we were looking out for sort of best, most unique Zabbix use cases. We asked you to send in whatever you think is interesting, whatever you think is large scale or unique. And we did receive quite a few submissions, and we went through them. And we'd like to congratulate our winners. The participants had a chance to win Zabbix Summit 2026 ticket packages or choose from various Zabbix training courses. So let's proceed with our winners. So let's begin with the third place. You should see it on the screen. So Yuma Anugra, and over here, Yuma uses Zabbix to run a monitoring ecosystem with approximately total of 1,500 network hosts and 15 million items. And we chose this simply because of the scale of the environment. We understand that dashboards usually are quite sensitive, so a lot of information here is obfuscated. We got just a snippet over here of the dashboard. But still, out of the sort of cases that we received, this was one of the larger ones, so that's in Indonesia. So congratulations to Yuma Anugra, third place. Then let's move on to our second place. So Julio C. Hegedes, over here. Julio calls himself Spectroman and used a combination of Zabbix to capture a barometric variation in the temperature after the Tonga volcano eruption. And here we see some example dashboards over here. So IoT-ish approach over here to getting data, and over here we just pick the uniqueness of this use case, right? We think that we love IoT, this sort of fit our uniqueness requirements, and a lot of different sensors over here in combinations with Zabbix calculated items, visualization tools, and so on to get a truly unique use case. Congratulations. And finally, our first place, we found this unique and funny and a very relatable use case over here. So Sophie Telberg, what they're monitoring is they're using Zabbix to measure the humidity in concrete and leveling compounds across multiple properties and construction sites. So Zabbix used in a very unique way in construction, right, to monitor the humidity and quality of concrete. And we just thought that, hey, that's extremely unique, and there were various dashboards that they sent to us where we can indeed see that they are monitoring it and displaying it on various dashboards and reacting to concrete being too humid or the quality of it dropping, not being fit or being extremely well fit for construction. So congratulations, this was a great use case. Thank you. Thank you for sending in. So thank you everyone for being a part of Zabbix community. From time to time we hold contests like these where we look for largest or most unique use case or cases belonging to a particular industry or with a particular integration. So keep an eye out on our social networks. We'll definitely host something like this somewhere around the next summit where you'll have the chance to submit your use case. So thank you once again. Before we announce our final coffee break. Once again, I'd like to see a slide with our closing event over here. So once again, we have a QR code with the map behind me on the screen. The event will take place not far from here. You'll be able to get there by foot. But once again, our team members will meet you on the first floor near the entrance. So feel free to group up there and wait for our people to lead you to the event. So that will start, the party will start at 6:30 and will finish at around 10 p.m. Also, we would like to announce our QR code survey. So pretty much every year we try to collect your feedback about what you liked or maybe did not like about Zabbix Summit. Where is there room for improvement? Where did we succeed up to 200%, right? Where we were extremely successful this year. So let us know. This helps us improve the summit. This is extremely valuable to us because, you know, we are very biased, right? You guys, you can see it from sort of the bird's eye view. So please fill in the survey. This would greatly help us, and that way we can make next year's summit even better. And this year you have a chance to win a subscription to Zabbix Academy by filling in this survey. And of course, any feedback for Zabbix Academy would also be very valuable to us. What kind of courses you want to see? How do you enjoy the courses that are already there? So yeah, please participate, scan the QR code, fill in the survey, and get a chance at getting a Zabbix Academy subscription and get some new Zabbix knowledge. And now let's have our final coffee break, 30 minutes, and I'll see you after that for our final stretch of speeches.
Okay, I'm Michael Kammer from Zabbix Marketing, and I'm here right now with Fredrik Landstrom from Matricio.
Hello.
Hello. I'd like to ask you just a couple of quick questions. Cool. So what motivated Matricio to engage closely with the Zabbix community and participate in Zabbix Summit 2025?
For us, Zabbix is a big part of who we are at Matricio, and we've been a Zabbix partner since 2020, so 5 years now. Mm-hmm. And we have seen how powerful the community is, and how they drive the innovation and how they share their ideas. So we want to be a part of it, definitely. And Zabbix Summit is the place where you share your ideas, and we want to be a part of it.
That's really nice to hear. We appreciate that. And what unique contributions or innovations does Matricio bring to Zabbix-based monitoring environments?
Yes, you know that Zabbix can monitor pretty much everything, and we would like to build on that. And we try to find some new interesting way where we can collaborate with other industries to see what kind of data do they want to collect. And we have some interesting use case that you will probably see during the years from us, where we, for example, monitor concrete. When you're building a house, monitor your concrete. So this is something we will provide during the year you can look at.
Okay, yeah. That's great. Are there any new features or enhancements that Matricio is planning to launch that will benefit Zabbix users at the enterprise level?
Yes, I would say for the last couple of years now you've seen AI getting bigger and bigger, and we are very curious about this thing. And I'm very happy to see that during the presentations now at the summit that Alexis said that Zabbix 8.0 will have an MCP gateway for Zabbix. And this will really do something cool with AI agents and the connectivity to Zabbix. We can see automation workflows, automatic automation workflows with AI agents and this new MCP gateway. We're really looking forward to that.
Okay, great. And yeah, last question. If you could give one piece of advice to the Zabbix Summit 2025 audience, what would it be?
I would say take the time to connect with others. This is a conference where you should share knowledge. You're here to learn. This is a technical conference, but take the time to talk with others. Share your knowledge and have fun, of course. Have fun.
Okay, that's great. I think we might use that as a motto. You can do that too. Yeah. But thank you very much for your time, Fredrik.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the evening, and
I will.
Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And Lionel, I'd like to just ask you some quick questions. Could you tell me a little bit about your path in passive network monitoring R&D and how that led to your current focus at H5 Network?
Yeah, so our R&D starts in 2008, and we start doing passive monitoring. And passive monitoring is about listening the network and to computing metrics of the network to give a view of the real performance on the network. What led us to these topics is because we have a lot of needs on big infrastructure and our customers that ask for a good view on what is happening on the network, just not the bandwidth, but also who is talking, why, and also when you have an issue with an application, to be able to troubleshoot this issue.
Okay. Great. And when we're talking about that subject, what are the biggest challenges that you face designing passive monitoring tools at scale, especially in a high-traffic network?
Yeah, you're right. The big challenge is to monitor big bandwidths, because it could be easy to monitor small links, but in our topics, specifically for performance, it's very hard to monitor huge links between data centers. So the biggest challenge today is to be able to have the same precision in the measurements than we have on small links, and to be able to make the same for the new links, the biggest one.
Okay. And in your presentation, which was excellent, by the way, you mentioned the exponential growth of objects, so IPs, conversations, applications, things like that. And how do you decide what to monitor in order to keep the system performance manageable?
Yeah, what we decide to monitor, we have several, in fact, stage of monitoring, and we have some points that are more critical than other ones, and the customers can choose which point you want to analyze with a very fine granularity, and maybe some other points on maybe less critical. We can have just less information on that, but maybe it's small sites with small people, and maybe it's not so important to have every time every information on that. So we need to manage the criticality of remote sites and to choose, in fact.
Okay, and as the number of network devices, flows, and microservices keeps on growing, what kind of features or enhancements do you think Zabbix will need to support next?
It's not easy for me, because I'm not an expert on this kind of topic. I'm confident that Zabbix has already a lot of things in the roadmap to manage that. Maybe to enhance and to continue to enhance the deployment of the products, because if the network and the system is very big, it takes more and more time to deploy. So maybe the enhancement of the deployment of a tool like Zabbix is very important, and it could be a challenge in the next years.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And thanks for being with us, and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Thank you. Right. I'm here with Rafael Maltorolo from Zabbix Latam.
Yeah.
And it's a pleasure to be with you, Rafael. Thanks for
Thank
being
you.
here with us. Can you tell us a little bit about your journey into the world of IT and how you got started with Zabbix? So was there anything that specifically drew you to monitoring and open source technology?
For us, it's so important because in Latin America, when it started in our office in 2020, we can see the strong, how can strong our brand in Latin America. But of course, when we started, we had a great opportunity to see how we can help it for understand Latin America, understand the open source is a great form to do business, to do IT, and of course Zabbix is most famous in the world when we talk about it, but in Latin America is a challenge. But when we started, we saw that we have a little opportunity to help for building this too. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. That's a great answer. Thank you. And in your experience, what are some underused features of Zabbix that our users should pay a little more attention to?
For now?
Yeah.
I believe that is our capacity to APM, application in our integrate with open telemetry. I believe this is for Latin America is wonderful thing, a wonderful feature for business, for understand that Zabbix is not just about monitoring, and yes, we are about observability. You know what I mean? And I believe that is a great feature for now.
Okay, great. How active is the Zabbix community in LATAM, and how important is community engagement to Zabbix's growth?
So it's so important for us. For example, I'm told you we started in 2020, and but Zabbix is most famous in Latin America.
Right.
And before, when we started there, why? Because our community, and we try all the time help our community to be something is good for them, but change to understand that if you believe in us, in our services, in our official service, you can use our software better. You know what I mean? So it's so important for us because them we can be something in Latin America today.
Okay, good to hear. And my last question for you, are there any upcoming initiatives or events in Latin America that you're especially excited about?
So, wonderful question. I believe that we have here, we are in Summit,
right.
And we have an example. It's a great example for us for try something like this, because here we can see how Zabbix is growing in the road, and not just about our customers, with our partners too, with our users, with our community. And we try to do this in Latin America, same this in Latin America, you know. And past years, we had a great events, for example, in conference in Latin America, in São Paulo. And for now, for example, I'm trying to enjoy this moment to invite you, if you live in Latin America and in Mexico, because we have in November for Mexico, and for what? For what? Exactly the thing that in Summit that we had for now, you know, show in the road, in our part show for Latin America, how you can use Zabbix to be better your business and your life.
Okay, that's right.
That's it.
Thank you
I'm
so
sorry,
much.
my English.
Your English is great, and you did a
Thank
wonderful
you.
job. Thank you so much for being with us, and have a great time this evening, and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thank you.
Thank you very here with Ricardo Pinto from Imagonet in Colombia. And
Colombia, that's right.
Yep, thank you. Ricardo, can you tell us a little bit about your journey with Zabbix? How long has it been, and how did you get started?
Well, we have been partner of Zabbix since 7 years now, almost 8, and we started with some products when we started Imaginet. But Zabbix was one of the first one we managed to be partners, to have like a goal that we needed, like some clear goals that we want to accomplish, and we went like growing year by year, and we started in Colombia, but then we have some customers around all Latin America, in Peru, in Mexico, and the company grows really fast, and it has to do a lot with Zabbix, you know, because customers in Latin America, they are like adopting open source solutions, and we try to provide them not like Zabbix, we try to provide them solutions. So give them solutions with Zabbix, but not just install a software.
Okay, and yeah, following on from that, what kind of Zabbix-related solutions does Imaginet provide?
Well, Imaginet offers services. Just like Zabbix.
Sure.
And what our goal is to offer services around open source. So we have our portfolio is solutions that are open source, and we provide services to make the solutions enterprise level. So they can have all the same services, all the same SLAs, all the same quality assistance, but without paying the license. So they're not losing the best service because they are open source. It's the other way. So it's open source, but we go by the hand with them and help them to have the best service, the best experience, and we offer like Zabbix for observability, but we also offer MariaDB for the database support. We're partners of GLPI for the ITSM, so help desk, inventory. We also offer cybersecurity with WASU, and We have partners with Anton. We have partners. So it's like an environment that is around, you know, like the open source solutions. If you need like observability, but you need to have a ticket, so those softwares like complement each other.
Sure.
So that's what we do.
Okay, great. And, you know, you and Imagonet are obviously very important parts of the Zabbix community, and so I wanted to ask you, what does the Zabbix community mean to you, and how does it influence the way that you do business?
Well, it means a lot, you know, because when we come to this type of events, even the conference in Latin America, we like understand how Zabbix work.
Right.
We get some ideas to get it to Colombia with us and to implement it. So it's not just about the software, it's about the people. Something in Zabbix is like different from other companies. It's like they're really close, really near. It feels like a family. It sounds like, I don't know, a cliche about that, but it really is. It's like really a community. And people share experiences. Everybody's like real. It's a good energy. So if you transmit that to the customers, they will be happy to be with you. They will like to have your services, and we try to take that example and implement it our way. You know.
Sure. That makes a lot, and I think. You might have answered this question just a little bit just now, but you'll probably have more to say about it. My last question for you is, what will you take away from the summit this year to your company and to your community?
Well, I understand what you said.
Yeah.
I already answered. But yes, there are a lot of technical stuff, from like AI, some new observability tools that, well, for me, it's always value the partners meeting, and when Alexei told us what is coming, and that's other thing that is interesting in Zabbix. The developer, the owners are over here, and they ask you, what do you think the tool needs? What your customer needs? So it's like customer oriented, and that makes it easier for us to offer the Zabbix services, because since the idea, the concept of what they're doing next is oriented in what the customer needs. So for me, that's one of the best parts of the event, when we talk and the partners and Alexei give us feedback. And well, the other thing is, like I mentioned before, the community. You learn about how the other partners have the same problems around the world, and it's interesting how they manage to solve it their way.
Right.
And you share experiences and say, oh, I didn't see that way. That's a better way to do it. Oh, I'm going to take it back to my place and do it that way, or why don't we do things together, collaborate in some events, and that thing is really nice. And the customers can see that collaboration, that good energy, and they feel it. And as I mentioned before, they like to work with you if you transmit that energy.
Sure, absolutely. Okay, that's really nice to hear. And
it's okay, Michael.
Thank you for being with us, Ricardo. I appreciate it.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much, and enjoy your evening, and have fun at the rest of the summit.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Right, and for my final guest, I have the woman without whom there would be no Zabbix Summit, my esteemed colleague, Zane Lasmane, and from the Zabbix marketing team. And Zane, I'd like to ask you, what role do Zabbix community events, like the Summit, play in community growth, beyond just showcasing our product?
Yeah, during events, we're not just showcasing the product, as you were saying, but it's all about, I would say, collaboration and inspiration, meeting colleagues, meeting peers, meeting users from all around the world and actually knowing them. It's building new connections, and through the new connections, they are also exchanging the experience. Someone is doing Zabbix his way or her way, and it's a way how to spark also new ideas. You can get back at home with new tips and tricks how to do some things differently. And of course, it's about the networking. We really, I must say, we really value our community because we see through our channels how they use Zabbix and how they share their ideas, and also how they support each other and give advices. And yeah, we really value our community. So it's definitely beyond just showcasing the product. It's also building the collaborations, connections, and inspirations.
Absolutely. Is there anything that you expect this year's Summit attendees to walk away thinking about or doing differently as a result of attending the Summit?
Yeah, I think that every year the Summit gets bigger and more expansion in different tracks and stages. And I think the main idea still remains. And I've talked to Zabbix Summit attendees previous years, and I know that they are like going home and saying, oh my God, I have so many notes, I have so many ideas. So the bringing back is about the ideas and how to improve things, how to do them differently. But I think that this year, it also is about thinking bigger. Thinking about your own Zabbix ecosystem, how to make it bigger, how to improve it, how to adapt it, how to customize it, because we've heard so many ideas and examples from different companies and organizations.
Okay, good. The next question is, I think, near and dear to both of us. How do you leverage Zabbix's open source identity in your marketing?
I think it's not just identity or not just part of the product, it's who we are. We are open source, and I think it's deeply in our roots. We are an open source company. We will be an open source company. It doesn't change, and it's just one of, I would not say one of our value, but it's really who we are. And it's not only about the open source or about the product, but we really support the open source community as such. Every year we dedicate some of our resources just to open source. Right. And also when we consider Summit, it's not just about customers or just about partners, it's also about the community. And the community, partners, users, customers, teammates, this all goes together. And there's not like one or other priority.
Okay. And my final question for you at this year's Summit, how has the marketing strategy for Zabbix evolved over the past few years? And are there any shifts that we should expect in the near future?
Not sure who is very interested in marketing here, but anyway, I think regarding Zabbix, previously we focused more on awareness and education about the product itself, to get more brand awareness and more awareness of the product itself. Now I think we are shifting the focus more on community insights or customer insights, showcasing their stories, showcasing their case studies, how they use Zabbix and what are the interesting use cases they are developing and using actually, and more sharing. So more storytelling, more focus on actual users and community.
Okay, that's great to hear. And thank you so much for taking the time to be with us. We know that it's been a busy few days, and we really appreciate the time. So
thanks. We are grateful for everyone who came here, and we enjoy the event as much as the attendees.
Okay,
thanks.
Now it's time to relax. Thank you.
We will be starting in a minute, so please join us at the main hall, take your seats, and we'll begin in 1 minute. Thank you. With our final set of speeches. So our final set of speeches will focus on Zabbix and monitoring various things with Zabbix and integrating Zabbix with various things. So let's begin with managing and monitoring equipment ACS connectivity with Zabbix. Let's welcome product manager at Atea, Finland, Joni Taipale. Welcome.
All right, good afternoon, guys. My name is Joni, and I'm going to tell you about this one use case that we actually resolved with Zabbix lately. So I'm first-time speaker, so don't kill me here, please. I'm going to start with how we actually thought this through. So we first, to solve something, we need to have a problem. And lucky for us, in Atea, we have problems to solve. So for you who don't know about the ACS connectivity, we are talking about tier 069 or 181. The process goes basically so that the device has to have an IP. So network works that way. Then basically we have an ACS URL for the device to connect. Then there is a call home process for the device, and then there is HTTPS handshake and so on, and then magic happens. So this is how the things happen normally. And this is how our automation has been built on. So when ACS connectivity works, we don't have any problems. So automation works, deliveries are running, and no one actually has to touch anything. But however, this is not always the case. There's life cycle for basically everything. We have changes in our network, we find bugs in the software, and so on and so on and so on. You know how it goes, the real life. And basically we are ordering huge amount of devices. We have installed, I think the official connection count is now 100,000 or something, so it's quite a lot. So we order the devices, they come from the factory. Actually, this is AI draw these pictures, it was amazing. I can't do this. So we're ordering quite a lot of devices. They come from the factory, then they are somewhere overseas, and then they arrive to us. In the stocks, and even when everything works fine, this takes quite a long time to actually, when you order the device and it's pre-installed with the software, until we actually deliver it to the customer. And if there has been any change preventing this ACS connectivity in between, it basically means that automation will fail. And we had this. Even in the lucky case, when everything works in the stocks, the timeline is quite long. Well, in the stocks, it's not always perfect, so there might be something not going so well. So we will have a device from five years ago installed to the customer. So when the device doesn't connect to the ACS, we have a problem. So this is what we actually had. So we have an existing Zabbix environment. We have, of course, the ACS cluster to handle the connectivity. And then I had an idea. So we have here this DHCP server, and whenever the device connects to that, usually the DHCP works because there is, it's quite old technology, so it's not a problem. So the idea is that we would install basically Zabbix to this Zabbix agent to this DHCP server and basically handle everything from there. And so we started to work with this. And of course, then we need to know how to get the hosts from the DHCP server. And this was basically, it was, we were thinking if we should use the DHCP logs or something else. And we ended up to use the DHCP leases file in the Linux because it's the current status of the stuff. So we are doing low-level discovery to that file. And basically, the file looks like this. I have cleaned it up so that there is no secret data there. But anyways, the file is basically, for each IP, it looks like this one. And then we have a simple low-level discovery script to actually read the file and take what we need. So we can scrap much of this stuff, and the result will look like this. So here is what we actually need from the file. And of course, then we have it in Zabbix. Okay, when we have the file in Zabbix, we can do the pre-processing of the file. This is how it looks like. Now there is some stuff that we actually do for it. So cleaning up the client host name. So we want to have a unique identification what kind of device this is. So we don't need the MAC address there. So actually the Copilot did the code. I'm not a programmer, so I really don't do it. Copilot did it. And then for the starts part, this is maybe the more difficult part because there is in this solution, there is a thing too soon. So if the device has just gotten its IP, if we react too soon, it's a false negative. So we kind of think that, or it means that it will connect to the ACS, but it hasn't done it yet. So for this part, we have this valuation that the IP is old enough. So when all of this pre-processing has happened, the file looks actually like this. And then, of course, in Zabbix, we can do the filtering with this low-level discovery. And here's the actual screen capture from the Zabbix. So we will check that the client host name, so the device is something we support. And there is some proper remote IDs, and also this starts is basically 1, so that we are accepting it. The IP lease is old enough. Okay, then we run some proof of concept. It looks good, and everything's looking fine. Here's the solution. Okay, then we have a next problem. DHCP leases file is 8.6 megabytes. So not possible for the Zabbix agent to do this. Okay, when we can solve it, so we actually did file mirroring so that we mirror the same file from the DHCP server to the Zabbix server. So in Zabbix server, you can do the low-level discovery without any limits. So now we are good to go. Basically, currently we have 30K unique devices there, and basically meaning one host with 50K items. Then it's up to Zabbix agent. So from the low-level discovery, we have item prototypes for all the found devices. Basically, we want to know what's the status of the ACS. Is it connecting or not? We have basically dependent items to make things easier. And then we have trapper for if we have tried to upgrade the software of the device or not. And of course, we have a dependent item for that so that it's true or false, so it's success or not success. Based on these, we have one trigger basically. If the last visit time has been exceeded for the ACS, we just run the upgrade script on a Zabbix agent so that it's trying to basically upgrade the device, and the ACS connectivity should return. And in 95% in cases, it actually does. So here's the process briefly. So for each 30 minutes, we discover all the hosts. And whenever the lease is disappeared, so it's not anymore in the file, we delete the items right away. So it's just wasted information, we don't need it anymore. We check the last visit time from the ACS for each 6 hours. And if 90-minute threshold has been passed, so that the device hasn't connected to the ACS in 90 minutes, we trigger the upgrade. And latest software has what it's supposed to work. And only if the ACS connectivity is still, after all of this, failing, we need to have some manual intervention. And here is actually, we were lucky, we found accidentally this new feature that new items are executed basically almost immediately after discovery. So we didn't need to actually do anything for this. So we can have just a 6-hour periodic for the checking if the ACS connectivity is working or not. And here's the full picture how our delivery flow actually goes. So this is what we had before having Zabbix included. So we provision the new connection, device calls home within roughly 1 minute, and second call, sometimes the first call home doesn't do everything, so the second call home is needed. And then we just, we have a 2-hour limit when we verify if the delivery has been completed fully. So, okay, this is the happy picture, but then when we add Zabbix to this picture, between 7 and 37 minutes, basically, low-level discovery should create the item for the device if it has an IP. Then, if there is no call home, we will upgrade. And this will happen roughly in 10 to 40 minutes. And after upgrade, there is call home to the ACS. And magic happens. So, and usually we can reach the limit so that in 2 hours there has been successful delivery and successful configurations and stuff, so everything's fine after this. All right, and basically going to the last slide, this is my feeling when we actually managed to do this. And I love this brand picture. This is great. So I'm open to the questions. I still see that I have some time.
Yes, currently we don't actually have any questions, but feel free to stick around and people will probably find you either after the speeches or during the after party. But yeah, right now, no questions. Thank you.
Okay.
So there we go, quite a nice monitoring use case with the LD and all good things included in Zabbix. Good that we covered some of this stuff in previous days. So you should feel right at home with this. Next up, another Zabbix.
I am from Brazil, São Paulo, Brazil. I'm working with Zabbix since 2011 or 14 years work with Zabbix. I am Zabbix trainer at Luno. And Luno is a Zabbix premium partner in Brazil. In this company is specialized or focused on monitoring and observability. And today I will discuss about the project, the challenges for this project, Zabbix features, integrations, and AI models, and more. Okay. This project was developed and implemented in a biggest telecom company in São Paulo. This company needs to increase it a lot of, and they now need more control in your devices, in your operations, and focus on your cost reductions principle. Okay, to start, I will discuss about the challenges, the challenges of this process. The first challenge is migrate from another tool or IBM Netcool to Zabbix. How to do it? On this case, it's very important to keep all the things, preserve the business rules from old tool to translate to Zabbix, ensure the alarm enrichment, and correlate all the events from different devices, using automation, agility, identify and use root cause, and alarm correlation, intelligence, and focus again operational costs, just to reduce the operational costs. Okay, good. What's the scope of the project? And this project, I need to use native features like network discovery. I need to integrate with CMDB integration. Use the event correlation tool, and use it to business roles or migrate all things as is from IBM to Zabbix. Create the integration with service desk too. It is very important. Processing all the data, and plus use the geolocation too. And plus use AI to finish and to show good visualizations. Okay, good. How it is working? I have some devices monitored by Zabbix and Zabbix Proxies with Zabbix proxy groups, and then all the data go to the Zabbix server, and the Zabbix server sends the data using string, Zabbix strings. The Zabbix strings was mentioned before. After that, all the data was transformed for different tools, and then the data information was prepared to be used for different models. Here, a simple flow about how it works. Okay, let's go. How it works, and in the first example for these challenges is using the network discovery to discover a new device. When a new device I come in the network, just start a new integration. In this new integration, just use the IP address to identify another things, and then go to the Astro AI is a model trained to just to train it to verify all the things. For example, the AI, there is a predefined list, and this list will go to the CMDB to check if all the information was completed or not completed or correctly, and then come back to the Astro if not complete the predefined list, and then the Astro AI go to device to recover this information. What is the information from SNMP or SSH, Telnet, any protocol, any kind of item or protocol. Okay, after recover this data, then go to the data lake again, store all the information, trade to the data lake, trade to the data, and then come back to the Zabbix. I remember many people here spoke about the Zabbix API integration with API. Okay, and then the Astro AI come back to the Zabbix, create the roles, and populate all the full inventory from data from CMDB. Okay, and now everything's good, working very well. Okay, here's some pictures about the integration, how was it created. Okay, everything's good, working very well. The result of the information, all the full inventory was populated. Good, excellent. The next challenge is the event correlation. Before, in another presentations, many people talk about this functionality. It's very powerful, important into Zabbix. Okay, then was created a new template to correlate different events and massive events, so a lot of incidents. Okay, good. And now it's possible, in this video, I generated different incidents, an active feature of Zabbix will be created, generate some events, and now, okay, was generated. Looking for the same events, different parameters, the root cause natively is working only manually. And now the AI is started just to check and correlate all the events automatically. Looking for the event correlating in the same time. The parameters used for this correlation was the region of the customer, the information from devices, and information from CMDB and full inventory. All the things, it's very important. And now, the correlation was good and working very well. Good. Excellent. After that, the event was generated. Okay, working very well. It's possible to, the correlation now is all the time is finished. And okay, the problem is resolved, and now show some configuration. Some configuration here is not appear, is not allowed to appear. Okay, good. But sometimes then the team operation, the operation team needs to check this information from this event, for example. It's possible to click into the problem to verify, just to check about how, where is the problem, or how much customers, or how much devices, or how many devices was affected during this problem on this stage. Okay, good. The Astro AI, okay, finish. Okay, good. How it's working? Before I spoke about Kafka and Elasticsearch. Is the same from a colleague presented before, because the Zabbix is all the time streaming data for different sources, and now I just explain here some details was mentioned before, and now working the same. Okay, good. This is the sample data, and now continues talking about the challenges. Now, just discuss about the integrations. The integrations now is the same. When necessary, the Astro AI go to the CMDB, recover some information, and then start the integration with Service Desk 2. Okay, good. Then, to finish, to finish the integration, the challenging, the customer just ask, it's possible to do it from geolocation? Okay, but it's not enough. Then I show for everyone about the result is implemented in the customer, because sometimes it's possible to check some information from inventory. From inventory it's possible check where is the problem, where is on the fiber broke or break, yes? And then it's possible to click and check. It's all the data from Zabbix is the most important, and then use it for the customer, and the customer just speak and say, wow, that's very well, it's helpful for my team. Okay, good. Okay. About the data intelligence, some things about how it works, how the Kafka streams the data, the directions of the data lake, how to stages. You need to transform your data to trusted, refined, and then to be a productive data and trusted data. Again, more details about what the models is possible to use in the solution. One question here, many people ask me about why use this solution into on-premises, for example, because the customers is not allowed to use outside solutions. It's a security question for the customers. It's very important in this situation too. But to finish, it's very good monitor this hardware. From this hardware was used this hardware with this GPU, NVIDIA. And then I use it, and the team prepared some dashboards to monitor all the time, to check the work, when it's working, and check all the details about the performance of the hardware, for example. Some benefits and advantages for the customer. In this case, the focus on the project on the customer is reduce the costs and migrate from the legacy tool in the company to Zabbix. This is the most important. And in additional, aggregating more visibility for the team operations. Okay, here some KPIs about the performance and improvement for the attendance was checked, and then that's it. I think I have done good, and if you have any questions, I am available for us.
We do have a couple of questions. First question, why did you choose Elasticsearch and not ClickHouse?
Okay, because the developers wasn't used it directly. The developers that are more experienced to work Elasticsearch. But I think it's possible, can be changed.
Yeah, just a question of experience.
Okay.
Fair enough. Second question, what was your main challenge convincing customers that Zabbix would be a better fit than the previous tool? How hard was it convincing the customer?
From this case, the customer come for the company just to check if it's possible or not possible to do this migration. But only Zabbix, no, you need integration with all the systems in your company to reduce the costs and to attend your team in your operation too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Come on, Chef.
Okay, Let's continue. So we have one more sort of long-form speech and then a couple of lightning talks. So our last long-form speech will be by Steve Destevel. And Steve will tell us how to synchronize Zabbix with a CMDB. Steve, are you ready? You're carrying a big box. That's scary. Okay, Steve and big box. Round of applause.
Oh, putain. Yes, maybe it sounds familiar, but what I say is one of the most common words that you can say in French. And yes, I am the French guy. I think that the guy from the end of the room, you need to go on the stage. You need to place near me because I will show you a banana, and if you need the banana, you will not be able to grab it if you are in the back of the room. So maybe how many of you already know me? Just to be sure. Okay, so for everyone who don't know me, I'm Steve Destevel. I will not say that I am the most French crazy guy, maybe for the summit, but let's see. So what we will talk about, it's synchronization between Zabbix and a CMDB, because why not? So this is a good subject to explain you for the summit. We'll see how to sync Zabbix host with the CMDB. We will talk about Zabbix auto-registration, what is the prompt, what is the improvement that we have to do, and also what we did. I will not say that I am the CEO of EasyIT because you may know that we recently changed the name to Zabbix France, and Alexei is not there, but yes, I will. Maybe it's a good thing he is not there. So the challenge of managing Zabbix without a CMDB. Without, because it may be hard for you to keep a clear vision of, okay, what is monitor, what is not monitor, what kind of application I have, what I don't have maybe. Maybe because in this box, I have something, one server, one network device, for example. So you need to have a clear vision of what is inside Zabbix and what is not. So you need to, of course, have a CMDB. And maybe if you have a Windows desktop, Linux, or maybe macOS, there is a ton of Excel sheet in your Windows manager. So maybe it sounds familiar to you to have a lot of Excel files, Excel sheet, and you don't know, okay, maybe this one is the latest, maybe the one is the newest, so you don't know. And because Alexa told me days ago, okay, Steve, you need to be more serious now because you are in a good position. I will call Metricio, EasyIT team, and Mateusz, please come on the stage with me because you will do the show. I will be the nice guy. You will be the bad guys. Thank you. Applause them, please. Applause them. You could go there, please. Grab the bag, please. The bag. At the end of the red box. No, just the bag. B-A-G. So, how to synchronize Zabbix with the CMDB, of course. Because, as I told you, you need to know what is inside Zabbix, what is monitored by Zabbix, the applications, the host, and so on. And why to sync Zabbix with the CMDB? Because you could create then some kind of application layer, the link between one host, one network devices, one another host, and we could create maps and dashboard automatically, for example, and after that, enjoy. But what now? Okay, you tell us a lot of things, but how we do that? We will see. Maybe we can use auto-registration, because Andrew and the other guys talk about automation, but I think that we do not talk a lot about native things like auto-registration, for example. So we will see what is auto-registration. Please, I need you to to be in a two-row, in one two-face. Okay? You will be, choose your guys. I will be, for example, with Olivia, of course. It's okay? One is missing? Nicolas, come on. And auto-registration is just simple as Zabbix is. You need to specify some metadata in your Zabbix agent configuration file. Then you specify some rules inside Zabbix. Yeah, come on. You will be in front of Frederic, please. And then you present yourself to Zabbix server. And that's done. Okay? Or you can choose, come on, auto-registration yourself. You could do the same, please, if you have somebody on your left. Okay? Okay? Or maybe if you don't want to use auto-registration, you could. Okay? Thank you, thank you. I will continue. You could. I need you to stay on stage with me. So maybe you know, you could go to the corner, please. Auto-registration is useful but limited because we have only Zabbix agent that support these functionalities. There is also non-compliant things, no validation, because if I put, I put the configuration, the metadata, the host name, and so on inside one host, I am not sure that, if I copy-paste this configuration file to another host, they will register like a previous one, so there is no compliance validation. There is also static assignment of templates and host group, so this is not some kind of dynamic, and we have no vision, no global vision of what is monitored, for example, with auto-registration, okay? And of course, if auto-registration rules give you cold sweets, maybe it's time to pull out your banana. And if you don't have, I will give to you, of course. So guys, grab this banana and you will be the bad guys who are sending banana in the public, okay? Come on, come on. There is a lot of, so come near us and you will be able to have your banana. Yeah. I will. Like a free software, we offer free banana. Okay, I will continue now. So why using Zabbix now with a CMDB? You can use, for example, several ITSM tools like OCS Inventory, GLPI, ServiceNow, ITSM NJ, and I think there is a lot of other solutions in the market. If you are using Zabbix, if you sync Zabbix with a CMDB, there is now prior validation of the host to monitor because they are in your CMDB. We could have a smart automation for host creation and template assignment because based on the things in the CMDB, you will be able to do that. So there is visibility for application and maybe the layers between components. If you have, for example, one host, one database, and an Apache server on another host, then maybe you will be able to create the maps and the dashboard related to that. And how we did it? We use, for example, an ITSM solution that collects technical information for the host, for the things that you have to monitor. We are using also a no-code solution to gather information. Then we are enrich this information and we are generating metadata based on the things that we have in the CMDB. We use also Python with the Zabbix utils, for example, library, to create the maps and the dashboard, for example. And Zabbix, of course, will register the host and assign templates, assign the host group, and so on. So the typical workflow, I don't know if you know N8N. How many of you? Okay. 1%, 2%? Not so much. Okay, so with this solution, you could create workflow, and I don't know if you in the back, you are able to see the whole pictures. But typically, we have a new server in the CMDB. Then we collect information from the inventory. And then with NA10, we are able to get this information and reach a no-code database, like, for example, Airtable. There is also NoCodeDB, or BaseRow, for example. If then the status of the host changed to, OK, I am ready for monitoring, then you will be able to generate the metadata, for example. So because each time you install a new server, for example, Zabbix agent is installed, but the server is not yet ready to be monitored. Maybe it's true, you encounter this case, for example, in your production. Then we get and generate the metadata to send to Zabbix, and Zabbix will automatically create the host and the application related to the host, and also the maps and the dashboard related to what is installed on this host. But you could say, OK, things are generated, are managed with the metadata, but how currently hosts are managed? In an automated way or manually. For example, manually, we could use a specific form from NoCodeDB, and OK, we specify the host name, IP address, because we are talking about just Zabbix agent at this moment. We're not talking about SNMP network, for example, because we need the metadata for Zabbix agent in active mode to be registered, for example. So we add, you see there is a little video. We add the host, we specified the application installed on those based on the inventory information, and that's it. Or we can wait for the synchronization. There is an automation that, OK, I will grab the new host from Zabbix. Then if it don't exist, I will create it and wait for the things to happen. So what about auto-registration? Because we don't speak about this one. This is a picture extract from the Zabbix documentation website. So you need just some information like the host metadata, interface, for example, and the IP address that you need to bring to Zabbix, for example. So this is very easy. You just need this kind of information, and then with the magical things of, oh, sorry, boss, I need to, it's him. I need to, and that's it. You send the metadata in a JSON way on the proxy, on the server side, and that's it. And how we generate the metadata? We extract information from NoCodeDB, for example, because we have no information of what is installed on this machine, and this server. And we have, when the status is updated in the CMDB, okay, as earlier I mentioned, I just need to set the server ready to be monitored, for example. I merge some information, get and generate the metadata. There is a validation, and we put a post on a webhook to generate the metadata. And after that, I will manage all my rules for auto-registration in Zabbix, because Zabbix rules. And yes, we will be able now to manage everything automatically based on the metadata that we generated. For example, add a simple host, add a MySQL database, Apache, and so on. So you could be able to do everything in Zabbix directly. So the illustration, the technical illustration is there is an API request to the database to extract the new host, and after that, based on the things that we have on the host, we create the maps for, okay, application, dependency of service, for example, and the dashboard. So we, from A to Z, we create things automatically based on the things that we have in the CMDB, the inventory. So what is the benefits of this approach? There is an automation based on host and application. It is less complicated to do this automation because it's safe and automated. A priori, we could put some validation manual or maybe with AA, for example. So I need to validate if the host is ready for monitor. This is a time-saving solution. I just need to have my inventory updated, then I will generate the metadata automatically. If I want to go further, maybe we could add some validation in the database to be able to check if there is a wrong configuration, for example. We could also manage, specify, schedule the maintenance from the no-code form, or maybe extract some activity from Zabbix to the database and put an integration between Ansible and Terraform, for example. This is a custom form from the maintenance schedule. So the end customer, the guy who is not technical, will be able to manage the schedule for the maintenance, the host to add for monitoring, for example, directly from NoCodeDB, from a single form, for example. And now, what it brings to us, what is the result? The monitoring is now aligned with the technical things that we have in the CMDB. The monitoring is also adapted to the context of the application. And as I said, you will gain some time to eat banana, for example, because the provisioning time is divided by 2. So auto-registration himself is not enough, but it could be efficiently be managed in a complex environment with this setup, a CMDB, a no-code solution, Zabbix, and N8N, for example, and you will be able to gain control about this automation without adding some complexity. Thank you for attention. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe you will have some question.
We do have a question.
Oh.
We can have a round of applause, and then I'll ask the question. Thank you, Steve, and thank you, everyone. So the question is, how do you guys handle offboarding in such a situation? Say a host is deleted in CMDB, would it also be automatically deleted in Zabbix, or is it just for onboarding hosts?
Yes, it will be, everything, in fact, is managed from the ITSM solution. You could specify some states. Okay, my host is ready for monitoring. My host will be deleted. My host is in maintenance for several weeks, for example. So you have synchronization between the states, also from the inventory things to Zabbix.
And another question regarding pretty much the same thing, offboarding and deletion. What happens if, say, a CMDB becomes corrupted? Do you have protection in place against that? Or would that not affect Zabbix at all?
It will affect Zabbix, because I think that if you want to do automated things, you need for sure to be sure that everything is well managed and ordered. I think that, yes, you could not automate these things. You need to keep a validation from a human to be sure that everything is working well. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so what a spectacular speech to end our long-form speeches with bananas everywhere. Steve with a big box. I was actually confused on how should I announce him, Steve from Easy IT or Steve from Zabbix France, but he kind of explained it himself. Okay, now we have 2 quick speeches that we will round up with. So first off, we will be talking about ZBX Viz or Zabbix Viz, I'm not sure, the creator will pronounce it. Third-party tool developed by our community member for managing Zabbix data at scale. Let's welcome Sergiu Voicu, Zabbix administrator, WebWorks SRL, Romania. Welcome.
All right. I'll start with a simple question. Do you know what Zabbix and the human brain have in common? Anyone? They both struggle when there are too many connections. Well, at least in Zabbix, you have proxies to offload that. When working with data in Zabbix, either we're talking about configuration or reporting, we end up working with the API, which means things can get complicated pretty fast. And this means jumping back and forth between the UI, the code editor, the Postman client, the terminal, whatever tools you might be using. And yeah, that's not that cool. And soon you realize that what's slowing you down, it's not the workload, but the workflow. Today, I'm going to present to you a tool which can change that. It's a tool which simplifies the workflow and helps you get the job easier and faster and, yeah, more efficient. Hi, I'm Sergio Voicu, a system engineer and software developer, which means that yeah, half of my time I'm fixing problems, and the other half I create new ones. So I guess that means being an engineer. And yeah, last year I joined RWE Germany as yeah, part of their monitoring team. And one of the first projects that we had to take care of was a full reorganization of the network, which meant cleaning up names, placing hosts in the proper host groups, assigning meaningful tags. So all of that for the purpose that alerts reach the right people with the right details so issues can be solved faster. And in the beginning, you know, the process seemed to be simple, well, simple, at least in theory. And as I started coding right away, soon it felt like, you know, like building IKEA furniture in the dark, having some boxing gloves on, and the manual available only in yeah, Latvia. Yeah. And yeah, that's when I thought that there must be a better way to tackle this problem. So that's when I started building Zabbix Viz. Yeah, actually, this was the slide for the previous story. So that's when I built Zabbix Viz. Zabbix Viz is a tool which simplifies the workflow by bringing together data management and visualization and the power of JavaScript. It's a web-based tool. It's a web-based tool which presents itself as a spreadsheet editor where you can load data from Zabbix directly or import it from external files. Later on, you can process it or transform it using JavaScript expressions and then push it back into Zabbix or export it to another CSV file for further processing. So yes, you still write code, but instead of maintaining a big fragile script, you use programming to accomplish small, precise tasks. The easiest way to understand how Zabbix Viz works is to have a demo, and for this I prepared the creation of a report, a simple report containing a list of hosts with details like operating system name, agent version, and system uptime, and the number of active problems. So I'll just play now the recording.
I start by loading the data from Zabbix using the import from Zabbix dialog. First, I select the resource type, host. Then I define the API request body, the parameters part, filtering hosts by group ID and retrieving only the host and the name. I click on execute and the data is retrieved and displayed in the table. Next, I will pull the metrics using the pull data from Zabbix dialog. Just now I'm retrieving the agent version. I set the resource type to item and define a template that uses variables. For example, $0 refers to the cell 0 in each row, which contains the host ID. The template is interpolated at runtime, meaning the variable is replaced with the actual value before sending the request. I execute the request and the data is fetched, but not yet visible since it's attached to each row as an object. To extract it, I open the transform column dialog and enter the expression data.zbx.lastValue. This displays the agent version last value in the table. I will proceed now to retrieve and display the remaining items on fast forward. Now that all the details are loaded, I can export the data to a CSV file ready for reporting or for further analysis.
Okay, so yeah, that was Zabbix Viz in action. Creating a maybe not a simple report in under 3 minutes,
but it can do much more than that. You can use it for bulk onboarding hosts when auto discovery cannot be used. You can use it for, to create and update and manage large sets of trigger dependencies. And basically, you can manage any object, any set of objects that the API is exposing. And of course, and use it for migrations, for example, and reporting. I've just shown it. So, Zabbix Viz is far from perfect. It's still not completely user-friendly, but we basically use it almost every day in our work at WE because it gets the job done faster, easier, and with fewer errors for us. So, if you want to try it, you have questions, you want to share feedback, ideas, and so on, please reach out. You have there, some GitHub repository, my LinkedIn profile, and I also have, I maintain a small website where I'm trying to spread the word about Zabbix. So, thank you very much, and hope to.
We do have a question. So what happens if we, for example, push bulk changes to a trigger on a template or changes on item on a template, and that in turn affects thousands of hosts? Does Zabbix Viz or ZBX Viz, does it play nice with that, or how does that work?
So basically, you work directly with the API, so it's your own responsibility. So far, there are no protection mechanisms, but I'm starting to think about if such things can be implemented. So I think it should be possible, but I'm not there yet. But hopefully somebody else from the community would like to join the project and we start developing new things, new and cool things together. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you. One second, and then let's continue. Okay, it's very nice seeing so many open source projects over here and tools that community members have developed. I think it's also a good thing to almost end our conference. We have one more lightning talk ahead of us. So next up, we'll be talking about how to centralize and reuse code in Zabbix. Let's welcome Director at Custas Monitoring from Uruguay, Gustavo Guido. Welcome.
Well, everybody is talking about JavaScript and all those things, and we are using JavaScript in Zabbix, but as we will see, we have to rewrite the same code in many places. So first of all, I'm coming from Uruguay, a little place in South America that we have the heart bigger than the body. So you can go there and visit us. It will be a fun story after that to tell to other people. So I'm Gustavo. I'm a trainer. I am dedicated in my company to the training parts. We offer all those services. As you can see, we are very committed to the community. We have the Telegram in Espanol, so if you are Spanish speakers, please join. There we share many knowledge about Zabbix. This is one of the things we encounter working with Zabbix. We have many places where we can use JavaScript in a media type, in a script item, in an action, in preprocessing items. And many times we have to rewrite the same code in many of these places. So what we suspect we can do, can we share the common code and load it when we need it? So the scripts will be easier to read, it will be easy to maintain, and if we found a better way to do something, we only have to make the changes in the common code in a centralized place. So we came with this solution. We have a macro, a series of loadable modules, and the other, this macro is just closing the parentheses, as you can see down there. So this is the value of a macro. You only put the macro, the name of the scripts you want to load, and the magic is done by this script that is loading the JavaScript. Just to complete it, this is the code of the loader. You can always reach me, and if you want the code, I will handle to you. So what we get with this solution, we have centralized scripts when we can control in a better way the changes we must do. We have a simplified configuration because not everybody needs to know that much Java. He just is using the work of other partners. We have some limits in the writing scripts and so on. We have, using this, we have fewer characters in the script, so we can do more. And we will obviously reuse this code, not just in one installation, but in many installations that can reach the same URL. But we have some problems because this is loaded every time you need it. It will read all the scripts once again every time you need it. So you have some drawbacks, 7 milliseconds to load. It will depend obviously in the size of the scripts. And we have different resolution criteria because in certain places you can use the macro inside the code, and like in media types, you cannot use macros inside the code. You must pass those things through parameters. So we use parameters in those things. What do we ask Zabbix? Please do something in order to use certain advantages that will be easy to use from Zabbix, like the cache utilization, faster load, etc. So, please, and that's all.
Thank you. We did have some questions, but you actually answered them in your slides. So thank you.
Okay.
All right, guys. So we managed to finish up with some custom solutions. Like I said, always great to hear those. People getting creative, people developing their own solutions and enhancements to Zabbix. Before we close the ceremony, first off, I'd like to remind you, close the summit, I'd like to remind you about the closing event. Let's put up, the slide with the closing event over here, located at Burzma, not far from here. Scan the QR code for the map, and our team members just find them either on this floor or they'll be waiting for you downstairs, and ask them for directions or just follow them, and they'll help you get to the venue. Also, don't forget about the survey. I know some of you asked me about it, about the QR code. I think we can leave this up for a bit after we, right now, and also after we're done with the summit, after we have our closing ceremony, just so people can scan it after we finish everything up. So yeah, fill in the survey, help us make the next year's summit better, give us some feedback. I actually already received feedback verbally, just talking to you guys. But ideally, leave it in writing because you also have a chance to win a year's subscription to Zabbix Academy. You don't get that chance if you just tell me, hey, this was good or this was bad. I'm sorry, that's how things are. You have to fill this in. All right. Now, I'd like to once again give big thanks to our sponsors. So I'd like to see our diamond sponsors on the screen right now and start with thanking our diamond sponsor, InitMax. Thank you. Great speeches, great workshops. Thank you for sponsoring us. Our platinum sponsors, Quadrata, IntelliTrend, rconfig, and EasyIT. Thank you, guys. Gold sponsors, Matricio, Alenta H5. Thank you. Silver sponsors, the Como Business and SCSK. Thank you. And our coffee sponsor, Avantgarde from Australia all the way. Thank you. All right, guys, so we've made it all the way to the end. We've had multiple tracks over here, community track, dev track, main stage. We had a lot of workshops. We had exams, and I'm glad seeing you here still kind of making it until the very evening. And of course, I'm glad to see Alexei over here. And I'd like to invite him on the stage to summarize and give some final words to all of you. Alexei?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Artur. Yeah, again, yeah, so two wonderful days almost over. But I would like to return back to the Dylan's talk this morning about the free and open source and this historical perspective. And actually, yeah, I'd like to remind all of you that indeed, when we use a free and open source software, we enjoy all these freedoms. Yeah, so, and we also need to remember that even the biggest companies, the whole IT industry and the AI revolution and all we have right now in IT industries, it's all built on top of open source software. Yeah, it's a Linux, it's MySQL, Apache, Nginx, Postgres, Redis, I don't know, MongoDB, well, you name it, Yeah, there are so many building blocks. Indeed, I really happy that Zabbix is part of it. Yeah, Zabbix is a free and open source software, and also another thing which is really important. I think that again I will repeat myself, but we managed to build a kind of sustainable story, sustainable business. That on one hand, yeah, we are developing free and open source software. We give it away, well, for free. Yeah, on one hand, but on the other hand, we continue investing, we continue developing this software, we make it better, and we deliver more value to our users. And of course, this is a huge work that Zabbix team is doing. Also, well, these 2 days, so many nice things, yeah. So many great talks, yeah. So thank you very much, all the speakers. Yeah, you're very brave. I know it's not easy to be on the stage, yeah. So absolutely not. Talks and I enjoyed the community track. So we had such a nice discussion about the Zabbix book, yeah, the community initiative to create a free book about Zabbix. So if you haven't heard about it, I really encourage you to learn about it and to join it, yeah. So and of course the development track, again, great thing to start. Well, I don't know, developing something, extend Zabbix to learn how to do it. And of course, there were so many short talks and short conversations with many of you. Well, for me personally, it's a super, I don't know, it's energizing, yeah, you know. I'm getting so much feedback from you. Yeah, of course, there are some good things in Zabbix, maybe things that needs to be improved, but so many ideas. I will come to the office next week, and I have a bunch of ideas in my backpack, yeah, so I'll unpack it and I'll see what we can implement, maybe very soon, maybe some things would be implemented later. There are so many topics for discussion after the summit. All right, again, I'd like to use this opportunity to thank all of you, Zabbix users, community members, customers, and partners for your continued support for so many years. Thank you very much. Thank you. And of course, I would like to thank and invite to the stage the wonderful Zabbix team. Zabbix team, please come here. Easy IT team, Zabbix France as well, yeah? Yeah, so Zabbix is really is created by these guys, yeah? So please, please welcome all of us, yeah? I don't know if if the stage is big enough to fit all of us now. So let's see. Yeah. All right, so I think every summit we are getting bigger and bigger, but the stage is also, I think, is bigger and bigger, so I hope we can fit. Yeah, please. Zabbix Japan, Zabbix Latam, we are here. Yeah, you're here. Yeah, okay. Yes. Okay. maybe this. Or there. I'm really proud to work with such a great team. Yeah, so that's what I'm the most proud of, Zabbix team. Yeah. Hey. Thank you very much, thank you.